Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, get ready to let you know. Get ready for the point of order when he gets like that.
You guys about ready? You guys ready? Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is December 10th, 2024, and the time is 9:03. At this time, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, will you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
My honor, Chairman. For those that you can stand, please join us. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Clerk of the Board, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villapudua?
Present. Moving on to recognitions and presentations. Clerk of the Board, will you please present the first item?
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition is of our very own Registrar of Voters, Olivia Hale, who received an award from the California State Association of Counties. And I would like to invite Registrar Hale to the podium as I read this recognition, which states, "This is presented to Register of Voters in recognition of your outstanding dedication and commitment to safeguarding democracy and ensuring the integrity of the electoral process. This year, the California State Association of Counties President's Award was proudly presented to the Register of Voters from all 58 counties for exceptional service in supporting our communities and fostering the democratic process. These efforts are integral in strengthening our voter confidence and empowering the citizens of California. Protecting the rights of voters and upholding the values of democracy exemplifies excellence in public service. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors extends its congratulations for this achievement. Presented this 10th day of December, 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Good morning, Olivia. Ms. Hell, I'm sorry. How are you today? Would you like to say a few words?
I just want to tell the board, thank you very much, but something, it's for all of us. This award goes to not only myself, but this department. And if the Registrar of Voters team could stand up, I'd like you just to be acknowledged for a moment. These folks work very, very, very hard. We couldn't do it without them and with the support of this board. So every comment, every advisory committee meeting, all the work that collectively we put in, this is all of us. So I just want to say that it's not a celebration for me, but all of us. So thank you.
Well, Olivia, I want to tell you that you do have a great team, and I'm very proud of you guys representing San Joaquin County. Olivia, you're doing a great job as our director of, our ROV, and I'm sure other members would like to comment. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, first of all, congratulations to you and your team. I mean, you've worked hard, not for last month, 3 months, 6 months, or even a year, the last 2 years of getting everything together. So thank you and your team. Continue the great work.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Olivia, absolutely great job. We've had a lot of challenges. We've had evolution. We've had programs and improvements that have been implemented under your watch, and appreciate you and all of your entire staff to be responsive to the calls and the needs to have an honest, fair, and an election that we can truly have faith in. So thank you for doing a great job.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's been quite the couple of years. You and your department have a lot to be proud of. This board is a lot to be proud of. The Election Advisory Committee, although they come up and sometimes they push some of the things they want to see, more action on. they should take a victory lap too, because quite frankly, they were the ones that were pushing for more polling places, et cetera. So I hope they see their value as well. You have been very responsive. Everything we've discussed, you instituted. I was there from the moment the ballots got there election night through the process. Your team did an exceptional job. It ran like clockwork. The checks, the balances, along with the sheriff's department. It was one team effort, and you led the charge, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Yes, I too want to commend you and the team. I mean, every time I have a question, you guys answer it. I mean, the past couple years hasn't been easy. The office has been through very, very rough times. I mean, obviously losing folks, and it's very hard. And you guys always get it done. I mean, it's just amazing. And I know there's always naysayers, but I mean, I've always liked how you guys have opened up your office for people to come and see the process. And I think that's the biggest thing, is to listen to folks and hear them. And you know what I mean? If we can't do it all, at least you would try and listen to them. And I thank you, and I thank your staff especially for always welcoming me to the ROV office. So thank you so much, and the award very well deserved. So thank you.
Can I have the ROV staff come down and join us for a photo, please? Board, come on down.
Take the rest of the day off.
Clerk of the board, can we have the next recognition, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is of the Business Council of San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Betty Wilson to the podium as we read this recognition, which is being presented on behalf of Supervisor Tom Patty of the 3rd District. This is presented to the Business Council of San Joaquin in recognition of your outstanding leadership, dedication, and unwavering commitment to improving communication and advocacy between local businesses and government since its formation in 1988. Through visionary initiatives, the Business Council has played a pivotal role in shaping the economic landscape of San Joaquin County. From leading successful constitutional redistricting campaigns to championing Measure K funding for critical transportation infrastructure, and from hosting business leadership summits to supporting workforce development initiatives, the Business Council's impact is profound and far-reaching. The Business Council of San Joaquin continues to serve as a cornerstone for collaboration, fostering a vibrant and prosperous future for businesses and residents in San Joaquin County. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors extends its congratulations for this achievement, presented this 10th day of December 2024. Chairman Villapadua and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Miss Betty Wilson, would you say a few words, please?
Well, First off, I'd like to thank Supervisor Patty for bringing this item before the board. We've worked with each and every one of you, and it's been a pleasure. I can't say enough how much the collaboration has helped our community. So I really wanted to say thank you. Your departments have been great, staff has been wonderful, and we've accomplished a lot of great things being part because of those partnerships. So we're looking forward to 2025. We've got a lot of stuff to work on, and so we're here to support you however we can, just to make life healthier and better for San Joaquin County. So thank you very much.
And Mr. Duffy.
Oh, I'm just going to echo that the Herculean efforts are really by Betty here. So let's give Betty a round of applause, okay? Now, we appreciate the partnership. We do a lot for the county. Our hearts are in it, and Betty does a lot of the legwork for us. So thank you for recognizing us today. We appreciate it.
We thank you. It really is a pleasure. And you just said the key word, Mr. Duffy and Port Commissioner Duffy. It is partnerships, that public-private partnership. And for Fritz Groupie and other business leaders to start this and for it to come to fruition and develop and grow. And Betty, I have to say, since you had gotten involved, and I was very honored you worked in my office, and then you had an opportunity to go and you've taken advantage of, you have done such an amazing job. Your talents, your passion, your drive, you're just flourishing as the, I guess, president or the executive of...
Executive director.
Yeah, so you're just doing a great job as that executive. Thank you for the efforts. And you know, oftentimes I've said, like, we may start something on the 5-yard line, but you run it all the way 95 yards for a touchdown, and you do that constantly again and again. So I thank you really very much. Let me give a few words from our supervisors. We'll leave Supervisor Rickman last because he doesn't have much to say. It's very interesting. So we'll start off with Supervisor Ding.
Who's got even less interesting to say? I want to thank you for your service. It's about communication, collaboration, and partnerships. You're a little on the shy side, so you're going to have to work on that. But I look forward to working with you in the coming years. Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Yes, I just want to commend you. I mean, anytime we're on a lot of committees together, and your background and your knowledge is so appreciated. And we talk all the time, and I want to thank you for that, for, you know, calling if there is questions or concerns. And I think we do a good job partnering with you guys and trying to fix what we call San Joaquin County to make, you know, greatness grow here. So thank you so much.
I guess we'll have to hear from Supervisor Rickman. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, I better be professional up here. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Hey, thank you both. As well as Mr. Deputy, I've worked with you for many years, and, you know, when I was on the mayor's side and here at the county supervisor, you guys do an excellent job. You know, I'm reading through some of the things that you have championed, Measure K, for instance, sitting on COG myself. And those of you who don't know what Measure K is, a tax measure that was passed several years ago. And so the roadways that you see here in San Joaquin County being built, a lot of those are with Measure K funds, the 99, 120 interchange, which is going to change the landscape of 125, 99, and 205. You know, you guys champion that, so thank you. But also the head of the household job recruitment, and of course helping our small businesses, which are, of course, the backbone of our economy, our mom and pop shops. So thank you for partnering with us, and Merry Christmas and God bless.
Good job, Supervisor Rickman. Well stated.
Supervisor Patty's coming up later. So I'll save my comments for Supervisor then.
I look forward to it. Thank you. And Chairman.
Betty, I've worked with you for a long time, and you've always been such a hard worker and dedicated employee, and thank you for your years of service. And, you know, I'll still be seeing you around. Mike, you're always around, and you do an incredible job. So pleasure working with both of you the last 8 years. Come take a photo. Okay. Would the board like to join us for a photo?
You got one of the important supervisors first, right?
Clerk of the board, we have next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is of David J. Irie, who could not be here today, but I'm going to go ahead and read this recognition that was requested again by Supervisor Patty of the 3rd District, which reads, whereas David J. Irie has demonstrated exceptional dedication to public safety, environmental protection, and the preservation of California's natural resources for future generations. Whereas his leadership in prosecuting environmental and consumer fraud crimes has strengthened the enforcement of laws and held corporate violators accountable, resulting in multi-million-dollar judgments and improved corporate compliance. Whereas his collaborative efforts with local and state agencies, including the Attorney General's Office and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, have led to successful legal outcomes and enhanced environmental protections. Whereas David J. Irie's advocacy for California's environment has ensured that regulatory bodies are equipped with the resources and legal support to enforce environmental laws. And whereas his work has earned him the respect of colleagues and partners, establishing him as a role model for future generations of attorneys and public servants dedicated to environmental and consumer fraud protection. Presented this 10th day of December 2024. Chairman Villalpar, Supervisor Patty, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'll just finish with, we wouldn't know this. Sometimes these are unsung heroes, but you'll hear about lawsuits against major corporations that have done dramatic impacts to the environment illegally, and massive settlements in the tens of millions of dollars, even upwards of 100+ million. So David had started that here in San Joaquin County. He currently works for YOLO, but he's got decades of dedication. Our very own district attorney's office to this day partners up with him, and on your behalf and his the impetus of what he started, we reap benefits and we have a cleaner and better environment because of it. So I want to give that recognition. Thank you, Madam Clerk. How about a round of applause for David? May I read this next one?
You would like
May I
to?
read this?
Sure,
I have a
absolutely.
friend of mine that I'd like to read this next certificate for. Mr. Martin, come on down, sir. A friend of mine that I met many years ago through his action and activity on behalf of San Joaquin County and veterans is senior, as we'll read, is a veteran of the Korean War, but more importantly, he's an outstanding, amazing citizen here in Stockton. So on my last day here at Board of Supervisors, please hold your applause. There was one person I wanted to give a distinct honor and give a recognition. So, sir, if you will, I have a recognition to read on your behalf. Presented to Carrie Martin in recognition of a life dedicated to the service and advocacy, we honor an individual whose nearly 93 years of age has been shaped by a commitment to improving the lives of others, from his foundation and faith and discipline to his service in the Korean War. He has built a career in mental health, contributing to groundbreaking programs at UCSF and crisis intervention during the Vietnam War. A passionate advocate in San Joaquin County, Mr. Martin has played key roles in advancing substance abuse treatment at Veterans Care, and his most notable achievement being the establishment of the French Camp Veterans Affairs Medical Facility, known for his kindness, energy, and deep commitment and connection with others. His legacy continues to inspire those striving to make the world a better place. In San Joaquin County, the Board of Supervisors extends this congratulations and recognition presented on this 10th day of December 2024. Sir, if you will, a couple words.
I'm overwhelmed. Thank you, sir. You mentioned a couple of things. Our new VA center, that was some 20 years in the making. I'm very proud of that. And as I think about it, behavioral health is being revamped to be sited close to that same VA center. They will collaborate in a new and very positive way. Again, I am very proud of it. And it's been an honor. I've spent many hours across the street and here in this building when it was built. It's very moving for me to be here today with you. I am just grateful. But remember, I told you, I am very concerned about our country. And I hope you will keep that promise you made. Our country needs it. I think I've said enough.
And now a few words from my mentor and one of the smartest supervisors on the board, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Ms. Martin, great to see you again. I enjoyed our conversation last week at our open house, and we sat talked for a few. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you do for our veterans here in San Joaquin County, your tireless advocacy, your advocacy for VA hospital clinic, and of course, thank you for your service to not just San Joaquin County, but to this great nation of ours. And Merry Christmas, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Kerry, you're a good man, and you're just an absolutely amazing person. I serve on the Behavioral Health Board with you, and the next great thing will be Be Well, and he's been there. We have $93 million to start the campus. It's kitty corner from the county hospital, and I think we're asking for a grant for $135 million. You're a gentle giant, and you always walk and think and keep your composure, and I appreciate that. Thank you for your service to San Joaquin County. Thanks for helping get the Veterans Affairs facility out there. It's been a long time coming. When I was on the city council and you guys were there for getting water and sewer to that facility, and I mean, that goes way, way back. So thank you for what you do and keep up the great work.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, I won't forget what you told me Thursday, and I will continue to remember those that serve in harm's way. I thank you for your service. I will remember those that have fallen in the past and those who still suffer today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Before we hear from our chairman, I'll just say a couple words. In our life, just as today, we have a dawn and we have a sunset. And to leave an indelible impression, to leave a community in better condition than when we complete our journey is part of your life mission. And you can see that we have young men here that are part of San Joaquin County. The fact, you have served this great nation. You have served our veterans, and you've served this community in a multitude of manners. We take our responsibility serious, and we take this legacy that you and so many others that have served this great nation to preserve our freedoms. We take that to heart. We give us this just a small token, a bit of an honor, but you've always represented dignity, intelligence, care, compassion, everything that's good. And just as Supervisor Ding said, you're a good man. We respect and appreciate that, and thank you. Just it's an honor to give you a little recognition. So I'll pass this on to our chairman.
Kerry, good morning. Kerry, I've known you for a long time, and you've always been an amazing individual, especially the way you represent the military, and thank you for serving our country. You and I have had a lot of great conversations, and you're just an incredible man, and I wish I had the energy and the heart that you have, and you're an inspiration to everyone. So thank you for honoring Kerry, and hope you have the best holiday, and hope you live to 110 or 120. Clerk of the board, can we have the next presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Before we do this next recognition, I'm going to ask the water polo team to please remain seated until I call your name. We have about 20 individual certificates to hand out to each of you, and I'm going to call you up one at a time. So this next recognition was requested by Supervisor Rickman of the 5th District, and this is recognition of the Ripon High School boys water polo team in recognition of winning the 2024 NorCal Championship in Division III. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors extends its congratulations for this achievement, presented this 10th day of December 2024. And the first name that I have is McKenna Baer, grade 12. Okay. Ryan Bell, grade 12. Trevor Bell, grade 10. Brody Biederman, grade 12. Jaden Chandar, grade 10. Landon Crawford, grade 11. Oscar Guerrera, grade 12. Andrew Hanker, grade 10. Chitan Harvey, grade 12.
You keep getting taller and taller.
Ethan Shea, grade 9. Matthew Lee, grade 11. Joseph Ott, grade 9. Devan Patel, grade 10. Lucas Reichert, grade 10. Gage Saavedra, grade 9. Nathan Selna, grade 12. Benjamin Savoboda, grade 12. Bowen West, grade 9. Tia West, grade 12. And then we also have the athletic director, Rod Wright, for recognition by the, is he here today? Not here today, okay.
What's your name,
And
Mike?
is there,
Jacob Hughes, we have him in there?
I do not have a Jacob Hughes, but we will make sure to get one. So Jacob Hughes, what grade are you? We will be sure, Mr. Hughes, that you get a recognition. Chairman Villapadua and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. And where'd the chairman go? Oh, he's back up there. First of all, congratulations. Thank you guys for being here. You guys have school today? All right, so we'll take as much time as you need before you get back. But I'm going to turn it over to you guys. So which one of you guys would like to talk? All right, there you go.
Yeah, so water polo is usually a very underappreciated sport, and we appreciate all the thank you and appreciate the opportunity to be here. So thank you.
Is that it? I mean, that's meant a few words. And real quick, you guys had you guys were here last year, so I mean, you guys had a great couple of years, and it just a testament to your guys' leadership and dedication to the sport of water polo, as we were discussing earlier. And those of you who haven't had water polo, or tried water polo, or just imagine try swimming and treading water. I mean, you tread water for a minute, my God, you're exhausted. Imagine you doing it for a whole game. So I know a couple of our supervisors would like to say a few words. I'm going to start off with Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. First of all, it's nice to see a room full of gentlemen that make Supervisor Rickman look short. I appreciate that. It's not that water polo is underappreciated. It's just that we don't raise our hand to go near it because we're afraid we might be asked to play. So congratulations. It is a grueling sport. And my congratulations to you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Chair Canepa.
Thank you. I don't know what's in the water in Ripon, but I think I need to get some of it because these kids are all tall. It's dog eat dog world in water polo, and everyone up here understands that. So to win a championship is pretty amazing feat. So congratulations on that feat. And I see some of you folks on Facebook are going to local colleges and things like that. And so good luck in your future ventures.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty. Thank you. The Vice, go ahead, Chairman. No, go ahead, Supervisor Patty.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Gentlemen, job well done. Congratulations on winning another championship and your level of excellence that you've established. Many people behind you will follow, but you've set a benchmark for excellence that everybody notes. So congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty and Chairman.
Guys, I just want to say congratulations and keep up the good work and carry it on to your next life, college, and your professional life. Be a champion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, reiterate, hey, great job. You know, the best part is that you're in 5th District, which we all know is the best district, right? And I know some of you, as our Vice Chair mentioned, or I guess your seniors heading out to colleges. I know who's going to UOP. All right, congratulations. Anybody else going to go to college to play? Any other colleges? But again, congratulations on a job well done. You guys are champions. So we're going to take a quick photos. And since you guys want to come down here, or do you want to just stand up here? All right. Are the coaches here? Any coaches?
Let me wait till they sit down. Clerk of the board, can we have the next recognition, please?
Thank you, Chairman. With this being our last board meeting of 2024, our next two recognitions are of our outgoing supervisors, and our first is the recognition of outgoing Supervisor Tom Patty of the 3rd Supervisorial District. And I turn it over to you, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In anticipation of today, I had put together a little speech that I wanted to share with everybody. So hopefully you're all comfortable. Actually, here's, without glasses, here's the speech, but with glasses, I've got a few pages here so I can read it. Vanity rules the day. So this is a goodbye speech, and I'm really honored to have the ladies and gentlemen and colleagues and friends that are here. When I was first sworn in, I gave an incoming speech noting the enormity and the leadership that preceded my participation in San Joaquin County's legacy. 8 years later, as we gather here in this chamber this morning, I'm filled with immense gratitude, reflection, and the pride of the journey that we have shared together. It's been an honor to serve as a public servant in San Joaquin County, working hand in hand with all of you to build pathways forward and learn from one another and rise above the inevitable challenges that come from this position. Public service is not about policy and procedures. It is about people, improving the daily lives of those we represent, and the call to a greater opportunity for all. Time and again, we refused to be combined or confined to that limits of the box. Instead, to be effective, we pushed the boundaries of possibility, choosing innovation, determination, and a shared commitment to the greater good. We did it. In just a few examples, when the wine ordinance needed updating to encourage business growth and job creation, we did it. When we implemented the local vendor preference policy that kept tens of millions of dollars circulating in our local economy, we did it. When the public demanded action on homelessness, we didn't shy away. We examined every angle, found solutions, created partnerships, and we stayed the course despite the attacks and setbacks. When conflict and opportunity arrived, we restructured, fostered change, transparency, and trust. And time after time, we did it. Throughout this journey, I've come to understand both the privilege and sacrifice of this role. Being an elected official brings a unique respect and honor, but it also requires tremendous personal commitment, dedication, and sacrifice. No one has paid a bigger price in my family than that of my daughter, Presley. But it's also been a very unique experience for her and part of her life story. To my family, friends, and supporters, I owe an unending debt of gratitude and appreciation. To serve the public means you will face criticism. So much for being a tough guy. We will face criticism, perhaps lies and attacks from those with self-interest, especially if you dare to challenge the status quo and not fall in line. Sometimes we will suffer self-inflicted wounds as we navigate through the rapids getting to calm waters. But politics is tough and often unforgiving arena. But let me attest, when our efforts to make progress irritated those who did very little, I worked even harder with you to prove them wrong with undeniable results. With pride, we did it together. I've seen the dark days, faced divisive and malicious opposition, and endured unjust attacks. But through it all, I've held on to one unwavering truth. Our work is bigger than any single one of us. And every day I walked into this office, I knew my time was limited. I have today to make a difference, and it was a privilege to be here with you. Whether sharing a laugh, lifting spirits, or rolling up our sleeves to tackle the toughest issues, I did my best to bring energy, positivity, and purpose to this position that I've held. Almost done. To my colleagues, staff, and community, thank you. To those who found me challenging or unorthodox, thank you for your patience and willingness to engage. By questioning, listening, and stepping up, we achieved better outcomes together. You've inspired me, tolerated me, and most importantly, worked with me to deliver to the people we serve. From veterans to our youth, from different cultures to new traditions, I've had the joy of connecting with people from all walks of life. These bonds are what make our community strong and a meaningful place. To my friends, to my friend and our chairman, Miguel, let me start that over. As my friend and our chairman, Miguel, and I both say goodbye, we do so with immense pride in what we've accomplished. We leave this office knowing that we didn't just talk about making a difference, we did it together. Thank you for the honor to serve with you. Thank you for the memories, the lessons, and the journey. And thank you for being part of something that matters so much to so many, our present and our future. God bless all of you, and God bless San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty, just want to thank you for your years of service to our community, the last 8 years. We've worked together, and I'll never forget what an amazing friend you are. Guys, when I first ran for office, I was a deer in headlights, and Tom would mentor me, and I didn't know him that well, but when I called, he answered, and he was just been an amazing friend since day one. Tom, you're an incredible father, an incredible supervisor, and you're an incredible human being, so really want to thank you and honor you with this certificate. Before I do that, I'm going to let Mr. Supervisor Rickman say a few words.
He's probably wishing now he wasn't making all those jokes earlier. No, hey, I've known Supervisor Patty, or I'll call him Tom, here, for over 4 years, but really got to know him in the last 4 years, working with him on this board. And those of you that don't know, I recently, I'm looking to have back surgery for carrying Supervisor Patty for the last 4 years. But as you can see as our report, he has a great sense of humor, and, we do joke around a lot. And, when we're off this dais and, we're in the back room or out in the community, we have a good time. I mean, some of the, especially for the last 2 years, and being in that back room and coming to work here, going to my office and wondering where half my stuff is, because Supervisor Patty went to my office and took it and hid it somewhere here in the office. And it's kind of those different jokes, and which we all enjoy, which actually boosts morale. So it's just the last 2 years especially has been a wonderful time. But, all jokes aside, I could, sit here and make jokes, and I knew Tom when he had short hair, and stuff like that. But look at his work ethic. And, I don't know many folks that are as passionate as Supervisor Patty. When he has something on his radar, my God, he pursues it till the very end. And he just doesn't want to, put Band-Aids on things, but wants to fix it. He wants a solution. So that drive, maybe that drive of your whole life being an athlete, it works very, very well up here on the dais. So I have enjoyed that. You've done some great work, and made, even though you represent, a portion of San Joaquin County, not only have you done people a great service in your district, but to San Joaquin County as a whole. And lastly, and I'll end it here, I could talk about Tom for a long time, I've had the opportunity to see what a great dad he is, and being a dad of 2 daughters myself, and I see in Tom, the love that he has for his little girl, and hey, I'll end it there. I don't want to get I look at you and your eyes start tearing up, then. I don't want to go up here and shed any tears for you, because that's the last thing I want you to hold against me. But again, Tom, thank you for your service to San Joaquin County. Thank you for being a good friend, and God bless you, and I love you, man.
Supervisor Rickman. Ding, I'm so sorry. I was looking at the hair, and I was like, beautiful hair.
Supervisor Patty, I've known you for over 45 years. From the 9th grade at Stag High to cruising down the Miracle Mile with Jack Walden and Darren Del Porto. And without a care in the world, not understanding what makes the county work, not understanding that, well, some of those policemen on the avenue were actually our friends, but we didn't know it at the time. I am going to miss Fridays trembling, waiting to find out what Tom Petty has put on the agenda for us on Tuesday. Because you never know. Politics is a contact sport. It is not for the meek. It is not for the mild. There's no refs to blow the whistle. You go in there and you fight. And nobody does that better than you. So I appreciate that. As much as you piss me off sometimes, I know in the back of my heart, you've got the public in mind. And that's why you do it. And you're willing to go and go and go until it's done. And for that, you have my utmost respect. Love you, brother.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Last but not least, or what? So this thing we call county is a family. And sometimes we're dysfunctional, and sometimes we do really amazing work. And it's those things that Tom's passion brings. I mean, this guy works hard all the time, and it takes other electeds to see that, because a lot of people think we don't do a lot. But this guy, when I got here, it was like some bricks had been taken off of his shoulder, and he had new life because of the adversity that he dealt with before we got here. And it's weird because you see Tom as this big fighter guy. He was giddy to have people that actually would listen and work with him. And I have to commend that with you, because sometimes we wouldn't always get along, and Tom would want crazy stuff, and I say, oh no, I'm not doing that. But it's part of that family that you have, because it's important that you make a decision and then you move on, because what we do up here is pretty thankless at times, but it's very meaningful of the change we get to do in people's lives, called the citizens of San Joaquin County. And Tom gets that. And he goes and he goes and he goes. And his daughter's the same way. Presley, she's an amazing young woman, and she gets out there and fights for her dad. And I mean, that's what it's all about. We might not agree with his politics, and we might not agree with how he gets things done, but the passion that he has for this job was absolutely amazing in the 2 years that I've been here. And the work that he's done and the things that we've done on homelessness and all the committees that he's on, and the unfelt heart that he gives to his job, whether people agree with it or not, is absolutely amazing from seeing it up here on the dais. So for the past 2 years, it's been amazing working with you. We've gotten to be better friends of it. I mean, I think people sometimes see, you know what I mean, it's not as our joking is hurtful, and I apologize sometimes that we would do that, but that's just my way of showing love, is joking with people. And I thank you for treating me with dignity and respect up here for the last 2 years, and you two guys will definitely be missed. Thank you.
Gentlemen, will you join me for a photo?
As they come down, I just want to say, I don't want to be remiss, but my chief of staff, Mike Anderson, thank you. In so many ways, you and I together have been able to accomplish a lot. And when we first got on board, I said, we're surrounded by people that are attacking us every day, and we need to work through this and make good things happen in our county. And we did. It wouldn't have happened without you, and I appreciate you being my general and in command of my office. And I really, truly appreciate everything you've given. And I want to say, before we clap, lastly, each and every one of you has amazed and impressed me. I thank you. I'm so grateful to have the honor to work with you and the boards, and the kind words you've said. I truly appreciate it. I take it to heart. I walk out of here with joy and celebration that myself and Miguel were able to finish our career with you and this board, what we were able to accomplish. And we did our job, but we did it in an exceptional manner, because each and every one of you made that possible, and we joined together. So I really, truly thank and appreciate each of you, and it's been an honor.
Clerk of the board, can we have the next recognition? Or hand it to me. Well, guys, it's my last meeting also, and I can tell you that it's been an amazing experience. I've been blessed to have this job, and I want to thank the public for, letting me serve, and you supported me as well. I want to thank this board, my colleagues, amazing men who care about the community, who have big hearts. To do this job, you really have to care, and I can tell you, just looking down the line, amazing gentlemen that I work with. To my chief of staff, Chris, I would not be able to do this job without you. Chris has been, yep. Everybody knows Chris is just an incredible man, and Chris, thank you for being my right-hand man and my best friend and my brother. I love you, Chris. And I want to thank this, I didn't want to cry, to the county employees who make us all look so incredible. To Sandy from the top, you're such an incredible person, Sandy, always helping me and helping this board and always looking out for our best interest. To Rochelle, I can text Rochelle any time of day or night, and she's, Miguel, this is what's best for, the board. And Rochelle, thank you very much. And Ed, you've been solid. You've been doing a great job with our county council. So really, all the department heads have been amazing, and you know who you are. Jennifer Jolly, you're out there. I see you're amazing. Always call you and always stressing you out about something. Chris Woods, I love Chris. I don't know if he's here or not. I see Jeff out there. There's just incredible. We're surrounded by incredible employees in San Joaquin County, and I'm blessed to have worked with you guys, and I love every single one of you. Katie, thank you for making us look good all the time. And to my cousin Carlos Villapudua, who had the foresight to say, Miguel, run for office. And I said, hell no, I want nothing to do with that. And he said, Miguel, do it. And Carlos, I love you, and thank you, man, for having the faith in me. And just want to leave it at that. And I'll see most of you in the future. And God bless everyone. Thank you.
This guy's a bigger sucker than I am, and I thought I was a sucker. And we both think of the same way, you know what I mean? The best way to a person's heart is through their stomach. And this guy can cook like no other. One of the stories, and I mean, he came up here and he was so distraught. I said, Miguel, what's wrong? He goes, oh, I was over at St. John's cooking for the homeless folks, and somebody stole my phone. And if you know Miguel, he always plays his JBL speaker. Wherever he goes, he's got his JBL speaker. And you know what? He was so distraught about the phone, but he didn't have two worries about it. It was just amazing. It's like, oh, dude, somebody just stole your phone. You're out there doing God's work, doing something in the community that you love to do. And he didn't even sweat that. It was like, oh my God. But that's the kindness of your heart. One day the Cesar Chavez walk was coming through downtown. It's 108 degrees, and this guy's in front of the griddle cooking up food for all the people that were coming to do there. I mean, he's got such a huge heart, and he loves this county so much that you can't measure it. I mean, the amount of years you were on the planning commission for 8 years, and you did this for 8 years. So 16 years of his life, he has bled San Joaquin County. And it's very commendable to serve with you. We got big shoes to fill because you were the chair this year, and hopefully if these guys let me, then I get to be the chair next year of this 175th anniversary. So out of those 175 years, you've been here 16 of them. And he's done an outstanding job. He's an outstanding human being. He cares about his community, and it's been an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Paul.
To me, you are the gentleman of the board. You have a kind word to say about everyone. You're always wondering how it affects, all the employees, all 7,000 plus of them. I remember with my other hat on as a restaurant owner when I was having some problems actually the first person out there was your cousin, Carlos, came out there. I couldn't seem to get the attention of my elected representative at the time. Then came Tom Patty out there, and then came you and got it handled. And it was the first time that, quite frankly, after my exit from politics, I really took a look around San Joaquin County and said, these guys are into service, and I respect that. You're just the consummate gentleman, And, you know, you're the guy, when you're in trouble, you call. You're the guy that you want the kind word from. And I love you, brother, and nothing but respect.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And congratulations, Chairman. And, you know, I know Miguel probably longer than, you know, I've known the other folks here on this board. And, you know, when I was serving on city council and mayor at one time, you know, we worked at boards together. And even then, you know, you could tell when you hear the same thing from my colleagues over and over and people from the public, how a big heart he is, how kind he is, and his willing to help. You know, being the mayor at one time, and if I had an issue here in Stockton or I had an issue that I needed to connect with some folks and I needed to talk to the board, Miguel was a guy that you could call and he would pick up right away. Even though he didn't serve, you know, South County, he was the one that you would call because, again, his big, caring heart. And also, as and you made a perfect reference, I never even thought about it, but you know, the title of Gentleman of the Board, and you know, I couldn't put it better myself, because sometimes, you know, being in the position that you are, you know, the frustration or, you know, even the stress that comes with being a public official sometimes, and when you have to vent, and a lot of times you do, you know, for me personally, you know, I talk to our chairman, and for, you know, to bring you off down the ledge or to give you some advice, just that calming tone. And, you know, I forgot to mention, you know, also is that, you know, when I first got to know Miguel, you know, he didn't know how to cook at all, you know. So I carried Supervisor Patty for 4 years. I helped, you know, helped him cook. Pozzola, exactly. Those of you that were here on Thursday, I made that. So just to let you know. No. But again, Miguel, I want to say thank you for all you've done, not just for this board, the county, but, you know, me personally. You know, we're going to miss you. But just because you guys aren't sitting up here with us doesn't mean, you know, we're forgetting about you. I'm pretty sure, you know, we're pretty good friends that we're going to stay in touch, stay in contact. And those of you that don't know, you know, I'm a night owl. So if it's 1 or 2, 3 in the morning, I'm calling Supervisor Ding, but anywhere between 10 to midnight, I'm calling Miguel just to mess with him and joke around. So again, Miguel, thank you for your service. We love you, and God bless you and your family.
So I luckily have Supervisor Rickman on call block, so he can't call me. But and Miguel, as so many people are talking about, you are exceptionally selfless, giving, and your heart, your compassion, your dedication to this community has been an example for all of us. I'm just going to share a quick little story. Go back many years ago. There was a lot of trials and tribulations up here. There was a lot of accusations, a lot of acrimony. And during all of this, and lawyers are arguing, and we got briefs, and we got problems with you up and down this board. And some of you may have been witness to it. And I turned to Miguel in a board meeting. I said, Miguel, you know, I'd like to hear from Supervisor Miguel Villapudua. And he says, just plain and simple, we should get along. We should all just go to lunch and have a better relationship. And it was really, truly that simple. It shouldn't be complicated. And through you and your guidance and being steady, being available to each and every one of us, irrespective of who they were or where they fit in the pecking order of acrimony or anything else in this county. You had an open door. You were available. You were steadfast in bringing and keeping people together so that this board did stay on track. Your leadership as chairman twice is notable, and we respect and appreciate you. And every level of applause and recognition is well-deserved. So thank you, Miguel. And Carlos, thank you, brother. You got Miguel and I up here. You brought that up. That was part of your legacy as a supervisor when you termed out. We thank you and appreciate you, Carlos Villapudua.
It says here, presented to Miguel Villapudua, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors, year 2024, Integrity, Service, and Commitment, presented on December 10th, 2024, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
We have this recognition and one more recognition that I'll announce real quick while you're down there.
Next recognition, please.
So as the outgoing supervisor via Pudua, the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission requested to give you a recognition this morning as well. So we have the Procurement and Contract Manager, Autumn Goen, here to present you with the recognition.
Hi, good morning. You already introduced me, so I don't have to say my name. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Rail Commission, along with our Vice Chair, Craig Hensley. Over the past 2 years, Chairman Villa-Padua has been on our commission and on our board for the 2 years, and also as an alternate for the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority. And at our last board meeting, we were able to honor you virtually for your service, but we wanted to take the opportunity to do it in person today. So we do have your Model ACE locomotive train with your label, the tag with your time and how long you were on the board, as an appreciation for your service.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an honor being on the board for 2 years, and I really want to thank the Rail Commission for what you guys do for the public as far as transportation. A lot of people can't afford a car or an Uber, and the train and the buses and everything. It's pretty amazing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. As Vice Chair, I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed serving with you. I think both on the Rail Commission and through the appointment we both received via the San Joaquin Council of Governments. So, Miguel, it's been an honor to work with you. Certainly, this is something that will stand apart from all your other plaques, as you'll see. And it's probably more valuable if you keep it in the box. So rather than taking it out and playing with it, I'd suggest you keep it in the box for now.
I have grandkids, they'll love it, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
No, thank you for coming. Thank you very much for attending, and I'd love to get a photo with you guys if
Thank
possible. Thank you.
And gentlemen, if you can all stay up here, I'm going to say a word or two on behalf of the city of Lodi.
Keep out.
I heard a lot of words today that I think are important to any elected individual, but particularly to you all. We started talking about partners, then we moved to champions, then we moved to servants, then we discussed leaders, and then we mentioned gentlemen. Well, with one exception, perhaps. All joking aside, from the city of Lodi, from our city council, I have the honor to be here to recognize this body, just as we in the city of Lodi are a body. You have all worked together as colleagues in a cohesive manner. You've agreed on many things, and you've kept this county whole. You've kept this county respected. And I think that it has a lot to do with each of you as individuals and your values. But in particular, I want to recognize today Supervisor Patty and Chairman Villa-Padua, because you will be missed. You have been integral to the work that we've all done together, whether it was one voice in Washington, D.C., representing issues of interest to the full county, the Hydrogen Hub project being one of them. The Rail Commission and the work we need to do to create greater accessibility for jobs in San Joaquin County and outside of San Joaquin County. But in particular, I've enjoyed the times that we've gotten together and I've learned from you. And it started at the very first meeting I came to after the storms in December of 2022, when as a newly elected and sworn in council member, I heard you talk about an emergency declaration. And I went back at my first council meeting and I proposed to our city manager, and it was on the agenda. That's when I first learned, yes, we can put something on the agenda all on our own. And we declared emergency declaration. I got that from coming to this Board of Supervisors meeting and hearing it from experienced individuals like yourself. So over the years, you have contributed to Lodi, not only funding our access center is being built because of the importance of the issue of homelessness to you all, but recognizing our fire department and our chief for his work in putting together an ALS program and moving forward in partnership with the county. Partnership with the county is what we see working in the city of Lodi, and we will continue seeing it work because of you two gentlemen and the rest of your colleagues. And I look forward to a future of that. So I want to recognize you today as the mayor of Lodi for your exceptional service, Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Villaputa. And I have a gift to give to you today. So the mayor's challenge coin for exceptional service is being awarded to you, the last two for my year as mayor.
Guys, we're going to take a 5-minute break for a couple of photos, and we'll see you guys in 5 minutes or so. Please take a seat, everyone. Okay, the meeting is resumed, and there are no minutes for this meeting. And we're going to the consent calendar, starting from my right. Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull any items?
Chairman Villapadua, if I could interrupt, we do have public comment.
Oh, I thought, oh yeah. Nah. I totally forgot. Sorry,
They all have our phone number.
totally forgot. Okay, now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, minutes, and consent calendar, and closed session items. Our first speaker is Bill Smith. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, gentlemen. Tom, Miguel, thank you both for your service. You're both good friends, and I appreciate everything you've done for the county. What I'd like to bring to mind is what's coming up is we're going to be spending money on a so-called golf course and stuff, and I don't want to pull it for later. I just want to make my voice heard now. We spent money on a public health building. It took a year and a half extra to finish the project and a couple $1 million extra. We're spending money on a district attorney's office. We spent $11 million on an $8 million building, and the overruns on that are astronomical, going to be like $60 million from what I figure. The B-Well Center is going to be no different. Oakmore Golf Course, it was sold a year ago for $3.8 million, and now we're going to buy it for $9 million. The Atherton Cove Gate, it hasn't even been approved yet. It's going to be overrun with golden mussels, which has taken over our Delta waterways. We have some serious issues that need to be addressed, and all these overruns on our construction, overruns on our project. We need to be better stewards of our dollars, because I know my property taxes went up a couple $100. I'm sure everybody in this room's property taxes went up as well. And we just need to be better stewards of the money, of what's going on. I know the county needs things. I know we need to appropriate things. But with the B-Well Center, the golf course, and what's going on, we've ran right past the homeless. They're all going to be camping. Come on. It just doesn't make sense. So I just think we need some oversight for these construction projects. I was in General Services Department, and I probably had more construction experience than anybody in the whole department, and that's a problem. So we need to oversee our money and pay attention to what we're doing. We got a big thing coming with this golden mussel thing, so everybody better get on board. It's going to overtake our industry of our Delta.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Cheryl Blythe Chester. Did I say that right?
May I also have Andrew Smith? I put it on my thing that we would
Sure.
speak together.
I actually have a time. I have a time where I was going to spend about 3 minutes.
Well, I'll give you 3 minutes each.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
So you go ahead.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you for serving, man. Appreciate it. A lot to do, a lot of stress you have to deal with. My name's Andrew Smith. My wife Jennifer Smith's with me. Jennifer's a lifetime San Joaquin County resident. I've been here for 46 years. I came to speak to you about the current closure that's happening at the end of 8 Mile Road. We have Empire Track Road that's being closed. I understand it's being closed by the city of Stockton. They probably have their reasons. This is a picture of the private security company the city of Stockton pays to keep the road closed. This is the roadblock at the end of 8 Mile Road, right at the beginning of Empire Track Road. The map for this was on the agenda for public comments number 2, which is the permanent vacation of the road. My wife and I typically go out there 10, 12, 15 times a year. We really enjoy it out there. We've missed our opportunities to enjoy that road. We go out to relax, we go out to rest, we go out to see the wildlife. And this is the map that's part of the proposed agenda. And so you can see at the end of the road where the blockade is, and I call it a blockade because I don't think it's necessary. But right here is where the roadblock is in that picture that I showed you. And people used to fish here on a daily basis. Hundreds of people would fish here. About 10 years ago, the county or the reclamation district abandoned about 2 to 2.5 miles of river access, good fishing, everybody used. Also on Rio Blanco Road, which is good fishing, has been posted no fishing, no trespassing. There are people that fish there, and my wife and I went out there on Sunday in preparation for this and took some photos to show you how many people, these people would normally be fishing past that roadblock sign. But here you have it, is a picture of Rio Blanco Road, which is that one, last one I highlighted on the map. And you can see here, there's a family here fishing. And there's about 14 cars, if you count them in perspective, all the way down this road. All of these people are out there to fish. Now, if the roadblock wasn't there, my guess is half of them would be over there fishing. Now, about this particular part of the road, it's actually a crime to fish there. Here's the sign posted: no trespassing, no hunting, no parking on both sides of the road. Here's a picture at the end of the road my wife and I took of about 20 cars parked at the end of the road. So on that day, on that Sunday that we went out to this road, we saw about 40 cars and over 100 people fishing. So the need for fishing access for county residents is critical. Now for us, my wife and I, we just like to go out and relax, and I think other people will tell you they like to do the same thing. So besides my wife and I, here's a couple of photos I took. Actually, I took the top photo. I believe Cheryl, anyway. This is who we're here for.
Okay, sir.
County residents.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, go ahead.
I'm specifically talking about the closure at the end of at the 8 Mile Road, Empire Tract Road. And again, on this here, this stretch of road is a scenic road for the county. It was under consideration today to be permanently closed, but it is currently been closed for 6 months, I believe fraudulently. The city of Stockton, which is located down here, says that they're closing it because a ship sank up here and caused an emergency oil spill. That oil spill was declared cleaned up by the Coast Guard and by Fish and Game last June, yet this road remains closed. Right about here is where the city of Stockton has placed some generators to keep that ship afloat. That ship can be kept afloat because PG&E has lines going directly to the ship. All you have to do is order them turned on and you can remove these generators from the roadway. So it's completely false. Now, the people that the city of Stockton hired to keep the road open are your typical gatekeepers at a gated community. They are not traffic control people. They are not contractors. There's probably some union that would get upset about it. They don't have flagging. They don't know about road safety. I asked them this very morning about road safety, if the road is safe, and they said, no, it isn't. And I said, why not? And they said, because the waterway is contaminated. Now, this waterway that is adjacent to the scenic route that is in your general plan as a scenic route that has been closed for 6 months, that waterway is owned by Herman and Helen's Marina. And Herman and Helen's Marina is not allowed to pass that road to inspect their property. They're not on the A list of people who are authorized to pass. There's about 15 people that are on the list that are authorized to pass, which tells you it's not a road safety issue. It's just a gated community attempt to basically, it's a gift of public assets to those 15 people who can use the scenic road that is in your general plan. Furthermore, the city of Stockton intake down here, when they authorized the intake in the CEQA documents in their EIR that they did, that this county was a responsible party to, mitigation measure, ongoing mitigation measure, LU9, is that access to the San Joaquin River at that point will remain open to fishing at all times. And so they've closed it way up here, a mile away, and they say that that has to do with some oil spill, that the problem was solved 6 months ago. It's a fraud. And that's mostly on the city of Stockton, but to the extent that the county is facilitating that through your public works, you should stop it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lisa Holden. And after that is Jennifer Smith. You're Jennifer, right?
Me? I'm Lisa.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. I want to thank you all for your service. I really liked my first experience at a supervisors meeting today, especially Mr. Patty's goodbye speech. That was great. Like Mr. Smith, I don't really go fishing out at Empire Tract Road. I go down there and then all the way to the end because that's my place of solace. I went there with my dad. We would say we're going fishing, but that's where we had all our important father-daughter conversations. And those are very precious to me. I took my kids there for the same reason. I take my grandkids there now. Having limited access has been very, very difficult. It's hard to find a place that's just like that where you can sit there and feel the sunshine. You can sit there and see the mysteries of the fog. You can hear foghorns or wildlife. It's a very peaceful place that promotes communication, heartfelt communication that's been integral to my family's sense of family. So particularly now, I mean, I could go to the Veterans Cemetery and visit my dad there, but it's not the same. That's not where we talked. That's not where he parented me. It's not where he guided me through the things that I was going through when I was going through them. It's not where I guided my grandchildren and children when they needed it. That place means that same thing to many people, myself and Mr. Smith included. I always see a lady down there just sitting reading a book with her dog. There's another kid there who's maybe in his 20s. Everybody looks really young to me now. He's down there all the time and he just sits. I see other people doing the same thing. It is such a place of solace, and I'm incredibly missing that now. I've been part of a caretaking team for my aunt who's on home hospice, and she has Alzheimer's and dementia, and there's some days where she doesn't know who I am, and she's really angry, and I need that place to go so that I can recharge my batteries, so that I can go there the next day and see if she remembers me, to see if she is not going to be belligerent, to see if I can get her to eat 3 bites of food. So having that road closed for the last few months has made things very, very difficult for me and probably difficult for many other people in your community. And I would like to have you reconsider, for the sake of your community, that you not close that road, that you remain it open, because it means a lot more to people than just fishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Smith. And after that, it's Gurreet Kaur.
Good morning. My name's Jennifer Smith. Just to add to that, we spoke to a few people out there this last weekend, and the top picture is a grandfather, father, and son. The father stated that his father raised him out there fishing, and he's raising his son out there fishing. What struck me was when I visited with them, he said, "This is my only outing." He works all week long. The boy was smiling at me, showing me his worm. I grew up fishing on the Delta. I've lived here my entire life. And the man said, people support each other out here. They leave each other alone. They fish all night long, but they support each other. They make sure they have water. If they see somebody when it's hot out there, when they're leaving, they want to know, hey, do you need bait? It's more than just a road. Public use areas and open spaces are crucial for communities. Public spaces provide space for social interaction, physical and mental well-being. It improves lives. Access to open spaces can positively impact mental health by reducing stress and promoting relaxation. I drove to the end of 8 Mile Road and went all the way out to Light 11. There was one truck, one man sitting on his tailgate, gazing out at the river. It's just like the ocean to all of us. And, you know, he probably worked hard all week long. And he says, I just come out here to relax. People aren't sitting in front of the TV. They have some place to go, but it's being taken away. We miss it. We drive out there quite often. So I just invite everyone to take a drive out there and look at what we're talking about and vote no on vacating the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gurreet Carr, and the next speaker is Will Kelly. Is Gurreet here? Okay, then Will Kelly, and then Salvador Valencia after Will.
Good morning. My name is Will Kelly. I'm Executive Director of the North Valley Labor Federation, a coalition of about 70 unions in the North San Joaquin Valley. And I'm here to speak in support and in solidarity with IHSS workers and SEIU 2015 members. I understand negotiations are ongoing, and so on behalf of myself and our board and our members, I just want to urge you to ensure that these workers are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. IHSS workers do some of the hardest work anyone does anywhere, which is caring for people with physical or mental short or long-term disabilities. Some care for their family members, some care for strangers. You know, when we think about the jobs of the future and how work is changing, these are the jobs of the future. This is the one job or a job that could never be done by a robot, God help us, should never be done by a machine, that requires a person. Anyone who's done care work, which everyone has done some kind of care work in their life, knows how physically and emotionally and mentally demanding this is. And also many providers are caring for their own family member in a time of crisis. And the wages they earn through the IHSS program sometimes make the difference between a family getting through a tough time or collapsing completely. Many providers work around the clock, whatever hours they've been awarded, whatever wages they're earning. You know, we couldn't possibly pay them enough for the work they put in. And I think you're going to hear today too, and you've been hearing probably from the union about not just the human aspect of it, but the economic benefits. You know, when you think about, as a county, again, helping families bridge incredibly difficult times, when you think about the impact, the way these wages, many of them going to low-wage families that go immediately right back into the local economy. I don't have to tell you that I think 80 to 90% of the funding for this program is reimbursed at the state and federal level. And in addition to making sure these workers get the wages they deserve and the support that their families need to get through difficult times, there's also about unmet need for care. Raising wages will bring more people into the system and help with the crisis of unmet care in the county. So I hope you'll keep all those things in mind in your negotiations and your direction to staff, and look forward to a successful resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Salvador Valencia, and then after that it's Erica Pena.
Good morning, board. My name is Salvador. I'm an organizer with North Valley Labor Federation from Southeast Stockton. I want to thank you, Miguel Villalpudua, for supervising the district. But I'm here in support of SEIU 2015 IHSS workers. Someone earlier said that they're thanked for being treated with respect and dignity, and that's what I believe in also. I'm a firm believer that everyone in any industry should be respected with fairness, respect, and dignity, and IHSS workers shouldn't be looked looked about. So I'm here also in support for a fair, good contract with thriving wages. It's crazy to me to learn that over 70% of these workers have to work multiple jobs because just wages that they're earned aren't enough. Half of these workers can't pay their mortgage. I'm going to take an educated guess and say that elected officials take pride in local economy, workforce development. Well, I'm here to share with you that increasing wages would have a positive impact on local economy. It is estimated that raising wages to $20 will generate $12 million in 2025 through IHS worker spending. Investing in local economy by investing in IHSS workers would help the San Joaquin County as a whole and just bring overall respect to these workers. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Erica Pena, are you here? And our next speaker after that is Carol Ornelas.
Good morning. My name is Erica Pena Lopez, and I've been an in-home supportive service worker in San Joaquin for 1 year. My client is my grandmother who needs 24-hour care because she has dementia. IHSS workers are essential because we care for low-income older adults and people with disabilities so they can stay in their homes. I love the work I get to do every day, and today I'm here to tell you why home care workers urgently need a wage increase in our next union contract. According to MIT, workers with no kids need to earn $23.47 an hour to cover all household expenses. The current IHSS wage of $16.50 is far below what we need to survive. It's far below what we need to survive. It's driving people away from the profession because paying for housing is extremely difficult. In June 2024, my grandmother and I were evicted from our home. We've been waiting for the next available affordable housing unit in Stockton ever since. My experience clearly shows that our current wages are not enough to survive and live right here in Stockton, even while working more than one job. Our San Joaquin community urgently needs this board to pass a strong union contract that will help keep IHSS workers and the people we care for safely housed. Thank you.
Thank you. After Carol, we have Suzanne Bernstein.
Thank you, and I want to begin by thanking both of you gentlemen for your service and also for your recognition of the need for affordable housing in our community. I came to you almost a year ago with Giannone Park and brought to you a housing development that I thought would work, and I got permission to do my due diligence. Recently, it came out to bid the property, and I was shocked. You know, they did get an appraisal, but you also committed to reducing it by 40%, and then the terms that were put on it were very unrealistic for somebody developing affordable housing. When you're developing affordable housing, you are also using taxpayer dollars. So when you put it out and you say as is, you are saying, you know, you don't do any due diligence. Did you do a phase one? Is it clean so that you can put housing? Because if the property does not have a clean environmental, you cannot build housing for people. So looking at this and then saying you have to close in 60 days is really, really unrealistic and not fair to the affordable arena. And definitely we were looking at your 40% as your contribution as a county towards getting these buildings used. As you just heard from this young lady, we need affordable housing based on what they're earning. Those are low-income people. And so when looking at this and the new Board of Supervisors coming in, really dig into this, what you're really getting yourselves into, because we brought you this idea and we hope that it was an eye-awakening. It was very hard. You wanted $20,000 down and be able to close. You know, we've been saying, can we really be doing this? You know, I've been accused of, you know, bringing this as favoritism to you guys. No, we are affordable developer. I have built the majority of the affordable housing in this community, and we built a good product. And to be said that, because we brought you an idea, a vision for excess land. And as you are aware, the governor has stated that the whole state of California is at a state of emergency for affordable housing. So not seeing this being really followed through was very sad to a person that has worked 40 years in this county doing exactly this, building affordable housing. So when you're looking at those bids today, just remember what I said. Who did you really want to sell this property to? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Susan Bernstein and then R.C. Thompson.
Good morning. My name's Suzanne Bernstein. I'm here to talk about the caregiver I have because I went through a tragedy with a tumor in the back of my head and had to have it taken out, and now I am disabled totally. My caregiver only gets $16.50 an hour, but if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be seeing daylight. When I got out of the hospital, I stayed at home. I don't go nowhere. All my friends deserted me. My kids moved out of state. If it wasn't for my caregiver, she does well up and above her job. She takes me places, she takes me shopping, and then she's only allowed an hour or two to be able to take me, but it takes me time to walk there. And that just ain't enough time. She only gets paid $16.50. She just ain't making enough to pay her own bills, no less. She also helps me occasionally because I still haven't gotten my, anyways. She just is not making enough. She goes well up and above her caring for me. And I know when I was taking care of my mom, I didn't go and get money. I used to work at St. Mary's Dining Room as the dental clinic coordinator. For 8 years I ran there, so I know what it's like to be homeless. So I took all my savings and spent it on a motorhome that's really nice, but now it's 20 years old. She comes in there, she does my cooking, she does my laundry, she takes me shopping, she takes me out to see the sun. In fact, this weekend we're going down to San Jose to see Christmas in the park. She does this all on her own time because she isn't allowed to do those hours. And if she does that, we've become friends, but she needs to get paid, is the way I look at it. She's fighting tooth and nail to keep her place to live. I just think they're underpaid totally. They need to be reimbursed.
Thank you. We have R.C. Thompson, and then after that, Patricia Barrett.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I want to congratulate our Board of Supervisor, Tom Patty, and also Miguel Villaputa for your service to our community. It's hard being in leadership. And thank you also to your families for sharing you with the community. Appreciate you. I've come to you before you as an advocate, also a resident, and as well as a behavioral specialist and trauma-informed specialist for 20 years. I know I don't look my age, I look wonderful. You have to be happy about where we're going and understand the teachings of the revolution of values. Politics showed us that a lot of moderates, homeowners, different individuals that are holding position to help people, all want the same thing. And I want you all to remember that when you make decisions on behalf of our unsheltered community members and how they got there. And even with the issue of our IHS service providers, If that strength of that safety net, and I'm talking from a social worker, behavioral specialist, if that's removed, right, we have an influx of also potentially unsheltered individuals. I know you all are looking for land that you're looking to acquire and purchase and support safe camping. I simply am here to say this. As the Executive Director of Reinvent South Stockton Coalition and the Housing Justice Coalition, we believe there needs to be qualitative services that goes along with that. This just can't be a Band-Aid move, right, to place individuals here. They're gonna need something to rebuild those safety nets. Please look into your SJCOC, your continuum of care. They've already been talking about things like this. You have your behavioral director and interim public health director, Genevieve Valentine. Lean on her to understand how we're all gonna come together. Lean on Reinvent as well when you want the CBOs to come together and deliver those services. This right here is common sense social justice. This is what we're needing. This is what we need you to embed your decisions on, because those are common values of humanity. Thank you so much. And thank you again for representing us and our thoughts. I do live in the district right across underneath where the reservoir, where I look at Oakmar. So I'm talking from a resident's perspective too. Law enforcement will need to have proper infirm training if you place unsheltered individuals here with high trauma and other things that come along with it. The residents that live, my neighbor is here. He is very concerned because our backyard where our children play are right there as well. So look at it from different perspectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to address the board? Patricia Barrett. Yes.
Wait, you're leaving? I was going to talk about us. Okay. Should I wait 5 minutes and take photos? Thank you. Okay. You're going to hear a lot of controversy about this golf course. You know, we're already set for it. I thought I'd come in and speak first because I'm already getting dizzy thinking about it. I was homeless for 4 years. Waking up on the cement, okay, wait. Waking up on the cement is no ideal of being homeless, okay? This golf course, when I heard about it, I was so jazzed because when your quality of life is ripped out from under you, you have mental health challenges, some have substance abuse and alcohol, some are just wondering how they're gonna go from day to day. What a difference it would be to wake up and see some lawn, some trees, birds singing, twerping, you know, some real part of your life. And yeah, okay, you want to call it camping? I'd rather be camping than sleeping on cement in a doorway, okay? 7 years ago, and Supervisor Patty can remember this, I stood here. I talked about this on Tent City. We tried to get a tent city. It's something that we need. It's something that needs to be done. And I think that it's time that it happens. I know we're not going to have a tent city. I'm just referring to it as that. But we wanted this a long time ago. It's time to have it. It's important to have it. I think you guys are headed in the right direction with it. As RC said, you know, there are services that we need. We know that there's services that we need. We sit on the behavioral health board. We sit on the housing boards, you know. That's the other thing we have to be mindful about, is that when you're working with somebody, and I said I was homeless for 4 years with PTSD, catching that person at the right time to put them into a building, a 4 walls, a ceiling, and a roof, after having their life not in that situation, is a transition. And so my point to that is that we also have to have that housing being built as that person is getting better. We have to have them put into a home when they're ready. So on this note, I just really want to be thankful that you guys are looking at this and that this is a great possibility because our unhoused, especially in the downtown area, we need to be mindful of our business people. They need to have a place to have their businesses at. And, you know, we work with them and we're not worried about them coming, how they're going to get to town, you know, to do their services. We'll take services to them. I'm going to be the first one on the list to do this with you guys. So hopefully you will pass this and let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Ms. Barrett. Anyone else would like to address the board? Please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Ludwig Wimmer. About this golf course, I can see where I'm from, I live in the area. Okay, I have, like you, I have daughters. Like you, I have daughters. And every night, or at least 3 nights a week, 4 nights a week, I get woke up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning from homeless people walking by my house. Don't get me wrong, you know what I mean, they're human, I understand. But I've had cars broken into, got a field next door, I've had fires in my yard. And the 2 houses down, homeless people had fire, burned up my partner's motorhome. And, you know, I think this is a bad idea. I mean, it's okay, it's a good idea, but the wrong location. I think they should, okay, like she said, take them, you know, they deliver the stuff to them, whatever. Once you deliver it out, like you don't see people in Brookside concerned about this. You don't see people in Spanos West, none of these other places. Okay, but that right there, around there, they've had people broken into the flea market, and I care about my kids. I get woke up in the middle of the night, it's people breaking into my cars, and that's just gonna lead to crime, which is gonna be physical on them, you know what I mean? So it's detrimental. So I think it's a good idea, but the wrong location, you know?
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else like to come forward?
Good morning. My name is Armando Rodriguez. I'd like to thank Tom Patty and Miguel Villapuda for your guys' service. I'm here to advocate on behalf of the Oakmore Homeless Project.
Would you like to speak now? We're gonna have an item, and you can speak on that later on.
Okay, so then we can.
Anyone like to speak about the golf course? We are gonna have an item, a discussion, so you can save it. Anyone else like to discuss anything else? Okay, I will.
It's gonna come later, correct?
It's coming.
Okay.
We'll close public comment. Thank you. And moving on to minutes, there are no minutes to report. Moving on to the consent calendar, starting from my right, Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull anything?
Pull consent item 1. I'm assuming someone's gonna, I'd like a little just brief outlay on consent number 6. And that would do it.
Okay, Mr. Canepa.
I'm fine, thank you.
I will pull item number 35. Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Rickman. Okay, before we open the consent calendar, County Council, do you want to reach out, comment on any items? I guess items number 2 and 14, I believe. That's right? Oh, 2 and 10. 2, 10, and 14.
That's correct, Chairman. Item number 10 needs to be pulled for an amendment. And then item number 14 needs to be pulled. There was a glitch in how it was agendized, and so that'll have to come back at some later date.
Okay, great. And you're going to pull item number 2 for, okay, thank you.
Oh.
Supervisor Ding, item number 1 is approve the appointment of Linda Ormad, Cherry Violet, Gloria Murphy, Elaine Edmond, Shirley Romano, Ann Avazino, Jay Colombini, Gail Watkins, Richard Harmon, Christy Locke, Greg Garcia, John Peterson, Ryan Greshman, Bobby Wren, David Higueras, Lisa Swineyard, Susan Nelson, Stephen Verver, Diego Galvan, Thomas Whitman, Josh Stringer, Priscilla Stringer, Raul Hernandez, Jatine Blanca, and 25 positions on various boards. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Chairman. You just did all my hard work for me. We've been talking about partnerships, collaboration. I just thought it was important to pull this item to say thank you to the members of the community that step up to serve on our boards and commissions. And as the chairman just stated, I mean, there was about 20 of them that just recently were appointed and served. If anybody has any question about serving on a board or commission and want to talk to an expert, find Pat around here somewhere and she'll tell you all about it. Thank you.
Great. Item number 6, CEO's office, accept and file the county facilities fee program annual report for fiscal year 2023, 2024. Supervisor Ding.
I'm just looking for a brief overview from staff.
Good morning, Chair Villaputua, members of the board. This item before you is the acceptance and filing of the County Facilities Fee Program Annual Report for fiscal year 2023-24. Fees collected from this program can be used to offset the growth-related impacts of the cost of regional, county, regional and unincorporated area public facilities. Examples of these facilities fall into broad categories. Regional projects include expansion of jail facilities, probation, juvenile hall expansion, law and justice facilities, general government facilities, such as this admin building, and unincorporated projects include items such as the sheriff's office facilities expansion, including animal services, public works, and community development expansion, for examples. CFF program fees are collected in conjunction with the issuance of a building permit by the county and also by 7 of the cities included in our county pursuant to their master annexation agreements. A specific requirement of the enabling legislation for the program is the publication and review of an annual report, and this report meets that requirement. Pursuant to Government Code Section 66006, the annual report was filed with the Clerk of the Boards 15 days prior to today's meeting. And just to summarize, for the reporting period 23-24, revenues and interest posted during that time totaled $9,500,518 and $2,318,024 respectively. During this time frame, we had interfund transfers of CFF program funds previously collected to both the Capital Outlay Fund and the Energy-Related Capital Outlay Fund for growth-related contributions to our capital construction projects in progress. And those amounts were $30,119,443 and $5,626,337 respectively. There was also an interfund transfer of program funds to the county general fund in the amount of $2,462,625 for the portion of the debt service payments related to the county administration building project allocated to the CFF program. The net decrease in fund balance for the current reporting period was $26,389,863. The fund balance as of June 30th, 2024 was $47,203,568. And I think I'll close with this last line here. Since the inception of the program in 2005, revenues, interests, and expenditures all the way through 23-24, totaling $100,250,497, $7,525,251, and $60,572,179 have been posted to the CFF Program Special Revenue Fund.
Thank you for your report.
You're welcome.
Much. Moving on to item number 35, Public Works. Approve a contract with USA Waste of California Incorporated, a waste management company for residential refuse collection in the unincorporated county refuse service, area C, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd districts. Good morning, Fritz. Good morning, Mr. Tolliver.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Viapudua and board members. With the chair's concurrence, we have a brief presentation.
Perfect, thank you.
How did that go away? Good morning again. Good morning again, Chair Viapudua and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. On September 24th, the board directed Public Works staff to select a recommended residential vendor for garbage collection in San Joaquin County Refuge Area C through a request for proposals process. On October 22nd, the board approved proposal evaluation criteria. The request for proposals process has now been concluded, and today Public Works is recommending award of the contract. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy Director David Tolliver.
Thank you, Director Buckman. On September 24th, 2024, the board directed Public Works to conduct an RFP process and recommend a vendor for residential refuse collection in Refuse Service Area C. An ad hoc committee was formed to develop evaluation criteria for ranking proposals. On October 22nd, the board approved the evaluation criteria, and on October 28th, Public Works issued the RFP. By November 22nd, 3 proposals were submitted by USA Waste of California, also known as Waste Management, California Waste Recovery Systems, LLC, also known as Cal Waste, and Allied Waste Sunset Disposal Services, also known as Republic Services of Stockton. Following a comprehensive review, the county evaluation team recommends Waste Management as the highest ranked responsive proposer. Here's a quick review of the evaluation criteria as approved by the Board of Supervisors. Vendor selection scoring is based on 3 criteria: proposed rates, additional services, and local hire preference. The total number of points available was 100, and the breakdown of the points is as follows. The proposed rates category had a total of 80 points. The evaluation methodology compares the proposed annual rates for 30, 60, and 90-gallon cart service levels multiplied by the number of customers for each level. The vendor with the lowest total annual revenue receives full points, while other proposals lose 1 point for each percentage point their rates exceed the lowest bid. Additional services allocates 15 points. This category recognizes enhancements beyond the agreement's requirements. Examples include increased diversion programs, special events, additional roll-offs, or public education initiatives. Vendors may also propose out-of-agreement services, such as recycled material revenue sharing or providing compost. And finally, local hire preference. This is a pass-fail category worth 5 points for qualifying vendors. To qualify, vendors must meet the following criteria: maintain a fixed office in the county for at least 1 year, hold a current business license in the county, and employ county residents. The county received 3 proposals, and this slide summarizes the evaluation results. Waste Management achieved the highest score. The yellow section of the table highlights category-specific scoring. Waste Management proposed the lowest rate, which was 30% below the next closest vendor, earning the full 80 points allocated for pricing. The evaluation criteria deducted 1 point for each percentage point above the lowest proposed rate. Additional service points, totaling 15, varied by up to 5 points among vendors. All vendors received the full 5 points for local hiring. This slide compares current and proposed rates. The yellow highlighted section displays the current rates offered by Republic Services, while the green highlighted section shows the City of Stockton rates, including management and franchise fees. Proposed rates for 2026 are presented on the right side of the table. Notably, Waste Management's proposed rates for each cart size are lower than those of all vendors, are also below the City of Stockton rates, and below the current 2025 refuse cart rates for Refuse Service Area C. This slide shows a comparison of Waste Management's proposed cart rates, including the management fee, and the City of Stockton's, including franchise and management fees. Waste Management's rates are 16 to 37% lower depending on cart size, representing a cost difference ranging from $5.25 to $15.84 per month. This slide compares additional services offered by the City of Stockton and Waste Management, characterized into customer services, which are benefits directly to ratepayers, and community services, which are benefits to the broader community. Overall, the services provided are generally comparable between the two. I will turn the presentation over to Director Buckman to provide the recommendation.
Thank you, David. Chair Villaputua and board members, this concludes our presentation, and staff's recommendation is shown on the screen. Staff and I are available to address any questions your board may have. Before turning it back over to the chair, I'd like to quickly thank Deputy Director Tolliver and his solid waste team, the county administrator's office, the county counsel's office, and the purchasing director for their assistance with the RFP process. The board wanted this process completed quickly, and we went from direction to proceed with an RFP to award recommendation in about 75 days, which in my experience is incredibly quick. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? At this time, would you like to speak? I'm going to open public comment. Anyone like to come forward? Mr. Kevin Basso.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Basso, and of course, for the last 10 months, I've been up here on numerous occasions asking for one opportunity, and that was the opportunity to put this garbage franchise out to an RFP and have a shot at it. Why my group is not victorious in this contract, a special thank you and congratulations to this board are certainly in order. This board made the wise decision to allow competition after 42 years without, and those actions resulted in a huge victory for our county residents. Remember, during those discussions, there was a lot of talk that this couldn't be done without a consultant and a heavy cost. And a special thanks to these two gentlemen, Mr. Tolliver and Mr. Buchanan, for their efforts. Not only did they craft and administer a complete, detailed, fair RFP process, they did it in record time and got record results. Beginning in '26, our county households will have a complete three-cart system compliant with SB 1383. From a rate standpoint, you've got outstanding rates. They are 20% less than the rates that were presented to you before you went to an RFP by the current hauler, and you made the decision to go out. Average savings per household is about $130 a year. Most households, the majority, will see a savings of upwards of $175 a year. That's $2.7 million annually back into our households, to the residents of San Joaquin County. Over $15.5 million for the life of this contract. Those are real dollars that will not be spent, that will be kept in those households. Clearly a big win, and congratulations to all of you. For outgoing Supervisor Patty and Chairman Villaputua, congratulations. Both you have done an outstanding job over the last 8 years and have had many victories, and this is just one more in your cap. I appreciate all of you, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Canaba. I thought you wanted to talk to. Yeah, come on up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Harum representing Waste Management. I know you have a large agenda today, so I'll be very brief and just indicate the entire Waste Management team is here today, and in the event you have any questions or comments to direct toward them. We obviously agree with the staff report, and we appreciate the fact that the staff turned this around in such a quick manner and was extremely cooperative and helpful with all of the bidders in what they did, and was really remarkable for them to turn it around so quickly, and that needs to be recognized. Unless there's some questions of us, we would just reserve time in case there are any other public comments that might be critical of the grant of the award.
I mean, I just want to commend staff for getting this done, because there was always the naysayers that you couldn't get it done and not in a timely manner. And this all came up, and I think it's been fair and equitable to everybody involved. This is an amazing day. Now, I'm jealous because I pay more being a City of Stockton resident instead of the unincorporated area of Area C. But I want to commend staff because the amount of time and the amount of people that have been involved. And I mean, this bid hadn't gone out in 42 years, and this is huge. So thank you for what you do. I mean, compared to what the old rates were, less service, less pickups, and I mean, except for street sweeping, this is an absolute home run. And my always concern was hey, there was the franchise fee at the city, and we couldn't do that at the county because it took Prop 218 for voters to actually choose to be taxed. So I'm glad that this addresses that 18% that was left on the table the last time for the franchise fee, and that this is going back to the ratepayers, and that just warms my heart. And I mean, this is a huge win. And thank you for all the garbage folks that have taught me about garbage, probably more than I wanted to learn. But it's made me a better person. It's made me a better leader. And thank you to staff and for all the people that have done the bid, and Waste Management for winning the bid. It's a huge win for the garbage folks, people in our county that pay for services who will now have Waste Management. So thank you so much.
Anyone else in the public like to comment? I'll close public comment. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a real quick victory lap for this board. We challenged staff. You rose to the occasion. The status quo may have been hire a company, come back with a 200-page RFP or 80-page RFP or a process of this and a process and a bureaucrat. We did it. We made you guys uncomfortable. We asked for it. Had to come back a couple times. We kept raising the bar and asking for more. And to Supervisor Rickman's credit, and we talked about, and Supervisor Ding, as we see even going through the RFP process, we've set a new dawn in San Joaquin County when these other contracts are up. This is going to be a new opportunity for this county to be competitive with services and to save ratepayers money. We know that everything else has gone up, but sometimes when you do the status quo and what's normal, and by challenging that, we've done a great service to San Joaquin County residents. So thank you, staff, for stepping up. Appreciate the tolerance, the conversations, the demands, the asks, the pushing, but we got there, and you guys did it. So thank you, and congratulations to this board and the ratepayers.
Supervisor Ding. Pass?
He's joking.
Okay. Just want to commend our Public Works team, Director Buckman, David. Oh, you don't want to speak? Go ahead. I was going to save somebody else. Okay, I'll finish real fast. You guys did a great job. Thanks for putting up with us. And congratulations to Waste Management. You guys won the contract. And you know what? Appreciate everybody who put a bid in. And I know we wanted to work with everyone and give everybody an opportunity, but it worked out well. And congratulations again. Supervisor Ding.
Sorry, I was choking on the rates. I was trying to figure out whether Tom or Vanessa is going to have to drive the truck in order to get under that, under that level. My hat is off to staff. You started this, months and months ago, and David, you had said we're trying to design a process that's going to be a template for future RFPs that go out. Your patience and professionalism has been exempt. Mr. Basso, class act, thank you for your words. It's some of your needling that started this process in the beginning, and you ought to be acknowledged for this. And congratulations to this board. I'm sorry about your people in Stockton, but in God's country and Murata and Linden, they're gonna love these rates, so thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? None? Okay, well, thank you very much. I believe that concludes the consent calendar. Oh, Supervisor Canepa, you want to? Okay.
Through the chair,
Yes.
we do need to make amendment to item number 10.
Okay. So we'll make a motion with item number 10 being excluded.
And actually, we need to specify what that amendment is. I think the clerk of the board has
Okay.
that information.
Thank you, County Council. Through the chair, just real quick, and it doesn't require a separate vote, I don't believe, but for the record, this item is being amended to remove the Williamson Act contract number PA 2400328 at the request of the applicant. They want to postpone that and bring that back at a later date. So approving consent items 1 through 13 and 15 through 35 as amended with consent item number 10. It would just be approving the 4 remaining PA contracts, 2400261, 356, 357, and 370.
Great. Supervisor Kennedy, you want to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a first.
As amended. Move as amended, I think, right? Got it.
Great. We have a first and a second, and we have a vote, please. And the consent calendar passes 5-0. Okay, we are going to be moving the calendar around. We're going to move item number 5 up first. And item number 5 is the CEO's office accept the oral report from the 2024 state and federal legislative overview. And do we have, any? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Good morning, Hillary.
Good morning, Chair, Villapudua, members of the board, County Council, Madam Clerk, and County Administrator Regalo. I'm Hillary Crowley. I'm the county's legislative coordinator and countywide public information officer. Each year, our state and federal advocates present an oral report to your board on their efforts on our county's behalf in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Our advocates have been meeting with department heads and county leadership to elaborate on the dynamics in play at the state and federal capitals while gaining a better understanding of San Joaquin County's unique assets, challenges, and opportunities. It is my honor to introduce our state and federal advocacy teams. I need that. Thanks, Paul. Pregnant pause. Okay, with us from our state advocacy firm, Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Smelzer, and Lang, is Paul Yoder, who will begin the presentation. Paul wanted to celebrate his birthday San Joaquin County style, so happy birthday, Paul.
Happy birthday.
You're welcome.
Birthday, Paul.
After the state presentation, our general government federal advocates, David Wetmore from Carpi and Clay, will present, followed by our water resources and flood issues advocates, Roger Gwynn and Jeremiah Van Auken from the Ferguson Group, who will conclude the presentation. I think the board and those watching online will thoroughly enjoy this informative and interesting legislative overview and update. Paul?
Thanks, Hillary. Good morning, board members. I think it was Indiana Jones who said, it's not the age, it's the mileage, right? So happy to be here on my birthday. So I'm going to admit right up front, it's easier to do because it's just me today. Karen sends her best. For the public, it's great to have all these slides. In the interest of time today, I'm not going to read every slide, okay? And I hope the board members appreciate that. Some I'll dwell on, some I won't, okay? So having said that, let's just jump to it. So a little bit of a recap from the last 2 years. 5,500 bills. Wow. At the end of the day, 1,206 of the 5,500 got to the governor, and the governor vetoed 15% of them. Most of those bills are non-urgency bills, and so for the public, get ready. On January 1, 2025, about 1,000 new laws are going to get enacted in the state of California. That veto rate, by the way, of 15.7% that's up there, that's typical for this governor, and I would say probably the last 5 governors of the state of California. So on the state budget, we had a huge deficit after very, very large surpluses. I'm happy to report that through the first couple of months of this fiscal year, the state is about $5 billion above its forecast. However, and we do think that capital gains will come in like gangbusters by the end of the year, and that's a good thing. However, there is a school funding problem that the legislature and the governor thought they fixed last year. It may not be fixed, and this is the biggest number I'm probably going to use in this presentation. Well, second biggest. The problem right now is in the neighborhood of $9 billion, where the legislature and the governor will probably have to re-legislate a solution within Proposition 98, and it could affect the state's general fund. There are going to be costs from new ballot measures that are approved by the voters very recently, most specifically Proposition 36. And there are just obviously other factors that come in here. The thing that I really want to dwell on here is that second bullet on the left. The state's legislative analyst's office recently predicted that the budget right now is about $2 billion out of whack compared to last summer. Just $2 billion. Could have been a lot worse. And I think when the governor comes out with his new proposed budget on January 10th, next month, you'll see some slight adjustments, but we don't expect significant changes from the budget from last summer. So let's talk the makeup of the legislature here real quick. We have 30 new members. Supermajorities of Democrats are still in place in the Senate and the Assembly. You obviously are going to have a couple new members to your state legislative delegation. The thing I want to highlight for you board members on this slide and the public, 30 new members this year on top of 30 plus new members in 2022. Over half of the state legislature has turned over and is new in just 2 years. 2 years and 1 day. We've changed out half of the California state legislature. So the educational component, what counties do, why they do it, how they do it, very significant thing that Karen and I are going to have to be focused on. Quick recap of the state ballot initiatives. I'm going to highlight a couple because they affect the counties the most, and San Joaquin County the most. Proposition 4 is a $10 billion climate resilience and natural resources bond. There is money for water projects in that bond, and we're going to go try to get it for the county. I mentioned Proposition 36. I think also worth mentioning here is Proposition 35. That's going to dedicate money to hospitals and medical specialties in California, but it hurts the state's general fund to the tune of about $2 to $3 billion a year. We can cover that under questions and answers if the board members want. Housing and homelessness. This is probably the first slide. I'm not going to repeat anything that's on it. I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say the big thing that Karen and I are looking at right now is for the last couple of years, Governor Newsom has not proposed $1 billion for the HAP program in the January budget. It's been nothing there. The legislature has had to go fight for that. We advocates on behalf of local governments have had to go fight for it. Obviously, the last couple of years, it ended up in the budget, right? But I don't want anybody surprised January 10 rolls around and you don't see that $1 billion in there. Don't freak out. We've gotten it the last 2 years. We think we can get it again. Very quickly, bills that the county weighed in on, that these are mostly support bills, and I'm going to keep going. What we do is we reach a crescendo in this presentation. Here are some more bills that the board supported, your board supported. A couple of them were enacted. I want to highlight SB 586 by Senator Eggman. It extends the deadline to meet the urban level of flood protection locally to 2040 for the Mossdale Track and the city of West Sacramento. We also got enacted a bill on extended producer responsibility. You see there, bottom right, SB 1143. Now, where we are doing a lot of our work, honestly, and our best work that we are the most proud of, is stopping bad bills, stopping bills that the county is opposed to, or the entire Central Valley is opposed to. That would specifically be AB 985 there on the right. Every single Valley county opposed that bill. The Air District opposed that bill, and I'm happy to say that it did not even get to the governor. The other two bills, unfortunately, AB 98, it affects warehouses. That did get through, but we already secured a commitment from the author and the co-authors that there will be cleanup and there will be changes to that bill. Hopefully we can make it more workable for our county clients going forward. And again, just kind of continuing on the crescendo theme, these were bills that San Joaquin County and other counties opposed, most of them in the water arena. I want to tell the board and the public, AB 2079 is a retread. The member has brought it to the legislature, I think, 3 times, and we heard just last Friday that the Department of Water Resources, the Newsom administration, which had been sponsoring this legislation, that they do not plan to do that in 2025. I'd like to think it's because we just sent them packing a couple of years in a row. And again, bills that San Joaquin County was opposed to, almost all counties in California were opposed to. They either got held or defeated or significantly watered down. And I'm not going to go through these bills one by one, but we're very, very proud of the work that we did on these bills. For the two of you who participated in the Delta Counties Coalition, you've heard us talk a lot about SB 1390. That bill would have made numerous changes to existing authorities to temporarily divert flood flows for groundwater recharge without a water right or other permits. The author is going to bring that bill back. We've already notified the author that it's going to come back in the last form we saw it in last year, that we expect a lot of our valley counties to oppose that. They are aware. Negotiations are ongoing, and we'll see what happens. But we stopped it last year, and hopefully, if the author doesn't change her mind, we can stop it again. And that's 1390. Again, Delta counties, highlighting Delta counties. I want to, especially for the public, Proposition 4, the Resources Water Bond, is not biased towards the tunnel. Our firm worked hard to make sure that there is no language in that bond that would be biased toward the tunnel. There's also $150 million for the Delta to improve levees and $150 million for the implementation of flood control subvention programs. Almost done. I think board members are very, very aware, our friends at the utilities, some of the big telecommunication companies that operate in California have been very, very active. There are PG&E issues in terms of burying power lines. Who should pay? If PG&E has to move money, more money to do that, then what else can't get funded? Or do they pursue yet another rate increase? And then on the issue of the landlines, phone landlines that some of us still have, right? The phone in your house, it's not a cellular telephone. AT&T has proposed to undo that service. For a lot of Californians, it's vital, especially in rural areas, but not just in rural areas. We've fought that every way we can, and we will continue to fight it again if they bring it back next year. Looking ahead, I talked about the budget, and I'm going to highlight just a couple things here. Some good news. I think some good news. The Senate and the Assembly recently voted to limit themselves for bill introductions from 50 to 35. Okay, now go back to how many bills, 5,500 from the last legislative year, and think about taking that down by 10, 15%. We think that's a good thing. Again, I did talk about the budget, but the cost for wildfire insurance, further changes to behavioral health, HAP, which we talked about, housing and RENA compliance, SGMA, we think 2025, I think that's the thing actually. Two things I want to wrap up mentioning here. We haven't talked about SGMA in a while. There hasn't been significant legislation on SGMA in a while. 2025 may alter that, and you may see SGMA I don't want to say relitigated, but re-legislated in 2025. And then that last bullet there on the right, procurement and expanding development of clean energy projects. That's code, board members, for we think the legislature and the governor may try to make it even easier for the proponents of very large alternative energy projects to bypass county planning, to go directly in a lot of instances to the California Energy Commission and get their approvals there. So we are vigilant about that every single day, as you might imagine. Questions? There's Karen. There she is. She's talking to one of our other partners, Andrew Antwi, telling him how it's going to go down. Thank you, board members. Happy to take questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, Supervisor Petty?
Yeah, Paul, I just want to tell you, first off, happy birthday, and thank you for being steadfast for the San Joaquin Valley. I know you represent 8 counties in this region, but working with you has been impressive, and an extreme amount of gratitude for you and Karen and your wife and the work you do on behalf. And so much happening behind the scenes that we don't even know about, that we stave off some of the bad things that would affect our region and those that we are represent. So thank you for the great job you do, and it's always a pleasure. I'll miss seeing you at our gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Happy birthday. You made a very important comment. I mean, you got to think about with term limits, you've got with the 80 assemblymen, 40 senators, and they're up for election. You get some freshman assemblyman, and the first thing he wants to do is he wants to introduce bills because he has to have something to go home and tell his constituents, look what I'm doing. Well, this has been going on, every thousands and thousands of laws. How many more laws do we really need? Well, they're always up in the bar. So what you said is absolutely true. Half your job is killing bad things that are out, poison pills. Your work on 1390 with DCC was it was brilliant. I mean, it was seeded up and down. We had so many partners in that effort to coordinate it, and I mean, the blocking and tackling were something to watch. So I appreciate that. One thing I respect from my past experience, you've got two kinds of firms. You have workhorses and you have dog and pony shows. We're blessed here in the county. We've got, I mean, you guys feed us full of information. You know things before we do, which always pisses me off. But hats off to you for that. You just do an exceptional job. And other than not being able to get Karen here because she, probably had something more important to do, like find another Mustang, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Any other questions? Well, Paul, I just want to say happy birthday also and tell you what a great job you've done for our county. And the floor is yours. Go ahead, buddy.
I just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I saved it for last so I could get, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Patty, honor to serve with both of you, to work for you and with you.
Thank you.
And look forward to talking even when you're out of office.
Really?
Yeah.
Call you tonight.
Yeah,
Call you
okay. Yeah, do it.
All right, thanks.
Board members.
Okay, great. Hillary, do we have the federal? Okay, great.
We had great meetings yesterday with you and your department directors. So I've got a slide deck here, but I will kind of flip through it quickly because I think we covered a lot of it yesterday. The purpose of this visit was obviously to get direction on next year, get direction on your platform, talk about what's happening, talk a little bit about what's going forward. And so this will be my report to you. This next slide, my team, Paul talked about Karen. Laura on my team helps me. She's back in Washington, D.C., actually, because Congress is still trying to finalize everything, and she's in the middle of that mix. Those of you who traveled back to Washington had a chance to work with her. She's a veteran of the Feinstein team and very active in county advocacy. I also like to include a slide about what we do. You guys are busy. We're 3,000 plus miles away, but this shows you sort of the robust advocacy that we provide on behalf of you and your residents. And I think those who were in Washington in September saw the things we did, advocating for your goals and objectives, at working as your DC liaison with your members of Congress, sharing updates on what's going on federally, whether it's the budget, whether it's policy issues, supporting your requests for funding, organizing your trips to Washington, D.C., and obviously reporting regularly with your staff and providing that information. And finally, coordinating with your federal partner, the National Association of Counties, a group to which you pay dues, and also the CSAC federal team on behalf of you. So on this slide, let me just start a discussion on federal funding bills and what it means to you. Last year when I came to you, Congress had not yet finished the funding bills. So I had to tell you, it was just a big question mark what would be happening. They did sign these, but the president signed these bills into law in March, 6 months after they were due. But it was worth the wait. Number one, the programs that are important to you and your constituents, community development, housing, homelessness funding, those were all well represented in the budget, and they were sustained to allow you to continue to provide the services to your constituents, to the community. And then there were some targeted projects specific to the county. You'll see the top half of that slide, about $5 million. It was a shared experience with my colleagues with the Ferguson Group, come back afterwards, but you can see right here, funding for veterans, some flood control stuff, the Sheriff's Office, a project, Lincoln Village, which they will speak to, which has been a priority for many years. And the last one, you met with Mr. Martin earlier about the work on the VA and the CBOC. You've got a lot of new traffic there, and the VA wasn't accounting for that. So we included specific language in the funding bill to direct the VA to pay attention to that need. And we learned yesterday in our meetings with Public Works that the Veterans Administration took that directive to heart. They're implementing traffic calming and mitigation measures so that it's a safe environment for everyone visiting there, but also it's adjacent to the general hospital and other things. So we would look at that as a victory. On the bottom half of the slide, these are projects, at least 3 of the projects that are now pending in the bills directly to the county. There's another that the Ferguson Group will speak to. We are waiting to see these be enacted into law as a part of a year-end government funding bill. It stands to reason that they will be included. We just need that bill. In the middle of all this, the board came to Washington, D.C., with the exception of one of you. You all came, and I think you wore out some shoe leather during that time. You met with every member of your delegation. You discussed every priority of this board, meeting with the Department of Transportation regarding your public works initiatives, the Federal Aviation Administration regarding airport infrastructure needs, the clean energy initiatives that may be going through there, and some compliance issues that will help you compete for federal funding in the future. Department of Veterans Affairs, funding for your VSO. We talked specifically about traffic mitigation issues and others. Good use of your time. Funding for law enforcement. We met with the White House just to introduce you to the White House because they hadn't met with you as a board yet. They were aware of you, but it's always good for them to hear from other parts of California than just the larger entities. Customs and Border Protection, because as you grow the airport, there may be interest in international flights. And finally, we met with a couple of key committees dealing with infrastructure needs. Next year, Congress will have to start working on a surface transportation bill, so we got in on the front end to start talking about what your priorities will be. And finally, we met with the Senate Finance Committee, talking about one of your issues that's near and dear to this county, is your ability to deliver mental health, substance use disorder treatment, and residency to your constituents and through Medicaid. And finally, we met with NACO. As I said, you pay dues to this group. They're a national advocate on behalf of all counties. We like to leverage their expertise on behalf of you. And so I'd say it was a good use of your time, and we appreciated that very much. So where are we today? As I started out, Congress has 8 days to do 9 months of work. And there have been about 10,000 bills, over 10,000 bills introduced in the House of Representatives. And most all of them are trying to find their way to get enacted into law as perhaps one of 3 or 4 things that may pass before the end of the calendar year. Any legislation that does not pass by the end of the calendar year has to be reintroduced next year and go through the whole process again. We're waiting to see the government funding bill to come together. We're looking at a $1.6 trillion discretionary funding bill. The Congress has yet to agree on what the discretionary spending caps will be for defense and non-defense programs. The non-defense side is the most important to, obviously, county government. It looks clear that they will not reach the December 20th deadline to avoid a government shutdown during the holidays. It looks like they will extend a short-term government funding deal into next year, perhaps March, at which point in time we would anticipate them coming back with this base set of text under the new Republican leadership and moving forward in that regard. We also believe, based on past experience, that those projects I mentioned previously that would come directly to the county, those would be resurrected as a part of those discussions. And then here you'll see 4 items that are commonly talked about as extenders, things you have to do for the normal operation of government. The Farm Bill, this is an ag county. There are a lot of issues related to your growees in a Farm Bill that need to be addressed. Food insecurity, food support systems for your constituents also is a part of the Farm Bill. That bill needs to be reauthorized, and we anticipate it will be extended for another year for the next Congress to write that. The national fence, national security. That bill has been signed into law each of the last 63 years. We anticipate it will be enacted again. However, that also becomes a vehicle for everything else. I mentioned those 10,000 bills. They're all looking to get onto something. That's one people look at. Disaster supplemental appropriations. You've had a lot of floods in the valley. You've had a lot of wildfires throughout California. Hawaii had horrible wildfires. We've seen hurricanes Milton and Helene on the East Coast. Tropical Storm Beryl in Texas. There are unmet needs. The federal government's disaster relief bucket is out of money. And so this has to be reauthorized. The administration has suggested $98 billion to replenish all of those funds, whether it's housing, help for the homeless, infrastructure needs, et cetera. We don't anticipate that full amount's going to be included in the year-end funding bill, but it's something they will have to do. And then there are the assorted extenders, and there aren't enough slides to talk about the extenders. But one that's important to this county is it's a Medicaid program that provides reimbursements to disproportionate share hospitals. These are the hospitals like San Joaquin General that have a higher percentage of uncompensated care. And as a result, this program, the Disproportionate Share Hospital Program, provides funding to these safety net hospitals. Under current law, that funding will expire December 31st. That's $8 billion that will expire. And if the law isn't changed, it'll be $8 billion in the following 2 years. So total of $24 billion on the line. 180 members of Congress, bipartisan, including your delegation, have called on the leadership of Congress to extend that funding. Congress has done that in the past. We anticipate they will again. We're also watching very closely the Workforce Innovation Opportunities Act, which is your workforce development job training programs. That is also a bipartisan agreement that's looking to get attached to something to be signed by the president into law. Telehealth flexibilities, as we learned through COVID, a lot of people are accessing their health care through their tablets, through their phones, telehealth. All of those authorities expire at the end of the year. And so that will cover that, the welfare programs as well. A look ahead, obviously we talked about this yesterday, we have a new administration. President Trump will be taking office January 20th. Republicans will control the Senate with a majority of 53 to 47. Republicans will remain in control of the House, 219 to 215. Keep an eye on that number, it's gonna go lower. Because of vacancies, 2 members of Congress will join the Trump administration. Another seat is now vacant, so you're looking at a majority in the next 3 months of 217 to 215, 216 to 215, basically a 50-50 Congress. And as we've seen over the last 2 years, it's hard to come to agreements, even with a larger majority. So when you have basically a 50-50 Congress, it makes it harder to govern. Elections have consequences. And so will be some checks and balances in place in this regard. In the Senate, you have to have 60 votes to discuss a funding bill or to break a filibuster. Under rare circumstances, you can avoid that. So you need 60 votes. You're pretty far away, 53 to 60. In the House of Representatives, if you're looking at basically a 50-50 House, any member of Congress can wake up in the morning and say, what do I want today? What do I want to do today? And so it's going to be interesting to watch this new faction, the new members coming in, and how they're reacting to the new administration. Your delegation, Senator Padilla, was not up for re-election. He will be the senior senator. Senator Schiff, this was an older slide, he was sworn into office yesterday. So he will be your new senator. Mr. Harder was re-elected, and you will have a new member of Congress, Adam Gray, and he will be sworn into office on the 3rd. So with that, I want to follow what Paul say, a quick matter of personal privilege. You talked about Mr. Martin, our veteran, and I want to speak to you, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Patty, and just thank you for working with you and how you embody the spirit of public service, and you lived it, you demonstrated it for all of us. You all do, but today I want to recognize that. And so with that, any questions? It's good to be with you.
Thank you for that presentation, David. Any questions? Supervisor Patty?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you. Last time we had an opportunity to go into Washington when it wasn't with COG, the One Voice, but it was just San Joaquin County. I think it was Supervisor Rickman that had suggested we do this, and utilizing experience from Supervisor Ding and his time on Capitol Hill, but working with you, the doors that people we walked into, the departments we met, talking very specifically about San Joaquin issues. It was an amazing trip, and we want to thank you for making it as productive. And when we walked in, thanks to you, we were welcomed, and San Joaquin County was heard. So pleasure working with you. It really has been an amazing experience.
Supervisor Ding?
Thank you. No, I just want to thank you for a job well done. It's always nice to go to a foreign country and speak the same language as someone else. So I much appreciate that. Your introductions within the Senate committees and giving me a gentlemanly push to get more involved in NACO, I think are going to pay dividends for the county, and I appreciate your counsel on that.
Anyone else? Well, David, I just want to thank you. The last 8 years, you've been a true help to San Joaquin County and to Tom and myself. And we go to Washington, you're always such a gentleman. So thank you very much for everything.
I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, supervisors. Let's see. is Roger Gwynn, and we're the Ferguson Group, and I'm joined by Jeremiah Van Auken, and we appreciate the opportunity to be with you. We're going to just cover, again, briefly give you an update on the water resource-related matters. I'm going to turn it over to Jeremiah to get us started with a review of the FY25 appropriations issues.
Thanks, Roger. Supervisors, thank you for your time today. Just to jump right into it, I'm not going to read everything off the slide. We worked with the Public Works Department to advocate for 3 specific projects related to the water resources needs of the county. And those projects were the Coral Hollow Bridge Replacement, Victor Storm Drain, Retention Pond, and Acampo area drainage. We submitted these to the various members of your delegation, the 2 Senate offices, Congressman Duarte and Congressman Harder. Our primary success on the funding front was for Coral Hollow Bridge replacement. $1 million was included in the FY25 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill. As David said, that final legislation is still being negotiated. It will likely be passed into law come mid-March. That project is going to replace and raise the existing structure and portions of the Coral Hollow Bridge and provide reliable access for goods to national points of interest such as Lawrence Livermore and Sandia National Laboratory. So it's a really big win, and we're glad to see this one come through once the final fiscal year 25 appropriations bill is passed in mid-March. So on top of this, we assisted in setting meetings and agreements with EPA and other executive branch agencies to make sure that prior year earmark funding can be drawn down. That is a somewhat difficult process when you're going through that sort of pro forma grant system. So we were just pleased to facilitate those meetings and assist you all that way. Our outlook for fiscal year 26 on the appropriation side, we have had very, very positive early conversations with your congressional delegation and the Army Corps of Engineers. They have indicated very strong support for potential projects that we've talked about in the past, particularly the Acampo area drainage project and Victor Storm Drain. So we're going to continue to work with you all and with the Department of Public Works to advocate for those projects and see them submitted next year as earmarks when the time comes to pass.
I'm just going to give you a brief update on several other federal-related water-related priorities for the county. Water Resources Development Act, the issues associated with our work on your behalf with the Delta Counties Coalition, NFIP reauthorization, and the Waters of the U.S. issue. In terms of the Water Resources Development Act, this is expected to be approved between now and the end of this calendar year. And today, the House approved the Water Resources Development Act, the final version of that, 399 to 18. So this is one of those areas where there's a lot of bipartisan support. And so that's moving forward. And again, we expect that to be signed into law soon. The bill includes several provisions that will be helpful to the county, and the county's been advocating on behalf of. Most notably, the bill includes language the county supported that would authorize for the first time the Corps of Engineers to remove abandoned and derelict vessels in the Delta, basically, or in any waterway. In the current law, they're not allowed to do that except in cases where the vessels impede navigation. So this is an improvement over the current circumstances. We've also been working with the county to build strong relationships, as Jeremiah referenced, with the Corps to begin to access assistance that was secured by your congressional delegation, $50 million for San Joaquin alone, San Joaquin actually, and 4 other Delta counties, and as well as, and that was pursued as part of under the Delta Counties Coalition. And then additional assistance that was secured in the last Water Resource Development Act, $200 million for San Joaquin County and San Joaquin County. And these are authorizations, again, secured by your delegation on your behalf. We also work to secure additional flexibility in basically the use of these funds. We'd like the Corps to be able to reimburse you directly so those monies can be expended more efficiently and effectively. And while that was not successful in this last Water Resource Development Act, we are going to start anew on that effort in next year and are hopeful that that'll be favorably considered as part of the Water Resource Development Act of 2026. In terms of the Delta County Coalition, it's been certainly a great pleasure to support the county's work with the Delta Counties Coalition. The DCC certainly worked tirelessly with your help and leadership and the strong backing and leadership of your congressional delegation to broaden the breadth and depth of concerns that exist at the federal level around the proposed Delta Conveyance Project. As you know, obviously, several of you, as well as county staff, participated in a number of meetings, some of which were referenced earlier by David, and others, meetings that occurred at other times during the year, both as part of special DCC trips to Washington, as well as trips that were, meetings that were arranged in conjunction with your other visits there. So we certainly appreciate that, and those were certainly with high-level officials within the Corps of Engineers, the Environmental Protection Agency, as well as members of Congress and committee staff. The county's work, though, again, has helped to support congressional expressions of concern and opposition to the planned DCP and help build a case for greater investments in alternative water supply development and additional federal assistance for management as well in the Delta itself, as well as just as an alternatives to the DCP. Working with the DCP, with the Delta Counties Coalition and independent of the DCC, we've also worked with the county to secure release of funds secured in FY24 to help solutions to recurring flooding and groundwater recharge needs in the Campo area. And the county has been working with the congressional delegation and relevant committees in Congress to create new opportunities in FY25 to address these needs as well. The DCC has also advocated for improvements to the federal WIFIA program, and this is a program that basically creates an opportunity for the county to gain access to low-cost, long-term financing at the federal level, and that's been moving forward as well. And the county has been working with the Delta Counties Coalition to create new funding opportunities to help the Delta address the needs within the Delta for the hundreds of miles of non-federal levees that exist there. Looking ahead to 2025, we know that streamlining of the environmental review process and permitting process will be a priority of the incoming Trump administration as well as the new Congress. And while this is certainly a very good thing, positive thing, the DCC will be working with you and to ensure, and on your behalf, obviously, to ensure that the general support for environmental streamlining and efficiency does not turn into a fast-track approach for the Delta Conveyance project. Just quickly on two other things, NFIP and WOTUS, David mentioned extenders. There are lots of extenders that are being tagged onto the final bill. One of those is the extension of the National Flood Insurance Program. And just as a reminder, the National Flood Insurance Program provides an opportunity for federally backed flood insurance for about 40,000 that is involved in about 40,000 real estate transactions on a monthly basis. So it's certainly important to extend. We do expect this extension to occur again as part of this continuing resolution. And this will be a priority for the incoming Congress and the administration as well. And it's going to be a challenge to address all of these issues to get a long-term fix to the NFIP. We do expect that there will be opportunities for some incremental improvements there. In terms of waters of the U.S., this is a reminder, this is EPA's rule that governs the application of the Clean Water Act, and we expect the incoming Trump administration working in conjunction with Congress to seek to overturn the Biden rule on WOTUS and put in a narrower definition of protected waters. And this will take some time, probably as much as 18 to 24 months to take effect, but it certainly will be a priority. And we will certainly, as basically part of the overall deregulation agenda, and certainly we'll be working on behalf of the county to make sure that and support these efforts as they go forward. With that, let me turn back to Jeremiah just for a brief overview of some of the potential priorities and opportunities for the coming year.
Thanks, Roger. So as Roger said, future priorities and opportunities from a process perspective, without getting too into the weeds of the politics of fiscal year 2026 appropriations, we expect the FY26 earmark submission process to begin in the spring of 2025, but this may change depending on the timing of the final FY 2025 package. This reflects sort of what happened earlier this year with fiscal year 24 spilling into 2024 and delaying slightly the fiscal year 25 earmark submission process. So we're expecting, obviously, these somewhat similar issues this year. The makeup of the House and Senate leadership is suggesting to us that earmarking is going to continue in the upcoming appropriations bills. Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Minority Leader Schumer have both successfully earmarked bills, with Senator Thune, Majority Leader Thune, submitting earmarks in some capacity since they returned in fiscal year 22. On the House side, Speaker Mike Johnson has submitted one earmark request every year for a military construction project in his district. And House Minority Leader Joaquin Jeffries has also been very supportive of earmarks since their return. In addition to this, the new Republican caucus chair, Lisa McClain from Michigan, has been a supporter of earmarks since fiscal year 2023. She is replacing Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who is going to likely join the Trump administration as the representative ambassador to the United Nations. Her position and support of earmarks is notable because during the caucus race for that chair position, Rep. McClain's opponent, Kat Kamek, dropped provisions from her bid that called for the end of earmarks. So the winds are kind of showing that earmarking will continue throughout the next Congress. Potential requests, as I said earlier, we're going to continue working with the Corps for a Campo area drainage and potentially the Victor storm drain. We have, as I said earlier, engaged very productively with the Army Corps, and they have actually given us recommendations on how to move these projects forward as the FY26 appropriations process begins and continues. So we're really looking forward to that and working with the Public Works Department on seeing those come through. For budget reconciliation, this is going to be a significant part of the first 100 days of the next Trump administration. We're going to work with the county Public Works Department and the CIO's office to make sure that priority projects and programs for the county are not affected by budget reconciliation, and make sure that we can find ways to see where regulatory efficiencies can be made regarding water and water infrastructure in the county. So if there are areas where you think certain regulatory obstructions exist, we could reach out and work with your congressional delegation to see those addressed. So, and with that, I'll turn it back to Roger.
Mr. Chairman, just if I could just add to what our colleague said earlier, again, it's a great play. We really appreciate the opportunity to have worked with you. Certainly wish you the best going forward. And I would say, even though Supervisor Patty is not here, just acknowledge the fact that he's made a tremendous difference and had a tremendous benefit in his role in representing the county and the Delta Counties Coalition. And we really appreciate the time that he took in participating in meetings that were, again, planned as a result of with the DCC, and but also making time when he found himself in Washington and had a few minutes to make available to go meet with folks there on the Delta-related issues. So certainly appreciate that very, very much.
Thank you very much also. Pleasure. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to hold most of my comments till after public comment, but I just want to say, hey, thank you for the job that you guys are doing. I know the Curl Hollow Bridge replacement is a huge deal, not just for South County, but for, those that go over the hill or work at Lawrence Livermore Lab or Site 300. Many of you know in the last couple of years with the rain, that roadway has seen shutdowns for several weeks and, a couple of months because of that bridge. And that's the part of the chain that needs to be fixed. So great job with that. We're excited and hopefully get that thing done pretty soon. So great job.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. One, I I can't thank you enough for the work with DCC. I mean, the Delta is the heartbeat of our county. For those who are out there wondering what the hell these guys are talking about, why it matters. We keep talking about the Cabrillo bill, for instance, let me put it in sixth grade English. Those down south are saying, we can't take water out for flood control unless we can guarantee that it gets shipped down south. I mean, it's just some really bad ideas, and again, it gets into poison pills. You can't just know the people in DC, you've got to know the policies and exactly the inner workings, and that's why these guys are important. Otherwise, we'll sit around and we'll read about it in the newspaper a week from now, after all of our businesses have closed. So it is extremely important. I had one more point that obviously couldn't have been more too important because I can't remember what it was. So thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I see none. Hillary, do you want me to open public comment first, or do you want to speak?
This concludes our presentation, Chair. So
Okay.
thank you for your attention, and I encourage the board's approval to accept the oral report presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna open public comment real fast, and then we'll go from there. Public comment, anyone like to comment on this item, or any questions? I see none. I'll close public comment. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also extend my appreciation to Roger and Jeremiah for coming here and representing us so well. And while we go through this litany of things, people in San Joaquin County may not realize that it's 365 days of the year. You guys are on the phone and talking and wheeling and dealing and working with and making our voice heard in Washington. So we thank you and appreciate it. And Hillary, thank you for bringing the steadfast work you've done on behalf of the CAO's office and San Joaquin County. It really is remarkable, and we appreciate all the efforts. It pays off in spades for the results that we see from your efforts and our participation. So thank you all. It really is a pleasure working with you.
Supervisor Rickman? We did public comment.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Crowley for, being our advocate and liaison. Mr. Yoder, happy birthday to you. 35 looks great on you. Mr. Whitmore, and of course the Ferguson Group for all you do. And I think this is important for the public. I'm glad to see this come back because I think it's important for the public to see, what this board does. I mean, a lot of people, you see us here twice a week sitting up here, and maybe you'll see us at ribbon cutting thing in your communities, but that's just a small portion of what this board and this county does. A lot of our time is, advocating on your behalf. I mean, it was great what Mr. Yoder talked about, 1,000 less bills. I mean, there's bills out there that, believe it or not, that assembly folks put in. Like, there's a prime example of getting rid of dairies because of climate change. I don't know about you, but I like milk in my cereal, and I like cheese. So fighting against bills like that. Another one that comes to mind, and then we just talked about it, I think the last board meeting, the meeting before, CARB last month, California Air Resource Board, just voted on the low carbon fuel standard, and it passed, and they're estimating our gas tax price per gallon will go up anywhere between, what I'm hearing, 45 to 65 cents per gallon. And it's something that, this board is quite aware of. We're talking to our advocates, and something that we will be opposing, and that we have sent a letter. We talked, there's a bill coming up, AB 21, that we're in touch with our advocates to make sure, we're on support to get rid of or veto CARB's passing and get our gas prices so we don't get taxed anymore. PG&E, another one. But a big deal is local control. I don't think anybody wants Sacramento politicians in our backyard dictating to us how we live our lives or what we do in our own neighborhoods. So that's a huge role that this board plays, and that we're constantly on the lookout. And lastly, going through our advocates, with our advocates and advocating on your behalf with the other counties. For example, I know myself and our CEO just went to our 8 counties conference with the 8 Valley counties. Instead of speaking at just one voice, San Joaquin County, I think we do. Folks up in Sacramento know who we are. I know the governor does. And instead of speaking with just for us, but we tie in 8 valley counties to make our voice even stronger. So looking at these bills and that we oppose or are in favor of, if we speak as one voice, it's a lot, bigger presence. So I want to say thank you to this board. I think we're all very, very astute on what's going on in Sacramento on the feds, and thank you to all of you for carrying our voices, not just as board, but the voices of the residents of San Joaquin County, to the federal government, and to our state government. We appreciate it, Hillary, and thank you for the job that you do. So with that, Chair, thank you very much for your time.
Great.
To accept?
We do have a motion. Is there a second? We have a first and a second, and a vote, please. And the motion closes 5-0. Thank you very much, Hillary. You did a great job organizing everything. Thank you very much. And thank you, Paul. Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to move on to the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. The board will be acting as a governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. We will convene the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Item number 1 is authorize the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District Flood Control Engineer or designee to enter into an agreement with the State of California Department of Water Resources to receive funds for the Campo Area Drainage Innovation Project. Anyone like to speak on this?
This is a consent item, Chairman, so we
Okay.
just need a motion, a second, then a vote.
Great.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Supervisor Ding, it's your district. Motion to accept? Second.
We have a first and a second. To vote, please. And the motion closes 5-0. We will convene for this item. And then moving on to, we're going to move item number 6 up in the agenda. Item number 6, general services, approved purchase and sell agreement and joint escrow instruction with Oakmore Properties LLC for their acquisition of real property and improvements located at 3737 and 3801 North Wilson Way, Stockton, California, for a not to exceed purchase price of $9.6 million, and authorize the Director of General Services Department to execute the agreement. For this item, I will be recusing myself. I've had 14 gold tournaments there, and I'm good friends with the previous owner and the new owner, so I will check out on this item. Supervisor, Vice Chair Campbell will take over.
Thank you, Chair. So this is item 6 for general services. Can you please do your presentation?
So, good afternoon, Vice Chairman Canepa, Supervisors, CEO Regala, and County Council. Dan Wirtz, the Director of General Services, and with me today is Connie Hart, the Assistant Director. We're here today to present the proposed acquisition of real property located at 3737 and 3801 North Wilson Way. So a little background for the public and for the board. On July 11th, 2023, the board approved the 5-year capital improvement plan for through fiscal year 27-28. The CIP includes several projects that require the acquisition of land. The Hazelton Complex Relocation Project to create a one-stop shop that includes the community development, environmental health, public works, and the fleet services corporate yard. Another project is the Office of Emergency Services new warehouse facility and the Registrar of Voters new warehouse facility. On June 18th, 2024, the board approved District 2 funds for probation's SJ Cares program to purchase equipment and material, and at that time instructed staff to look for land for safe camping. In September 2024, General Services identified the 37, 34, and 3801 North Wilson Way property on the open market. On September 10th of 2024, the board met in closed session and authorized General Services to begin negotiations and conduct due diligence activities for the potential purchase. On October 8th, 2024, the board met in closed session to authorize General Services to proceed with negotiations and return to the board seeking approval to advertise a notice of intention to purchase the real property per Government Code Section 25350. On November 12th, 2024, the board approved the NOI and to purchase the real property and set a date of December 10th, 2024 for the consideration of the purchase. On November 15th, 22nd, and 29th of 2024, the NOI was posted in accordance with Government Code Section 25350. And today, December 10th, 2024, we are here seeking the board's approval of the acquisition and purchase and sale agreement and joint escrow instructions for the acquisition of real property located in North Wilson Way. And at this time, I will turn the presentation over to the General Services Assistant Director, Connie Hart, who has been intricately involved in the 5-year capital improvement plan and oversees the department's real property division.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Canepa and members of the board. The 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 23-24 through 27-28 includes several projects that will require the acquisition of land. Additionally, GSD has been engaged in the search for available land for the proposed safe camping initiative to be administered by SJ Cares under the oversight of probation. The county's property manager has been looking for properties on the market that meet a specific set of criteria. Other properties that were contemplated included several in Stockton ranging from $430,500 to over $1 million per acre. None were zoned for public facilities, and other available properties were all less than 30 acres. We also looked at available properties in French Camp ranging from $134,000 to $445,000 per acre. Again, none of the available properties were zoned for public facilities and were all less than 30 acres. In September, GSD identified the subject property on the open market. The former Oakmore Golf Course checks all of the boxes for multiple county uses. First, it is a 67-acre parcel that allows enough room for more than one county facility, and additionally, it's already zoned for public facilities located in the unincorporated county close to Highway 99, and already has will-serve letters for water and sewer service and is not adjacent to any residential areas. GSD has conducted a significant amount of due diligence regarding the property, including review of title, having the property appraised, which it came in at $10.25 million appraised value. We've additionally conducted full inspections of all structures, wells, septic systems, and reviewed the Phase 1 environmental site assessment report that was provided by the seller. Ongoing additional due diligence will be concluded before final decisions regarding use, and they include obtaining an engineer's report regarding a master drainage plan, further environmental review, project design, and a traffic study. This property, I would say the primary use is for long-term use. Some of the projects that I indicated earlier, including that are included in the capital improvement plan and are under consideration include the Hazelton Complex Relocation Project for Public Works, Community Development, and Environmental Health Departments. Also under consideration are warehouse spaces for the Office of Emergency Services and Registrar of Voters. Additionally, Additionally, a small piece of the property, approximately 3 to 5 acres, is being considered for the proposed safe camping project, as it checks all of those boxes as well. The property is not adjacent to residential areas. It is near bus routes. It has access to services, is located in the unincorporated county, and already zoned for public facilities. At this time, GSD is requesting that your board approve the purchase and sales agreement for the acquisition of the property, approve the increase in appropriations in the public improvement budget to use capital outlay funds for the purchase of $9.6 million plus closing costs. That recommendation does require a 4/5 vote, and to authorize the director of GSD to execute the contract and complete the purchase. This concludes our presentation. Mr. Wertz and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Also in the audience, we have Bill Johnson with KW Commercial representing the owner of the property, should you have any questions for him.
Thank you. First off, I'll just give a little bit of background. So thank you for General Services for looking for this property. Since I got on the board, we've been looking for answers, not only to help and treat human beings with more dignity and respect in our community. So we were looking at a few properties, to see if there was areas that we could have safe camping. We looked at one on West Lane, we looked at one on Wilson Way, and we looked at one on Church Street. And then County Council said this is a job for General Services. So our district stood down like we should, and we had a gentleman that was going to help procure a piece of property, and we thought that we could lease it. Well, though that idea changed a little bit, so we put it to General Services, and they came up with this location, which is a win-win. So I mean, the long-term vision of this property is for the Hazleton organizations to have a new home. So not only will this be a long-term vision, it'll be an increase in property values when these projects are done, and it will bring tax-paying human beings into the area to revitalize an area that's not that great for as far as creating income for the county. The other part, which is kind of weird, and I went there for my 8th grade graduation, so I've known the Fairchild family for, what are we going on now? I was, 12 years old, so over close to 50 years, I spent my 8th grade graduation on that property. And people, and I get it, that people don't want this in their area. None of this, if we do get the property and do the safe camping, none of this is permanent dwellings. I mean, if it fails, we're not gonna sit there and fail longer. I mean, there's no way. I have pride in my community. We've been looking at locations. I was looking at locations when I was at the city of Stockton, and it's not hard. I mean, all the non-county organizations and faith-based folks, we as a county, we keep moving people around from one homeless spot to another homeless spot in encampments, and that's not good for their mental health. I mean, sometimes in our community, we take better care of our dogs and cats than we do our human beings. And I mean, this is a call to this, and I mean, it goes back. Chris Hunnefeld, they have property, they have the racetrack. Tony Nassetti's there. I mean, our business in Stockton is right across from Hunnefeld's. I'm not going to do something detrimental to the greater cause. Dean Reese, who lived around me on Hunter Street, on San Joaquin Street, represents the Brannon family and the Tate family. I mean, I have no intention on ruining this area. We're trying to figure out how we could help human beings. And I get it, but we have will serve from the city for sewer and water, which is huge. I mean, then it'll trunk it all up there. I mean, the greater benefit for that area is then those businesses that are in that area also get to get into the water and sewer that will be trunked up to those facilities. So just a little bit of background from my side of it is I'm caring and compassionate, and I know we as a county need to step up. And I know that I've been in those because in the service station business, I've been over to environmental health. And those buildings are old and in disrepair, and those folks need a new home. So the other side of it is everyone says, well, put it out by the county hospital. So we looked at probation, next door to probation, there was 3 acres. And they estimated getting power and water there was like $1 million. So then everyone says, well, put it on the 22 acres. Well, that's as part of the process is Be Well, and we have $90 million for Be Well set aside, and we're December 13th, we're gonna ask for another $135 million, which is probably one of the biggest county, I don't know what you would call it, investments in the area. So Be Well will be out there on the 22 acres. We just put the trunk station in for at the county hospital to move the possibility of Be Well on the other side of that. So I mean, there's tons of positive things, and I think this is a bigger vision, and I know it that people are concerned, but I think in the long term, it's going to increase property values. It's going to increase the people that are over there. It's going to have the ability to do more things because I don't know that we're going to need all the things. And the homeless camp would be a short-term thing. It's non-permanent. I want to thank the Jennifer Jolly and Company for having the ordinances for camping, for not being permanent housing. SJ Cares has stepped up, and we're working on trying to treat people with humanity. And I think this is a piece of the puzzle. And if it doesn't work, then we'll pull it. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to listening to people's comments. But, I mean, that's where we're at, and I'll open it up to my fellow supervisors, and then we'll go to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I'm going to echo your sentiments. First off, we have a long-term vision in San Joaquin County, not short-term. But I will tell you, in my 8 years, as we're talking and celebrating, there has been multiple discussions on locations and where we've pursued the shutdown female prison, women's prison on Arch Road. We looked into DBI in Tracy. We looked at Sharp Army Depot. We looked at Rough and Ready Island. We've looked at land. We looked at one area, 20 acres for $10 million. We now have an opportunity the General Service has found for us that's a solution long-term. Now, for every one of you to say, you're getting your properties broken into and stolen, it's happening right now. Exactly what you're talking about is happening. What we're going to do is bring forward, if you want to go take a ride like we did to, Auburn, California, right over in Placer County. They have a fantastic organized safe camping location. They have security in, security out. It's monitored. There's entry and exit through a monitored point of entry. So it's double fenced. This is not going to be a wasteland of blight. This is a carefully structured and organized, and it's tents. It's not buildings. It's not tiny homes. It's not an entire campus. We have short-term and long-term goals, plans, and needs, and we have to address the humanitarian crisis. For everyone that stands up to speak out against this, you know not what you speak. You may have an emotion, you may have a sentiment against it, but the reality is you do not understand what is in play. It's a fantastic acquisition for the county. It's a transition of a piece of property that does not pencil out as a golf course, apparently. So that $30,000 a month for water and maintenance does not pencil out. So the land is obliged to be highest and best use for the greatest value. The county is acquiring this land for its long-term vision. So I look forward to supporting this. Thank you, Vice Chair, for handling this. But I will say, as it relates to the small component of safe camping, thanks to you coming on board to serve just 2 years ago, you brought that up, and I said, I know nothing about it. Let's talk about it. You discovered it. You brought it. You showed us a working model in Auburn. And thank you, Ms. Gina Calder, for being steadfast on the homeless issues. Partnering with you, bringing this to the board today is a major victory lap. So thank you for your work on this. And thank you, General Services, for finding this solution for the land we need for not only our facilities, but also as a small component to help those living in squalor and despair that need wraparound services, that need a place where they can get food, they can get treatment, behavioral health, a full support network. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. So the price tag on this property, $9.6 million plus closing costs,
Yes.
I guess. Now, what's the appraised value of that?
10,
So it is more.
10.250.
Okay,
Yes.
that's cool. And then of the approximately 67 acres, how many of that will be facilities and how many of that will be like designated camping area?
Well,
Approximately.
It's a little early to tell, but the amount of acreage that we were looking at when we were just looking for the three departments, Public Works, Environmental Health, Community Development, inclusive of Fleet Services and the corporate yard, was in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 acres, so roughly half of this parcel. There'll be a significant amount of this parcel designated for retention basin for master drainage plan. And then we may have enough acreage left over to consider some warehouses. It's all very preliminary, dependent on environmental studies. And then roughly 3 to 5 acres in the short term, if that works out for the safe camping.
Okay, so 3 to 5 acres. And Vice Chair mentioned that this is not not permanent, correct? So do we have a rough estimate of the time frame?
We do not. That project will be, we'll be putting, as General Services, we'll be putting in the infrastructure and helping, make it become a reality. But the oversight will be through SJ Cares under the Probation Department. So at this point, I don't know how long it would be. Obviously, the less time, the better. We don't want people to be homeless forever, and hopefully this is a step in that direction. I know just from some of the things I've heard Chief Jackson talk about and Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Patty on different occasions, my understanding is safe camping kind of fills a gap where we have people in homelessness, unsheltered homelessness, and then who oftentimes there are barriers for them going into the shelters.
Right, I understand that. I just wanted to just lock down some of these points. And I know somebody mentioned earlier that, there wasn't going to be any treatment or anything, but there is, right? We have wraparound services, which would consist of mental health and substance abuse treatment, and correct?
My understanding, sorry, go ahead.
Supervisor, if we want the probation chief to come up and
No, I'm
elaborate on his
I'm good
plan
for right now.
Okay.
I just want to answer some of the questions. I know we have public comment, and so, but I just want to let people know. So there is scheduled to be
Yes.
that. All right, Chair. Well, thank you both very much. Vice Chair, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Supervisor Ding, please.
Thank you. One thing that's really important for everybody to understand, you can look at the safe camping site, the golf course individually. You can look at the mental health, element individually. You can look at all these projects and you can pick them all apart. But they're all pieces of the puzzle that have been very well thought out. And without one, you can't have the other. For the neighbors that live in the area, which I know extremely well, I grew up a couple of miles from the site. Being a businessman, if you were going to tell me you were going to take hundreds of high-paying jobs with public works and everything else, and you were going to put them in the neighborhood, I don't know who's shopping for property to build restaurants and stores right now, but you ought to be looking at it because you're bringing money into the community, which is going to revitalize it. I do want to invite Chief Jackson down here because I am going to have specific questions. Like Supervisor Patty, like the rest of the board, Supervisor Patty, Canepa, Rickman, we want to do what's best for the community. And what's best for the community starts with what we were talking about 2 years ago, which is how do we get people off the streets that are living on the streets, not only for the protection of them, but for the protection of our children and our grandparents. And we've got mentally ill individuals that some of them are maybe short-term medical solutions. Some of them are long-term. How do we do with that? We've talked about the Be Well campus. We're talking about sobriety clinics, et cetera. But that one piece that was missing for those that they weren't ready to go into housing yet, they wouldn't go into treatment, was, what's that song? You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. They're not going to be in our neighborhoods anymore, and law enforcement's first responders have got to have a place to take them. And I'll tell you the other added benefit there is, I hate to tell you this, but there's an element within that homeless society. They're just flipping criminals, and to be able to separate that from those that are homeless by not their own doing, or those that are mentally ill, that I think we have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of, but it also gives us a chance to figure out who shouldn't be there and deal with it. My question to you, Chief, is I don't want people to look at this and think of it as a wasteland. To me, this is a chance where we're going to have security, garbage services, wraparound services. Quite frankly, it sounds like a pretty darn safe place to be. Can you answer some of those questions?
Yeah, thanks Supervisor Ding for inviting me up, and you're absolutely right. I think the map has been out there, the model that we're using, the Placer County and Auburn, that camp. And you're right, it is secure. It's not like we're gonna open the front gates to the Oakmar Golf Course and tell people to run around and have fun and be safe. You're talking about a well-coordinated, multi-agency approach, security, wraparound services, a provider inside, secure in and out, transitional type of safe camping for these folks. As many of us have seen in Auburn, you know, you have behavioral health, you have substance use, you had probation, Placer County probation on site, supervising folks. So that's our plan. We plan to mirror that. It is successful, and it's low barrier. So we will have folks that can bring their animals and get rid of some of those barriers to other shelters. And you're right, it's kind of unknown how long we'll need safe camping. It should be a transition for people to move on to other forms of housing. So there'll be some infrastructure needs that we'll have to get along the way, but this is the lowest barrier. We're talking about bringing people right off the street and getting them care, shelter, services, and foster them out to the most appropriate agency that we can. So it's not a long-term. You know, my understanding is we should be transitioning folks in and out of there within 6 months and bringing in a new group. So, and it's going to take all of us, the entire community, non-governmental agencies, county agencies, volunteers, citizens, everything.
And when you say one of the biggest problems we had, sorry, no microphone. Back before the Boise decision, the Grant decision was for yourself in probation or for the sheriff's department, first responders, you just can't move people along. You've got to have a place to take them. One thing I'd like you to address. And the final that I've been hearing back was from some of the first responders. Well, this is just going to be an increase in calls for service to this area. I don't see it like that. I'm seeing if you've got them all in a secure location with medical personnel, law enforcement personnel, wraparound services, quite frankly, what I see is a drop in a call for services. Am I wrong?
And that can be an anecdotal approach, but you would assume once you have them in a safe environment and you have services available, then you wouldn't have those same persons on the street needing services or calls. And so like the other decisions you mentioned, Boise, I mean, you can't continue to move people from different places, city, county, cities, jail. You know, we've had many discussions. You have to find the appropriate people who want and need the treatment, get them to a safe place, get them help, and move them on to more successful forms. And that's what we plan to do. I mean, you've seen the model, and it works.
Thank you.
Thanks.
At this time, we'll open it up for public comment. First speaker, Carrie Wright.
Carrie Wright, Director of Economic Development at the City of Stockton, and I oversee the homeless portfolio within the city. Council had a study session on August 27th to take a look at Grants Pass and a couple of other things. We had many unsheltered homeless and formerly homeless individuals come in and talk about the need for safe camping and parking. Council directed staff to do a couple of things, which is explore safe camping and parking, and we have done that in the past, as you know, Supervisor Canepa. So the city has issued an RFSQ, or a request for qualifications for a safe camping operator. So that process is live right now. So in the event that this does go through, you know, we look to continue the collaboration with the county that we've established over the last couple of years. And just of note, in the last couple of months, really appreciate Genevieve Valentine and Don McLeish. continuing to reach out as they're taking actions on homelessness. I'm reaching out to them. We're working at a staff level and really appreciate their collaboration. And if this passes, again, looking forward to working with SJ Cares and probation and helping with that team in any way we can at the City of Stockton. So thank you for your time.
Next up, Randy Davenport, please.
I live about a mile away from where you guys are proposing the Oakmore Golf Course, which is a lowland. And it would be better if you guys found a better spot to put the homeless, because I've never seen property values go up when homeless people move in. And you say, oh, it's secure, but how is it secure? They're gonna be on the canal, the diverting canal, the neighborhood to the east. They're gonna be in the flea market. They already are on they're safe camping everywhere along the canal, under every bridge. So how would you say that it's a good thing for our neighborhood and all the neighborhood around it? It's not. There's better places to probably put the facility, maybe closer to the county hospital and the jail, and where some of this stuff, I mean, people, you look at Hazleton right over here. You look around that area, well, there's not a lot of houses in the neighborhood there. Boggs Track, it's full of, I mean, it's just, you can't help these folks if they don't want help. And you say, oh, this is a great idea, but it's really not a great idea, because you already have facilities that you're trying to put in place. You've got millions of dollars that you're asking for to fix them. You mentioned a couple of them earlier where you're gonna fix them. Why can't we fix Hazleton up? Why do we've gotta encourage our neighborhood to see this? I don't see it as a good thing for our community or that particular neighborhood. It's way far from from services. We're out in the far north end of town, where the services are all on the west end of town. Why is that a good thing? I just don't, it's kind of hard to understand that. There's a lot of private farm ground and agriculture areas over there that they're not gonna stay in your facility. It's already been seen that. They don't wanna be there, so you can't make them be there, so they're gonna go all around the area of that, and they're gonna be cutting through all the farmland, and they're gonna be camping their tents in the farmland that's all surrounded that. How are you gonna build there? It's gonna cost you guys it's gonna cost the taxpayers a lot of money to build all the things that you plan to do there, right? It's a lowland there. It's really not it's right against the canal. I mean, everywhere you find homeless, you run into a whole host of other problems. Not that I'm an expert at it or see all the forms or everything that happens in that, but I can tell you from what I see from driving to work every day, an example being that just last week they cleaned up under the bridge, right? Well, if you go there today, a week later, everybody's back there. So how do you help people that really don't want to be helped? How are you you're gonna force them to go to the facility? You say, oh, you're not gonna open the gate up, but they're not gonna come. You're gonna put them there, or there's some that will come, but they won't. They'll live all around you, all around our neighborhood, and all around the neighborhood to the east, and all around the neighborhood to the west. And I already live on a super busy road where they put 1,400 homes in, and I can't even get out my driveway in the morning. And I have the homeless that come up and down the road. It's this traffic and honking and everything else. So I just wish you guys could reconsider that and maybe find a better proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Pat Burrell.
Is it me?
Pat? Did you not cross your T's?
I'm not Burrell.
Barrett?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, you didn't cross your T's.
Can I speak again?
It's okay, yes, you may speak again. Are you speaking?
I thought the
Oh, you spoke on the issue? No, then, no. So, Tom Cronin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Cronin. I represent the Parish Trust, which owns 9.5 acres directly across the street from the golf course. And whatever due diligence was done didn't involve us. Nobody came out to talk to us to find out the businesses in the area and how we've been impacted by the homeless camping that's currently happening right now. I encourage each of you to go out there today along the railroad tracks between the diverting canal and the river and see all the homeless camps. And then go further on, follow the railroad tracks out there and take a look at the railroad and see what they're doing with the homeless camps. They're doing nothing. I've talked to Jerry Martinez there numerous times. I've begged him for help. We've tried to contact Romero Barba. We sent him emails, no response whatsoever. Finally, Jerry Martinez gets back to us and tells us they've talked to his bosses in Union Pacific. They're not going to spend any money to take care of this problem. We're on our own. We can do what we want to protect our property. We hire contractors to go out there to clean up the homeless camps, to get them out of there. And they vandalize their vehicles. They've come on our property, they vandalize our vehicles. We get broken into every night. Every night. That's not an exaggeration. My alarms go off in the middle of the night. I have to look at it, see what they're doing. Are they stealing stuff? What are they stealing? Just taking diesel? They're taking tires? What are they taking? Is it worth it for me to go down there in the middle of the night, have the sheriff come out? When the sheriff comes out, they take a report, they're gone. The back of the railroad tracks, there's a cyclone fence there, and there's an abandoned field back there, and they can hide back there. There's only 3 ways in and out of that property. There's on Cherokee Road there, by the diverting canal there, there's Newton Road, and there's Wilson Way. And when the sheriff comes out in the night, their lights, they're spotted away, and by the time they get there, they're scattered. They have lookouts. They're sophisticated. Talk to all the businesses along, all the way from the flea market, Brandon Tire, Uplift All Foundation, Baylor Services, BG & Sons Towing. Talk to anyone. They will tell you they get hit a minimum of 3 days a week. Minimum 3 days a week. It's a huge problem right now. There's a cost to the city or the county of $9.6 million. Has anyone done a study of what it's going to cost all the businesses to reinforce their fencing? Right now, it's all cyclone fencing. With a Sawzall, you cut it with 15 seconds, you're in, you're out. It's a problem right now. It's not going to get better by adding more. I do believe that there's going to be security at the place. That's my worst nightmare, because when there's security there, people are going to get kicked out there. We have people that don't have the rules. All they have to do, 100 yards away, they can go to the railroad tracks. Anything goes there. They're not harassed. They can do what they want. There's crime. There's everything. And there's no way the police can get in there. The deputies have been great. They put their lives on the line going back there to try and get these guys. It's pitch black out there. They go out there with flashlights. These guys take off. The last guy we caught out there a month ago, he's in jail right now. He's in custody. He was armed with a 9mm. Okay, so it's not all.
Okay,
There's
thank
a
you,
lot
sir.
of good homeless people. I realize that, but there's a lot of criminals too, and that's what we're dealing with. That's what we have a problem with.
Thank you, sir. Your residence is where?
I'm in Modesto. I grew up here in Stockton. I'm the trustee of the Darrell Parish Trust, which owns 9.5 acres across the street, right there against the railroad.
Very rare Parish and Sons.
Yes.
Pump out station.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ludwig Wimmer. Ludwig Wimmer. Not here. We'll go on to the next one. Carrie Brannon Cumberledge.
Hi there, I'm here as a neighbor to the Oakmore Golf Course, the property in question. We're directly across the street from the entrance. And I would say the alarm that we feel is due to the speed and lack of communication on this deal, as neighbors like Tom Cronin and Christina from the flea market. We would have thought we would have been consulted on the use of this property. We will be directly affected, mostly due to the mobility that you need to provide for the services for the campers. And as of right now, the entrance to the golf course is a nightmare to make a left turn in and out at certain times. Our company is directly across the street, and we have an entry and an exit. We service big truckers, and they need access to both directions on Wilson Way. And we already have an impediment due to traffic for our exit to turn left out of our company. And so my worry is that once you do the traffic study, because I don't think it's been done yet, there will be changes to Wilson Way that could affect our entrance and exits to our business, and that's worrisome to us. I also worry about all the same issues that Tom brought up, because we all experience those issues. And I think what would what would be better for the community is if the county made some assurances to the businesses, to the residents about the security, like Supervisor Patty talked about, the security both inside and outside at all hours. If we had to fortify our properties, would there be help for that? I look forward to having city water and sewer. I think that would be a great thing for us. But there are many downsides that have not been addressed. And this is such a big decision. I don't understand how the county could make it without consulting the neighborhood, who there's many of us, there's businesses and residences that will be affected by this. And I think there should be a pause, and I think we should be privy to what kind of limitations you will set and what kind of assurances you can give us so that we can feel safe and our customers can feel safe and we can help the homeless. I realize the need to help the homeless, and doing nothing, like Mr. Ding said, is not an option. But again, I think the community deserves a say in the use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. County Council, can you kind of speak to how the process for county procuring property and that the inability of us to share some of that prior to this? Can you touch on that, please?
Well, there's a few things. One is the process of determining that we're going to purchase property is done in closed session, and instructions are given in closed session to acquire property. The other thing I think needs to be noted is everything here is preliminary. There still needs to be environmental review done. There still needs to be analysis done, and so there's a lot of discussion. But I think emphasis needs to be made that we're in a very, very beginning stages of figuring out what and how things are going to be, how this property that's being acquired will be used. And during that process, there'll be more outreach to the public and opportunity for stakeholders to have their input with respect to how the property ultimately is developed.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, Lan Fong Nguyen.
Hello, I am Lang Phương Nguyen. I just want to speak on my own experience. When I was about 7 years old, after the war in Vietnam ended, my family was thrown out into the streets, and I experienced homelessness with my whole family and along with many other families at that time for several years. So I understood how it feels to be on the street at night. And when I'm driving right now around 8 Mile in the evening, sometimes I saw like homeless people, pour on a car, and I just question like, as America is a really great country, why can't we help these people? So when I hear about the news that the county was about to purchase this land, I was so very happy. But today I heard from the residents who live around the neighborhood concerned. So in one, aspect, I urge the county to consider to purchase that, but to address the concern that the neighborhood cities, residents that just bring up today. And I feel that probably the county need to reach out to educate the public around that like what Supervisor Tom Patty just said, that we will have the fence, the double fence around and security in and out. And a lot of people don't hear that, don't get it. So I think it must be more public education on that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Knott.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Nate Knott, 1021 West Acacia Street in Stockton. And some people might recognize me from many boards and nonprofits and things. I just want to make it clear, I'm speaking for myself, not on behalf of any specific organization. I will mention, as a facilitator of the Stockton Downtown Comeback Club, that the homeless issue comes up almost every meeting. We meet every Thursday all year round, and a homeless issue probably comes up at our meetings 51 times a year, roughly speaking. Having said that, I'm not here to propose solutions per se. I am going to discuss the issue and talk about elements of solutions. First of all, ignoring the homeless problem doesn't work. Blaming homeless people for being homeless doesn't solve the problem, and it doesn't make the crime or any of the other problems go away. As much as we would like to use tough love and just kind of shove it away, that doesn't work. We have to strive for solutions. So having said that, the homeless issue is obviously a huge challenge. Nobody really wants a homeless encampment anywhere near their own specific neighborhood. To help present the elements of a solution, you have to have wraparound services. You've got to have a clean area that's with good antiseptic and all that, and you have to have some privacy. You don't just want people sitting behind a cyclone fence with everybody seeing everything. You have to have shelter, bedding, showers, laundry, replacement ID for people, employment applications, what I'd probably call wraparound services. In some cases, vouchers for meals or vouchers for other particular types of public services. This area on Wilson Way does have relatively good local bus service on weekdays with the RTD Route 576. And it actually has a stop right there on weekends with the weekend Route 720 on Wilson Way. I do want to say personally, and it kind of echoes a little bit what was said earlier, right now, this moment, I live on one of the busiest pedestrian streets in San Joaquin County. I live near one of the busiest pedestrian parks in San Joaquin County, Victory Park. I live near one of the busiest neighborhood residential business residential areas with Yosemite Street Village. I have homeless people in and around my house virtually all the time, every day. So turning a blind eye to this problem, not striving for a solution, is not going to make things better. I've had people try to camp out in my neighbors and my own porch. So I do feel that solutions are necessary for the greater region, the greater county, and the greater good of all people. And mainly for humanity, we have to try to get things that are better than what they are currently. The status quo is not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Next up, Tony Nassetti.
You know, the way I found out about this, I don't appreciate it. You guys know what I do in this county, run the speedways, Stockton Dirt Track, Stockton 99, and saving the Asparagus Festival. I don't have a problem with homeless people. Make them responsible. I think it's pretty chicken shit the way this whole deal's going down right now. I'm looking at the future of the Speedway and my people that attend the Speedway. I have a lot of questions here. The county doesn't seem like they have all the answers here from what I heard a little while ago. I don't want to see this thing get voted on and approved today until you meet with us, people in the neighborhood, okay? At the end of the day, I bring 300,000 people here to this county. You know what you guys do for me? Not very much. I asked for some help last year with festival, got none. If you saw me last week, I was at Cal Expo with Chips for Kids, trying to showcase and make Stockton and San Joaquin County shine. I'd like to get together and not have this thing voted on today, and we as neighbors talk about this. That's what I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, Christina Pimentel, please.
Hi, I'm here to express my concerns about the purchase of Oakmore Golf Course, specifically the homeless tent camp that you want to put in there. I grew up at the Stockton Open Air Mall across the street from Oakmore Golf Course, and so did my children. And this is our livelihood. We have many families that come to make a living out there as well. And we were shocked to find out from a Facebook post that you wanted to purchase Oakmore Golf Course and put a homeless tent camp there. Even if you do a background check on the homeless people, there will only be a select few that get in. And where will the rest of the homeless people go? They'll end up going to the canal and behind the railroad tracks. And even though we call the sheriff, it's not their jurisdiction, it's the railroad company's jurisdiction, and they will do absolutely nothing about it. I've called them, asked them to come out, and they do nothing. And we're really upset about it. They cut our fence daily, they damage our property to get water, steel, and siphon gas to start fires. And they get irate when I tell them we are closed and they have to leave. I've been chased down with a machete in my car 3 times there, and I had to honk and really yell to get these guys to leave. And I know these are the type of people that would not be allowed to be in your camp. So what's the solution for the people on the railroad tracks and in the canal there? If they're not allowed to go there, and you guys have a gate up right there in front of, and that's where your security stops, what's gonna happen to us? Because more homeless people will come in and be in that community thinking they'll be able to get a space there, but they won't be. We're really upset that you haven't notified the businesses or the residents. And I've walked around and I spoke to the residents in the surrounding neighborhood, and all of them, none of them knew about it. You know, they were all shocked to hear about it, and they're upset that you would consider putting a homeless camp, tent camp over there at Oakmore Golf Course and inviting more people in. Ultimately, it would hurt, I feel it would hurt the community, because you put the gate there, you don't allow all the homeless in. Well, what's gonna happen to the rest? They'll be in that canal and on the railroad tracks, and there's nothing being done right now, nothing. And they just keep coming in and building up. I think that, you know, the county already owns property, and that you should consider putting the homeless people in already owned county property, and maybe even closer to the hospital or the new behavioral health center that you're gonna build, and that way they can get the help they desperately need.
Thank you. Armando Rodriguez, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Armando Rodriguez. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Patients for Patients, and I'm here to advocate on behalf of the Oakmore property that you guys are going to purchase. I went myself and I looked. I understand about the French camp issue and all the other issues and the water issues, but here, so I'm going to speak on it. So I know that there's 40% of the homeless population has mental health issues. My organization has created a program is strictly for this, with wraparound services. We plan to work with the Gibson Center with having interns and collecting data. If this program does or the property does come about. I myself was homeless for 2 years, and me and a couple of individuals said, you know what, let's create something that works. So we created it. It took me, I don't know, about a month or so, and it's right here. I have my MPI number. I was labeled as a mental health crisis intervention unit. I know there's lots of work to be done. I'm not part of the SJ Cares program, but I would love to collaborate with the probation and the sheriff department. And one thing is that my organization, if I was to get awarded or somehow collaborate with it, we would literally tent up with right there in this project. My organization would be there 24 hours a day and provide services in a tent with me leading as an example, as the executive director or the CEO, and telling these people, you know what, if I did it, you can do it. So I'm hoping, here's my proposal. I know it's a big issue, you know. We're also going to, for the community, I understand. For the property owners, I completely understand. We also want to collect data, you know, to see if the crime rate goes up or crime rate goes down. So with that said, God bless, Merry Christmas, and here's my proposal.
Thank you. Jessica Valles.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sure you all are very much aware of who I am and what I do in the community. I'd actually like to take the moment to speak to a lot of the property owners that are here surrounding the golf course. My name is Jessica Velez. I'm the Executive Director of Red Rabbit Advocacy. I spend 6 days a week working with the homeless population, Monday through Saturday, any hours, all hours of the day. I specialize in working with the chronically homeless and the people that you all are talking about with regard to the criminality issue. I myself have a 25-year career as a paralegal, and I was actually homeless and living in my trailer right off of Wilson Way and Newman Road for 4 years. So at that time, there was a very large encampment that was in the canal that has since been broken up. I know firsthand what you all are concerned about because I deal with it every single day. And when you talk about people not wanting to get the help, that's not accurate. My phone, 2 phones, 4 emails rings off the hook all day long, every day. I've been able to get over 60 households housed from the street indoors and successful with only 1 person going back to the street who I still talk to on a daily basis. The concerns of breaking into your property to get water and other necessary needs, survival needs, because I know the gas, ice, water shuffle every single day to be able to survive, those things will stop happening because they're gonna be able to get those things from a safe camping location. I do stress the importance to the Board of Supervisors, and I would hope that you as property owners would also stand with me in this. It is very important who you get as an operator, because the number one thing that people that are incarcerated or people that are from the streets, the best thing that they are good at is judge of character, because that's what they have to do every day, is determine who is a threat and who is not, who is sincere and who is not. So if you get an operator in there that has the respect of the people, that is willing to go the extra mile and make sure that this is ran as a program and not as a shelter model like what we see at St. Mary's, not knocking St. Mary's, but controlling the perimeter of the location is absolutely important. We're talking about 150 people that are willing to go to this camp, 150 people that are dying to get help. These are not people that are running from the law. They're people that want help. They want to get off the streets. The number of families, the number of 55 and older, people that are living with disabilities, they can't afford to live in this city anymore. I have hundreds and hundreds of people calling every day for help. These are the people that will be in this program. The ones that are running from the law are eventually going to get caught up by the law. And even to speak to those people want jobs. They don't want to be living like this. But our county, we don't have detox facilities. If somebody on fentanyl wants to get off and they're homeless, they have to go to the hospital, get a prescription, and they're expected to go back to their tent and stay sober long enough to take that medication. That's not going to happen. We need to spend money to get people 3-day detoxes in medical facilities because they don't have that option now. I encourage all of the Board of Supervisors and anyone that's a property owner, come for a ride along with me and I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. I propose this to the City Council as well. This is a good idea. It is very important how it's operated. I'm open to conversation and questions to anyone. Thank you.
So back to the board, as far as the long-term vision of this property is what we're the intensive person. So I mean, if at least from me speaking here, so I mean, if there's input as far as the safe camping, I think that's important. But I think that the greater goal of this piece of property is to move those agencies onto it. And I think right now that there's a great chance of doing that. Just to put things in perspective, I was on the city council. The Victory Park pool is $8 million to redo a pool. Okay, this property was for sale in 2010, and Mrs. Fairchild went on that it needed to be repurposed for an organization. It was for sale at that time for $5.9 million in 2010. That was after the crash. So I mean, that was in contract. So there was other ideas for this property. So I mean, that's the hardest part. I understand getting the public input for the safe camping, but I also understand the importance of getting a landing spot in the city limits for those departments. And I think that's very, very important. So the safe camping was a side note to it of having that. The other thing that is beneficial to this is it is in unincorporated county where the sheriff will be involved. And I don't know if there's anybody, but we've ramped up some of the policies. So there will be enforcement. I mean, and that's the goal of eventually taking back the community, because the Boise, Idaho ruling allowed not a lot to happen. And now we have the Grants Pass ruling that gives us more leeway and making sure that public right-of-way and public lands are secured and are safe. So, I mean, from my aspect of it, it was interesting. I start this, and Diane Burgos, who I served on the city council with, she goes, "Oh my God, Paul, we could do a violence prevention grant and get like lockers with digital." And this is just people calling me. And another person said, "Hey, Comcast does free internet, so then you could provide services." This is not anybody knowing what we're doing, but this is people reaching out saying, "Hey, I have an idea. I have something that will help." Just like everybody in the room will be help. I mean, Brandon Tire was across the street from my car wash. I've known Carrie Brandon forever and their family. I mean, you know what I mean? That's not the intent. Uplift All. The Uplift All is renting Parish. Parish was the suck out folks for sewer. Well, Uplift All is doing outreach, doing homeless outreach. You know, how ironic is that? So you're going to have Uplift All that does laundry for folks right across from the site that we're looking at. I mean, just call it coincidence, call it whatever it is, I don't know. But I mean, those things that are leading this, and I mean, I'm all for getting public input, and it was kind of frustrating not being able to speak about it, and following the letter of the law and how the county procures property was very, very important to me. And you know what I mean? And it's hard because I was so excited. Oh, Supervisor Rickman is going to stop me from talking. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Just real quick, I know we still have public comment, but I have a question for our counselor. I mean, it seems like we're jumping way over our skis here, because I mean, we're talking about land acquisition, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have our planning director here, but if we're going to do any type of development, CEQA has to be adhered to, correct? I mean, so we're talking about all these different plans without even going through the CEQA process.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I don't want to speak, what you're alluding to is correct, which is the only decision being made here today is the purchase of the property. And there's been a lot of thoughts, well, what could we possibly use the property for? But there's been no decisions definitively made. There's been and I think it's worth emphasizing that fact. Everything is preliminary, as I put it earlier. If some of these ideas which have been floated, including using a few acres of the 67, and I think it's worth repeating, we're talking about a few acres of the 67 potentially being used as a safe camping area. That's going to require a process where people have the opportunity to provide input, as well developing a number of buildings there. Putting some of the county's departments over there will require construction. That's going to also provide the opportunity for the public to have input. And there is environmental review that needs to take place. I'm not going to tell you off the top of my head which things require environment, but yes, there's a process, and that process is yet to take place, because the only thing that's being considered here today is the acquisition of the property for potentially doing a number of things, including potentially having a safe camping area, which is what the public has been discussing primarily. But of course, like I said, most of the property's contemplated use will involve putting county buildings there. And I think there maybe is a overemphasis in the minds of the public I understand why, but there seems to be an overemphasis in the minds of the public that this is going to be just a giant safe camping area. And as I understand, that's not even being contemplated. We're talking about potentially a few acres being used for that purpose.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to make that point because, I mean, it seems like we're skipping over what is required by state law and what the normal process is and just jumping to the very end, and everybody's in an uproar about it, and correct me if I'm wrong with this process, as the process goes with CEQA, do you have an opportunity, before we vote on anything, how the property develops, people have an opportunity to come to this board, they have an opportunity to discuss and make comments on CEQA and according to state law, correct?
Yeah, again, I don't want to go into.
Right, I know.
CEQA requires
I'm
this,
just-
but yes, and
We're just
broadly
way
speaking,
ahead of where
there's
we should be.
environmental review. Moreover, if you're building something, even if it's just a safe camping area, it's going to require toilets and showers, et cetera. All that has to have money appropriated for that purpose, and all that'll be done in open session, and the public will have the opportunity to speak on all of those things.
Well, thank you, Counselor, and thank you, Vice Chair, for giving me the opportunity. I just had to, it just seemed like this process was a little bit different, but thank you for your time. I'm gonna waive my rest of my time because I know we have public comment.
Thank you. Is there anybody remaining in the audience that would like to speak to this issue that hasn't already spoken? Come on up, state your name.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for a minute to talk to you from the fire district perspective. So this property is in the Waterloo-Murata Fire District. I'm the fire chief. My name is Eric Walder. I've been here about 4 years. Ever since I've been here, we've been tracking homeless call volume. During COVID, it's about 20%. Right now, it sits about 15%. So pretty much that's an unfunded mandate for us. We're happy to do it. That's our responsibility. So specifically, we're doing our part with the response to the homeless right now. So people call, we come, we respond, we do our job. We treat everybody with dignity and respect. The purchase of the Oakmore Golf Course, we found out about it the same way the general public did, and that was through a Facebook post. The district is responsible for all of the unincorporated lands within the district boundaries. We're underfunded. We're funded through Prop 13, AB 8 rates, and two special taxes. Those special taxes are the community members in our district decided to fund their fire district, and 15% of those funds go to the homeless. There's not opportunity for us to apply for grants to get any additional funding for responding to those calls. In fact, when the county does, or if the board decides to purchase that property, we will lose all tax revenue from that property. And right now we run about 6 calls a year to that facility. So I can only imagine we will have an increase in call volume. We're responsible for all fires and medical aid responses. At the first responder level, you will have an ambulance coming as well. But for any major medical, we will be there providing first responder response. So I just and we're not a land use, we don't have any land use authority. That's the county's responsibility. But this is unincorporated area, and those services are paid for by the people within that area. I just want to make that clear. So thank you for your time, and I'd love to be a part of a bigger collaboration on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So where on that, so the fire station on Harding Way, where does that go? Because all those houses that were incorporated in there, are those in county or they're in city? I'm just wondering where the boundary is for your guys' and city.
Right there at the diverting canal is the beginning of going east at the diverting canal on Wilson Way. East of the diverting canal is Waterloo-Murata Fire District. Anything else is the city of Stockton. So
the border's right there, literally. So
yeah, but we respond from Fapiano and Alpine or 8 Mile Road at 99.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Stockton will not go to our medical aids in that area. We have an automatic aid agreement for fires, and they will respond with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarification. Okay. So no more folks wanting to speak on behalf of Supervisor Rickman? Are we done with public comment? Come on up, sir, and state your name, please.
Vice Chair Canepa, if he's going to be using an interpreter, we normally would give them additional time for that if
Buenas
necessary.
tardes por darme la oportunidad de hablar.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Ok, yo soy vendedor de la Flea Market, de la Wilson Way. Yo soy vendedor.
He's a vendor from the flea market.
Ok,
From Wilson Way.
ustedes están pensando en colocar los homeless al frente de la Flea Market,
You guys are thinking about allocating the homeless in front of the flea market.
pero ustedes no han pensado que hay 500 o 1000 familias que dependemos de la Flea Market. Trabajamos en la Flea Market.
He said you guys haven't thought about us. There's about 500 or 1,000 families that depend
de la flea market.
Workers that are from the flea market.
Ok, y si se vienen los homeless ahí,
If the homeless come to the homeless encampment,
se nos va a acabar las ventas o se va a acabar la flea market.
he says, well,
Las ventas se van
the
a...
sales from the flea market will diminish because of the population.
¿Por qué? Porque si ven 100 homeless en las streets, nadie va a entrar a comprar a la flea market.
If they see 100 homeless in the streets, nobody's going to want to come to the flea market.
Y yo quiero que ustedes tengan sabiduría y piensen en las familias.
To please use your wisdom and
En las familias.
think about the families that or the economy of the flea market.
Yeah. La otra, nosotros hemos tenido muchos problemas con los homeless. Han destruido, han robado, han quemado en la flea market. Y hay mucha gente que depende de la flea market.
He said we've been having lots of problems at the flea market because of the homeless. They come and they break in, they started fires, and we depend on the economy, on the sales of as being him as a vendor or a seller.
Ustedes van a tapar, van a arreglar un problema, pero si acaba la flea market se va a agrandar un problema muchísimo grande, porque vamos a ver 500 o 1000 familias que no podemos trabajar.
He said if the homeless encampment goes there, there's going to be a big problem in the flea market because there's going to be 500 to 1,000 families that are not eating.
Ya, que Dios los bendiga y que Dios les dé sabiduría para tomar la decisión. Gracias.
He said, God bless and thank you on how you guys have do a great decision on the property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all the comments. They were going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And I want to say thank you to yourself for painting a picture of the area. It's not my district. You and Supervisor Ding were raised right by there, so that brings a lot of clarification. So thank you for that. I want to say thank you for everybody for being here and voicing your concern. And hey, I feel your frustration. If I was in your position and you're hearing about this through the newspapers and the news, I wouldn't be happy either. And, that wasn't, our intent. And, you do have valid concerns. I mean, some of the stuff I wrote down here, the railroad tracks and, the canal. Another issue is traffic, when, there still has to be a traffic study on this. And, and looking at design standards, how design standards can be implemented if we go that far. As I mentioned before, I mean, we went way beyond our skis on this issue. I mean, because all we are talking about today is the acquisition of property. That is it. And, what's going to be built in the future, that's still up to debate. That's still up to CEQA. That's still up to your feedback also. And there is going to be time to comment on what's going out there through CEQA and through the Board of Supervisors and before it goes out to the public. So, we hear you loud and clear, or at least I hear you loud and clear. Again, today, there's been a lot of talk of what's going out there today, but today on this agenda is specifically the acquisition of the property. It's not, to okay any type of buildings out there. It's not there to okay and a camping facility out there. this is not what today is about. So again, today is just specifically about land acquisition. So with that being said, Vice Chair, thank you for your time.
Thank you for clarifying that. So Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I agree, Supervisor Rickman. We did get out in anticipation of solutions to address these great concerns as we deal with here in the Iowa County. Just to circle back as exactly to Supervisor Rickman's point, we're acquiring this at 140, 150,000 an acre. What was that, 160,000 an acre roughly? 140, and we know that we got an appraisal of just over $10 million, so we're getting it below the appraisal. Yes. And we also know you were looking at land that would be similarly zoned from 140 to $340,000 an acre. Was that the number I saw on the slide?
Some of them went over $1 million an acre.
So over $1 million an acre. So for the county to acquire 67 plus acres of land that could be utilized with multi-purpose and with a forward vision, this is a great buy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chair, turning it back to you. Supervisor Ding, it's your district if you want to make a motion or weigh in on this. Okay. Weigh in and whatever.
This is the last time you're going to get a chance, Tom, to give me permission. So.
Supervisor Ding, you have the floor.
What we're buying here is a blank canvas. Okay, one thing you guys kind of forgot is it was on the open market. And for those that were upset, nobody said anything to you beforehand. We were under a certain restriction on what could be said during the negotiation process. But it was on the open market. If somebody else would have buy this other than us, you're not going to have any input what they're going to do there. So your input's going to be welcome. Not only welcome, we want it. If I was a business owner around there, I mean, you're taking hundreds of county paid, that's primarily, and I know I'm putting my skis up before whatever you said. You got a chance at hundreds of employees that are going to be going out of there every day, very well-paying jobs. You've got a facility, and this is questions down the road. Let's say we use 3 to 5 acres for this camping facility. This gives you an opportunity then to say, if we do this, this is what we want to see. My first thought is those, what I keep hearing is there's crime going on and this is going to add more. So how do we reverse that? It seems to me that anybody that's outside those gates, they're committing a criminal act. They're either at home, they're in the camp, they're in rehab, they're in a mental health facility, or they're illegally out there on the train tracks, wherever they're at, and it makes it easier for law enforcement to do something about it. So this process is not going to end here. This is where, if we proceed here with the purchase, we get to develop this, and what I'm looking for is a revitalization of the area as well. I don't see this as a glass half full. I see this as a overflowing glass here that Mr. Cronin and Ms. Brannon, you're going to have an opportunity to help us and develop this project. So, thank you.
I want to say one more thing. I mean, obviously,
since he's the curator of Camp Canapa.
Well, no, it's just, I mean, we're by no means going to cram something down that you guys don't want. I mean, obviously, the county and being in there, I think will improve traffic. I mean, if we do a traffic study, and who better has the wherewithal to actually fix some of those problems that have been there and been there in perpetuity. I mean, you go over there, there's people flipping U-turns, and it is not safe. And I understand it makes a living for the gentlemen and those families, and I have a family business here too. And I was down on San Joaquin and Park Street, and let me tell you, some days it was no picnic. But I love my community, and I love what this possibility has for the county and vision, and something that's a legacy that we can all be proud of. So, I mean, like you said, it was hard, and it's been very exciting. It's been very frustrating because we couldn't talk about it. We couldn't talk about it, and that's government, and I apologize for that. But we do care, and we've been looking for a very long time, and I get the whole NIMBY thing, but I think in the grand scheme of things, this is a plus for an area that will, in the long term, pay dividends to the area. I was at another another evening, and Carlos from Luana lives there, and he says, "Hey, I live in the neighborhood." We went to the Wine and Roses. There was an event there, and one of the guys lives in that same area, and they voiced their opinion. So I mean, we're not putting the cart before the horse, and I think we've kind of done that here. It's exciting. We have a lot of people on board with the city and the city manager and law enforcement. It's a county pocket where the sheriff's not here to speak, the district attorney. We're all on board, and it's one of those things that's kind of a perfect storm, and I think it's something to be excited about. I know it's nerve-wracking, and trusting government is not the easiest thing in the world to do, but I plan on being here for at least a couple more years and hopefully 4 years after that. So I don't want to screw up a legacy over a homeless camp. That would, if we did do it to that time, it would not be permanent, and if it's detrimental to the community and the flea market and parish and to Tony Nassetti and the Hunnefeld family, then we scrap it and wait, and then the redevelopment will come in time. So that's my final mark. So if I could hear a motion.
Motion to proceed with the, how would you like this, Ed?
Approve the recommended motion to purchase the property.
A motion to move forward with the purchase of the property.
The board letter itself has recommended has 1, 2, 3 recommended motions, so those would be the ones I'd suggest.
That sounds great.
All right.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion to second. All those in favor?
They're gonna vote on the phone, on their computer.
Yes. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll wait.
We get a break or something?
At this point, we're going to break for closed session, county council and clerk of the board. Whatever our wishes.
Vice Chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Are we going to closed session, or what are we doing?
That would be your call or the chairman's call.
Okay, well,
You want to,
Yeah.
okay, at this time, we'll go to closed session.
one item, it shouldn't take long.
Okay, at this time, we'll take a 30-minute break till 2 o'clock. Thank you, including closed session. Thank you.
County Council, is there anything to report coming out of closed session?
There is not.
Okay, great. We are, get the meeting going, and we are going to our morning discussion items and Community Development Department. It's a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendations to approve development title text amendment number PA-2300237. And we have Corinne King, and I forget your name, Stephanie, right?
Yes.
That's right, Stephanie.
Thank you. I have Stephanie Stowers here, Senior Planner. She'll provide a presentation, and then we're available for any questions.
Great.
Good afternoon. This project is a development title text amendment. Sorry. Development title text amendment to reorganize and reformat the sign chapter for ease of use, along with some other minor content changes. Additional related amendments include minor changes to height regulations and definitions for consistency. The development title went through a comprehensive update approved by your board in 2022, becoming effective 2 years ago in December of 2022. Through use of the new title, staff found that the signs chapter was inconsistent and cumbersome to use on a day-to-day basis. As a result, we rewrote the ordinance focusing on consistency and simplicity. Ultimately, the regulations were reorganized, complex data was sorted into tables, the format was updated to be more consistent with the rest of the title, and flagpole regulations were appropriately relocated to the height section. To approve a development title text amendment, several findings must be made. These findings are attached to the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the recommendations shown on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Adam, number one. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Rickman.
Can you show me with your hands how high the signs will be?
I mean, we're
That
on
was
the
it.
6th floor.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Supervisor Canepa.
So does this address billboards or just signs?
Billboard regulations are in the signs chapter, but we didn't change any of the regulations relating to billboard signs.
Okay. Because on some businesses, they get the fancy signs. That's regulated or that's not regulated?
Yeah, that would be regulated under the signs chapter.
We regulate the square footage that the sign can be. Is that what you're kind of asking, if you're asking if it's larger?
Like on some of the, even like Lincoln Center, they have it where they advertise other businesses. So I mean, sometimes that gets.
So those would be an
there's-
off-premise sign. So they came through and did an improvement plan with us quite a few years ago to allow that off-premise signs, the multi-sided of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Any other questions, Supervisor? No, we're good. I'm gonna open public comment. Anyone like to speak? Please come forward. You got me. Okay, close public comment. We'll bring back to the board. Oh, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I grew up in the sign business, so I missed the very beginning of this and just looking at it. We're adopting where are we getting ideas from? Is this from the sign industry has asked for some amendments or changes, or where are we coming forward with changes from?
So through the chair, this amendment here isn't changing much of the information that's in the signed ordinance. It's reorganizing it for ease of use. When we adopted our new title, it made some of the information confusing to work through, so we're kind of just reorganizing it. There's not really any changes made to the actual ordinance itself. It's just
Making it
reorganization.
less governmental, double talk, or?
It's just easier to use, yeah.
Okay.
The tables that were set up and the diagrams they conflicted with each other, so we were able to make them the same.
Okay, thank you very much. I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second.
And
a
before we
please.
vote,
Yes,
Chair,
Supervisor Rickman.
I just want to make sure there's nothing in this that I'm missing that allows signage where no signage is allowed now.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Great. We have a first and a second. The vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Moving on to item number 4, CAO's office, approve and adopt a memorandum of understanding between the South San Joaquin Irrigation District. Pardon me?
Item 2.
No, we need to get number 4 out of the way.
If we can.
Sorry.
South San Joaquin Irrigation District and County of San Joaquin regarding payments in lieu of property taxes and franchise fees.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you allowing this to go up. I know we've kind of jumped around all over the place today, but we have Katie Patterson here from SSJID, and we've been meeting with them since October. First, initially with a meeting with Supervisor Rickman, and our staff and county council have been working with them. Zoe's very familiar with the MOU that Katie is going to talk about right now. Thank you.
Great. So real quickly for the record here, my name is Katie Patterson. I'm the Public and Government Relations Manager for South San Joaquin Irrigation District. Thank you for that. There we go. Very quickly about SSJID. We have 115 years of experience in serving South San Joaquin communities, and that includes Escalon, Ripon, and Manteca, and those surrounding areas. We're about 112 square mile service area with an approximate population of 110. We hold pre-1914 water rights with the Oakdale Irrigation District on the Stanislaus River, and we too are governed by a 5-member elected board of directors. Our annual budget is $42 million, and we have staffing with approximately 108 employees, and I say approximately because we're in maintenance season right now, so we have some temporary employees on hand to help us get through the season. Our core services are irrigation. We have approximately 50,000 acres served out of our 72,000 acre footprint in the district, and we have domestic drinking water services in partnership with the cities of Lathrop, Manteca, Tracy, with plan services to Escalon that serves 215,000 residents in southern San Joaquin County. We also are a wholesale electric generator. That includes hydropower, which is clean, carbon-free energy that gets produced, and we do sell that in partnership with OID with 125 megawatts generated through that. And quick little footprint there of our district, which is always nice to see where we're located and who we serve. About our retail electric project, as Ms. Regalo had mentioned, we have been in this process for 20 years. What our project would do is it would save our customers in that district footprint 15% from PG&E rates. So we have 115 years of trust. We've been working transparently, safely, economically, and this is something that our board believes still 20 years later that we can do the same with our core business structure that we can do with this retail electric project that we're proposing. I mentioned this number to you the last time I came in front of your board, and the project itself is projected in an older study about 2016, I believe it was, $15.5 million annually in savings. And so that would be $174.5 million over 10 years. And when I put those numbers together and you think about the 20 years we've been working on this project, that's nearly $350 million that we could have been saving our South County residents. So it's nothing small to sneeze at for what this project has the possibility of bringing. So if we are granted the opportunity to be a retail electric provider, we would manage and serve 900 miles of distribution, 200 megawatts of peak demand with a customer profile of 42,000 electric customers, and with the breakdowns following 15% agricultural, 31% industrial and commercial, and 54% residential. That gives you a good sense of what this project looks like. The question is, why an MOU? And, SSJID recognized that the Board of Supervisors shares the desire to provide energy affordability to San Joaquin County residents. And while we can't spread our project across the entire county, which would be wonderful, we do have to focus on the things that we can do as an irrigation district, and we do have the powers within the water code and the authority to pursue this. And we do think it's a great project. And these things really align, both the district's interest and the board's interest. So this MOU would serve to memorialize the county and SSJID's understanding of the future obligations we would have to ensure and mitigate the loss of the property tax and franchise fees and the revenues that the county currently receives from PG&E, resulting from our retail electric project. So if and when we are granted this retail electric project, then we would come back from this MOU and work on a concerted effort to look at a 2.5% basis and how we can share those revenues with the county. And then also the same would hold true for Escalon, Ripon, and Manteca. We'll be going through a similar process. So while we're here, it's also important to give some indications of what the next steps are for SSJID. Like I said, this has been a 20-year process. It's not, a fast-moving process, unfortunately, but I think that those of you that are familiar with local government and state government, It's probably not a surprise either. So our June 2025 right to take trial date was vacated very recently, within the last month, to allow the California Public Utilities Commission to conduct a review of what they call Public Utility Code Section 851. So there's a piece of legislation that triggered this a few years ago, and this is a new process, a novel process that has never been undertaken yet at the CPUC. So we're awaiting the final scoping process and to understand what that process may look like for us going forward. So it's a little bit of an unknown factor here, and I think a little unknown to the CPUC too and how they want to handle it. So we're kind of waiting for that direction. And then we do anticipate that the court will reschedule our right to take trial. And if we are successful in that trial endeavor, then we would move on to a utility evaluation phase of the trial as well, and potentially begin service as soon as 2029. The CPUC has been another addition of time in our timeline, so it may end up being a little bit longer than that 2029 horizon. So we're hopeful for 5 years, but we'll stand by for that. So while I have the moment here, I would like to say thank you to CAO Regalo, to Assistant CAO Brenda, and to Ms. Zoe Merrill from County Counsel's office for their steadfast effort to make sure that this item made it before this board here. That was an important process, and we appreciated their stewardship of this item. And I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Okay, we do have Supervisor Canepa.
So do you still have to pay line fees? Are you guys buying infrastructure?
We would buy and own all the infrastructure in our
900
territory.
miles?
So yes, we would.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. I mean, I placed this on the agenda, or on the discussion portion of the agenda, so people in the public can know what exactly going on. I know Manteca Bulletin had a good article on this also. So all pretty much here today, this MOU is just making the county whole. So what we would be losing from PG&E would be gaining from you guys, correct? Well, through property taxes and the fees.
Yes, through the
Right.
chair, that is our intention, is to, this is the promise to have future conversations about that and to ensure that that 2.5% requirement per the LAFCO process is upheld.
Okay, so in general, making us whole. Right. No, it's great. Hey, I think we kind of discussed it today with our advocates, and one of our pushes is on this board is, utility, rates, be it PG&E or gas through CARB or whatever it may be, making sure our residents are treated fairly and, can afford the basic necessities in life instead of having to pay the outrageous fees. So I think the east side of the county, Manteca, Ripon, Escalon, 15% reduction in rates is a big deal for a family, mostly in these times, these tough times. As we mentioned on this board also, that we brought before this board to show our support with SSJID and partner with you on this what's a journey, I guess you could say.
Saga.
When do you think, you have the trial set up next year, at least for now, right? So how much longer? It's hard. I know it's hard to say. I don't want to put you on the spot, but an approximation of time when you go online, that everything works out in the trial and the PUC.
Yeah, so through the chair again, we had our court date vacated, so that hasn't been rescheduled yet. We were on schedule for a June 2025 court date. So it will depend on how far out the CPUC process goes before the court does reassign a new court date. So I don't know what that looks like, unfortunately, but our original plan was in January of 2029 to be, to resume service and to start over that transition. But without that, knowing with the CPUC process, I think we have a little bit more time to add on to that.
All right,
I just can't tell you how much more.
Well, thank you, and I know you're working with, our counsel's office and our CEO's office, and I know my office has been in contact, so we'll be keeping an eye and seeing what's going on. So thank you very much, and thank you to your board for pushing this for the last 20 years.
Oh, thank you. And I would say that our board did approve this as well today. You may not have saw those signatures, but they did approve it today in their meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Anyone else on the board? I see none. I'm going to open public comment. Anyone like to come forward and address the board? Okay, I see none. I'll close public comment and come back. Anyone like to make a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Katie.
Thank you very much, sirs,
Sorry.
for your service.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to stick with the CAO's office, item number 3, accept fiscal year 2024, 2025, first quarter budget report, authorize appropriation increases of $1,369,899, and approve related budget adjustments, 4/5 votes required. Good morning. Good afternoon. 2:30. I know, 2:30, sorry about that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board and county council, CAO Regalo. I'm Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator, here at the desk with Assistant County Administrator Brenda Kiley to present the first quarter budget report. Today's presentation is brief, and we're going to follow the agenda on this slide, starting with 24-25 adjusted budget and net county cost, followed by staffing, budget recommendations, and conclusion. This chart displays the 24-25 adjusted budget at a high level, which includes the adopted budget, encumbrances carried forward, and current year adjustments. The county's total adjusted budget as of September 30 was $2.92 billion. Of that, the general fund budget was $1.34 billion. Sources of funding, including the use of fund balance, are shown here on this slide. This next slide shows net county cost by functional area as of September 30. Net county cost is the amount of general fund support that the county provides to departments. Each quarter, departments are asked to project their expenditures and revenues for the entire year, which is shown here in the second numeric column. The last column here shows the net county cost savings that are being projected as compared to budget, and that's projected at $51.8 million as of September 30. As you can see, the largest amount of savings is expected in the law and justice area, followed by health services and general government. And as in past years, the savings is primarily due to departmental vacancies. I do want to make a quick note here on this slide that the first quarter projection does not include costs that were adopted in the second quarter associated with the new MOU for the Deputy Sheriff's Association, the addition of positions for correctional health, both of those were adopted November 12th, and the MOU with the Sergeants Association, that was adopted December 3rd. So we're going to ask departments to include those additional costs in their second quarter projection.
To the chair, what did that look? What did that looking like? Imagine you have an idea. So seeing these numbers here, it looks all great with all the savings.
Yep.
But
Yep. So we anticipate, as of the board letters, the MOUs for the DSA and the Sergeants Association was roughly $4.8 million for the rest of this year. So we anticipate that 51.8 is going to be reduced. And then for correctional health, they also had a significant add of 30 positions. That one's a little trickier because it does depend on when they fill them, but we're anticipating it would be, if they filled them all day one, which is unlikely, that would be about 3.7 million. So we're looking at about 8.5 million, but likely less than that, depending on correctional health. And when they do their second quarter estimate, they're going to give us a better look at when they anticipate filling their
so
positions.
we have like under budget here, if I'm reading this right, 33.7 for law and justice, right? So you would subtract that 8.5 million, whatever, from that, so we would still be under budget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to regard any questions? I see none. I'll open public. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's you still going.
I promise
Okay.
I only have a few more slides.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I thought you was done. Okay. Yeah.
Moving on to staffing, The county's vacancy rate as of September 30 was 15.4%. This compares to the rate of 14.8% at last year's mid-year report. However, that's due in part to a net increase of 191 full-time positions the board approved as part of the adopted budget. Several departments do continue to have a high number of vacancies, including Healthcare Services Agency, the hospital, Human Services Agency, Sheriff, Probation, and the District Attorney, and those vacancies are contributing to that net county cost savings we saw on the previous slide.
What was the vacancy rate?
The overall vacancy rate was 15.4%.
Thank you.
While the first quarter report includes relevant departmental updates, we do have several recommendations included. This will allow departments to proceed with some unbudgeted purchases that they identified at the end of the first quarter. So in addition to receiving and filing the report, 4 recommendations are presented here. The recommendations include appropriation increases for several departments funded by ARPA, operating transfers, new revenue, and a $14,823 from the contingency provision budget. And the details of those recommendations are contained in the board letter. This slide has a summary of those. I will note here that approval of the recommendation will result in a decrease in the contingency provision budget. It's currently at $1.79 million, and so this would reduce it by that $14,000, so we would have about $1.78 million left. The mid-year budget report will include estimates for general purpose revenues, and that'll be presented in March next year. To conclude, as of September 30, departments estimated approximately $51.8 million in savings as compared to budget, primarily due to vacancies. And as discussed, that does not yet include some of those costs for recently adopted items. Departments will conduct a thorough mid-year analysis in January, and that will include those changes. And our office will present the mid-year report to your board next March. In addition to departmental updates, that mid-year report will include updated estimates for general purpose revenue, including property tax, sales tax, and interest. We appreciate the board's continued dedication to preserving reserves and approving balanced budgets that don't use one-time funding for ongoing expenses. Chairman Villaputra, that concludes my presentation. Department heads, CAO, staff, and I are available to answer any other questions.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I get started, I know it sounds like we have a surplus. Supervisor Patty, you want to use any of those before you leave? Are you good? Couple things. On the $14,823 in contingency, why are we touching our contingency funds for this? Why can't we take it out of someplace else? This is for the Mary Graham Children's Shelter equipment.
So because that's a general fund department, they did not identify and don't have another funding source to pay for that right now. So when it's recommended, we do use the contingency for those type of items for general fund departments.
Because you know how I feel.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for the question through the chair. So this is actually what the $5 million, the contingency provision budget should be for these unanticipated items that come up throughout the year. And in this particular case, it is an increase of $34,000, but only $20,000 is funded with state and federal dollars. So they don't have the rest, so it would be a hit to the general fund. And so that's the only place
we don't want to take it out of the general fund. I mean, it may not sound like $15,000, what's the big deal? Why are you even sweating it? But that's the thing is you start taking little chunks, and again, we had $5 million in the end of budget, what is that, in July? And now we're down to 1.7. So you see how much of a hit, and it's only, the year's not even over yet, and that has to last us all the way until, next budget year. And that's our emergency fund. You can recharge it, taking out of the general fund, and then, and that's my concern, and that was my next question, is that when our credit rating, and that's what I discussed, or I mentioned this last time, our credit rating is what, we went from A+ to AA-, right? And AA- being better, so our credit rating went up. That saves, the taxpayers millions, tens of millions of dollars when we do loans or bonds or everything. It's a huge, big deal. So I want to make sure what I'm seeing here today, it looks all great, but I just want to make sure there's not some kind of, auditing stuff that I don't understand that's going to dip into our general fund at all.
Well, this is in our contingency provision budget, which is, it's a budget that we set aside of $5 million, which is general fund, but it is a budget that we
Right.
have for
But
appropriations for these.
You're talking about the contingency right now.
But not the reserve, I'm talking about the contingency provision budget.
So it's already budgeted, so things that are not budgeted, we're not reaching into
The reserve.
Reserves, that places we shouldn't be reaching in, because once we do reach in the reserve, that can affect our credit rating.
Yes, they would look at the healthy reserves.
Right, so, I would love to see our credit rating go even higher. It sounds boring. You start talking about it, it sounds boring, and, come on, what's the big deal? But it saves the taxpayers millions and millions and millions of dollars every year. So that's why I've been such a stalwart on, this contingency fund, so we don't deplete it, so we don't put ourselves in jeopardy.
And we would think, I would just say, we don't think it sounds boring. We'd like to sell the
You
reserves.
start talking numbers and stuff. But no, what I'm looking at here, hey, we talk about being financial stewards of the tax dollars. Seems like we're doing a great job. And hey, of course, we can't take all the credit for it. You have a fabulous team, that works behind the scenes. So thank you very much for that. And thank the departments too for being stewards of your budget and, being watchful. So thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
I just had a question. Which more of the units are we negotiating with that could possibly affect this? For the end of the year, whose contract's up or out of contract?
I'm trying to remember, we might ask our HR director, Director Goodman, to help us with that question.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Through the chair, we currently are negotiating with the California Nurses Association and with we are about to begin negotiations with our law enforcement management group, and I believe our probation officers association is set to expire at the end of this fiscal year. So those are the potential increased labor costs that could be impacting the budget.
And then SEIU comes all the time, so when is that just pass-through money that funds most of that, or how's that?
SEIU's contract is currently set to expire in June of 2026. So we would be, in the next fiscal year, we'd be starting that process, but we wouldn't expect to see any impacts from the SEIU negotiations. Those won't start until probably January of 2026, and would be in effect in the 26-27 fiscal year.
If I can add, though, I think you might be speaking of SEIU 1015, which is the IHSS.
Yeah. Is that this year or is that next year?
That is currently.
Yes. We are, the county is currently negotiating with IHSS. I apologize, I omitted them. So their contract expired actually in March of 2023, and we are currently negotiating with them.
So they've been out of contract since 2023?
Correct.
Okay. So that would be the number that would encumber. That's the biggest variable to the vacancy savings, correct?
Are you talking about the possible labor increases that are?
Yeah, because you're talking
forthcoming?
there's $52 million in vacancy savings, and these things, in ongoing expenses, you take out the year that it's affecting, right? So that would be
Correct.
the only thing that would affect that number.
Probably not the only thing, but.
Okay, the majority of it.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Except, do we want to talk about how big the groups are? The management group, the law enforcement management group?
Yeah, so our law enforcement management group that we're negotiating with is a total membership of 27 members. Our California Nurses Association membership is 1,042 members. And probation, I don't have off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's I'd say between 1 and 200.
Okay.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, CAO Regalo. I remember last year, just to refresh the board's memory, last year we had spent most of the contingency and we reinvested in it or shifted money back into it because our revenues to the county were higher than what were initially reported in our annual budget in June of 2023. Yeah. This year, we also enjoyed the same. What was reported and what we approved back in June is below what our actual revenues to the county are. So we already have an innate reserve higher than what we even have basically accessed. Would that be correct?
Well, through the chair, not exactly, only because we have not realized any of that. So I think you are speaking of the assessor when he works with us on the growth. When we set up our adopted budget for 24-25, we used 4% growth when the roll came in. So when he's provided the roll back in June, July, it came out as 7%. So we will, hopefully, we'll have an increase because of that. But as you know, today, I guess, right, is the first installment's due today. So pay your tax bills. So that would be the first installment. Then we wouldn't see the second installment until April. So we don't actually even look at that revenue because we don't realize it until the end of the fiscal year. So that would be June of 2025.
Okay, but we have, like, if we were to realize that money, because it's a little bit higher than what was initially reported, and if we needed to replenish that reserve, that's not going to be a hit to our credit rating. We're still on pretty solid ground.
I couldn't tell you because I'm not the one that would be reviewing that. I just do know on our last credit rating, one of the things was having healthy reserves and maintaining those healthy reserves and not tapping into them, I guess, so to speak.
Well, that's the reserve. I'm talking about the contingency.
And that's, I'm sorry, I was speaking of the contingency reserve. I am speaking of the reserve.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. I just want to get a little clarity because I understand Supervisor Rickman, and we are stewards of the budget, so I appreciate it, and I appreciate that concern. I don't know that we actually have a concern, though. We're in pretty good shape, right?
At this moment, we are in very good shape.
Okay, thank you.
Move to approve the first quarter budget report recommendations.
Let me open the public comment real fast.
Is that where you did? Oops.
Public comment, anyone look forward to? I see none. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Move to approve the 2024-25 first quarter budget adjustments.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and a vote, please. Waiting on Supervisor Ding. Yes. It says here, waiting on Supervisor Ding. Okay, should we do a roll call vote? Okay, it went through 5-0. Thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna go back to discussion, general government, item number 1. Discuss and consider rescinding censorship of Supervisor Tom Petty, 3rd District. I brought this forward. A couple of years ago, this board was very tense. We had 2 other board members that were very difficult to work with, just to be honest. And I'd like to rescind my vote, and because I know Supervisor Petty does an amazing job, and I really appreciate all the hard work he does for our county and his district. So I'd like to rescind the vote, and if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
County for council, or question for council, what he wants is a motion to recommit, correct? He can recommit the vote since he was on the other side of the vote last time.
Yeah, this is not a motion for reconsideration. That can be done in the same board meeting. I would characterize this as, and it's been agendized, as a motion to rescind the censure. So it's basically a censure is an expression of opinion by the board, and rescinding a censure would be yet another expression of opinion by the board. And as I understand it, the chairman was in favor of the censure way back when, a couple years ago. Not that that's necessary. Anybody could bring this motion, but he's noted that he was on the other side. His vote was the deciding vote in the sense that it needed 3, and he was a 3rd vote. And my understanding is he now wishes to make a motion to rescind it, which would be an expression of opinion by the board as to whether or not that's appropriate to do. It's not a motion for reconsideration if that's what you're asking, though, because that's only done if you're within the same board meeting.
So my motion would be, I'd make a motion to rescind my previous vote, censorship, and rescind the vote. Oh, yeah.
Discussion open for public comment?
I can. Any questions from the board before I open public comment? I see none. Public comment, anyone would like to address the board? I see none, I'll close public comment. Supervisor Patty, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. It's kind of, to me, it feels like a little bit of house cleaning. I know that after that vote last time, you came to me and said,
Yeah, that's screwed up.
yeah, that you felt it wasn't really proper, or whatever it was, your words. So I do appreciate it. Prior to this board being here, and Supervisor Rickman was part of it, but we have what, in my opinion, we have a weaponized ethics code that was abused by some members of the board, and we have a process here in our county that, if you looked at county's civil service rule, it was being utilized against elected representatives, and that's troubling because we're elected representatives. We're not civil employees. So there's things that this board in the future needs to look at and maybe work with county council and do a review. We have an ad hoc committee that I know Supervisor Rickman was part of, and he felt that was a bad structure. So in light of the fact that, this board's worked really well together, and that's fantastic, and I'm thankful for that in the end of this term of mine. But in the future, you all could, or somewhere down the road, supervisors could face a lot of acrimony and divisive behavior. And so I think the county needs to do a course correction. And that's something for you guys to take up down the road. So I appreciate the chairman bringing this forward to make a motion and rescind that censure. It takes a little monkey off my back. So thank you, Chairman, for bringing this forward.
Great, thank you. Anyone like to make a second or any comment?
Yes,
Supervisor Ding?
You can second it.
I would. I wasn't here when whatever happened, but I want to show my appreciation to the chairman. It takes a gentleman of the board to step up and say, I made a mistake and this shouldn't have happened the way it did. I don't think anybody should enter public service worse than they came into it. I think everybody appreciates the work that you and Tom have done over the last 8 years, and I'd kind of like to see it end on a high note. So
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So would that be a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion is 4-0, 1 abstain.
I thank you all. Appreciate that very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very
And I know
much.
you're abstaining because you weren't here. So I appreciate that. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Perfect, absolutely. And moving on to item number 2, District 4 recommend the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors receive an update of immediate and long-term solutions to address the ongoing safety and security concerns of San Joaquin General Hospital employees. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. As many of you are aware, there's been it happened on Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving night, and one of the employees out there posted a picture of her car being stripped of its wheels, and the post really grabbed my heartstrings. Here I am working on Thanksgiving evening, trying to take care of the residents of San Joaquin County, and I come out to find my, car stripped down to nothing. The obviously a lot of individuals started chiming in on things going on out there. A lot of them could be true. A lot of them, I didn't know. I want to know what the facts are, exactly what was going on out there, because obviously the safety of our personnel is utmost concern. So I called Mr. Castro, and Castro jumped right in and said, absolutely, this is critical to run into hospitals, make sure that our our employees feel safe. And then the sheriff's office jumped in and so forth. So now I get to hear the facts and what's really going out there so that we can figure out if there's anything else we need to do.
Would you like me to go first, or?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the incident on Thanksgiving, I believe it was, it looks like several cars were burglarized and wheels taken. As the picture shows, a car up on blocks. That's something that'll be investigated. But the overall message that I saw on Facebook, I didn't see it until this morning. The statistics don't support that there's an ongoing issue. Now, there could be reporting issues on that end. What we have at the sheriff's office is showing over the last 2 years, 26 calls for service related to auto burglaries, thefts at the hospital, unsafe conditions for workers, and those ones, per our stats, are actually almost non-existent. I included them because I can't put something on a stat saying firearm at the hospital and not explain it. It wasn't at the hospital. Someone heard shots fired. They called it near the hospital, but nothing resulted of it. So of the 26 calls for service that we have, you're looking at 12 of those being in this calendar year, 7 larceny, theft-related crimes, and 3 of them were very early on in the year, January, February, March. The last 4 being this incident on Thanksgiving, and some of those are duplicates, just the way our statistics work. So what we are seeing on our end is not really supportive of that Facebook post. Of course, we're always open to more discussions. We'll work with the hospital to help them identify any needs. The variables that I mentioned earlier could be if their hospital staff are encountering issues in the parking lot and they're calling their security, it doesn't come to us. So we would not be able to report to those stats. Our stats are very low, again, not supportive of the Facebook post, other than the singular incident.
Okay, so these are just calls that if the security guard went out there and the person that owned the car just went home, you wouldn't know about it anyway.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Castro?
So good afternoon, Chair Villaputa, Supervisor Ding, Supervisor Canepa, Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Rickman, and CAO, Mr. Gala. First and foremost, before I get started, I want to thank both Supervisor Villaputa and Supervisor Patty for the support you've given me in the 2.5 years that I've been here. So we're going to miss you, and I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to thank you. As far as the incident, anything that happens to the hospital, we're trying very hard to change the culture of the hospital. Please understand that at every hospital, the one thing that criminals know is in an employee parking lot, they're going to not be coming back to their car for a given period of time. So, for example, when I was in Oregon, we had a rash of catalytic converters, and it was every single day, and we fought it as best we could. In this particular scenario, we had the same thing happen in March. We put some measures in place to do more rounding with a car, unfortunately. We did some other things. We always, very important, every employee in the hospital has the opportunity to be escorted from a safety perspective to their car by security anytime they want. So we do that on a regular basis. In this particular incident, the car came through the employee parking lot. It got through the gate by just being low enough they lifted it as much as they could, and they drove kind of a low-riding car underneath the gate, and they were in and out, I think, within 10 minutes. So these guys really knew what they were doing. So what we have done again, immediately did a root cause analysis, said what could we do better. We have now assigned, we've added more cameras. So we have 80 cameras in the parking lot, so it's pretty well.
How many?
80 in the parking lots.
Wow.
In the parking lots throughout the campus. But instead of rotating the images, because they're all recorded, more so for proactive work than, on the spot work, but we took the employee parking lot and made those images always on. They don't rotate. There's 4 new monitors strictly for the employee parking lot. And I think most importantly, we now have a foot patrol that will be out there 24/7 specifically for the employee parking lot. It is a kind of a knee jerk to what we have. I don't know that all of these measures will change the outcome because, again, I've been involved in hospitals all my life, and we've had these kind of issues just because of the nature of the 12-hour shifts overnight. So we have taken proactive action. I also think that it was, I'm not a fan of Facebook, but I did see the Facebook comments. I thought it was a bit of an overreaction, but we take it seriously. We're trying very hard to develop a great culture at the hospital, and everything like this is kind of a takeaway. So we're present more, we have more cameras viewing, immediately locked down that gate so it couldn't be lifted, so it'd be harder for a car to get in. And we'll continue to look at other possibilities to improve that safety out there.
So in response, we've fixed the gate, we put a 24-hour walk patrol, and we've added more cameras and fixed it so that it's not a rotating, so we have pure visual on the parking lot at all times.
24/7 visual on the parking lot from 4 different
Great.
monitors.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? We'll open, Supervisor Canepa.
No. Supervisor Ding and I sit on the committee that oversees the hospital, so thank you for calling me and thank you for answering the phone call. So then the communication between the security and the sheriff, just if there's calls for, how does that occur?
Anytime there's a crime, regardless. So this was called to our security. I believe it was security that reached out to the sheriff's office, correct?
So that's why I said there are duplicates. Security called and victim
Okay.
called.
Yeah.
So just so there's not
Yeah.
some coordination issue where the right hand's not talking to the left and.
Right, and we never rely on security not to report something that's a crime. So if something comes to security and it wasn't reported by the victim, we in turn report it because it was a crime.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being so responsive.
sure.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mr. Castro, for taking prompt action, getting taken care of, and obviously the sheriff's department is always ready to jump in and help, so thank you.
Anything we could do?
At this time, we'll open public comment. Anybody have any questions, please come forward. I see none. Supervisor Dean, we need a motion on this?
It's not
It's
actionable.
informational, okay, thank
gotta
you, thank you
report
very
it.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, I believe we're on item number 7, is that right, clerk of the board? Yes, sir.
Just real quickly, we've been jumping around a little bit, so I've been looking for an opportunity to just put something on the record,
Okay,
Microphone.
and that is.
Microphone.
Sorry, I was indicating I wanted to put something on the record, and that has to do with public hearing number 2.
Okay.
That item was pulled at the request of the department. There was a noticing issue. Interested parties were notified yesterday when that took place. Again, I just want to put that on the record.
great. Now, we're on item number 7, is that
Chair-
correct, clerk of the board? Okay, great.
Before we get started, can you let the audience know we have plenty of seats up front?
Feel free to come forward.
Thank you.
ROV, adopt a resolution accepting the certified statement and the results of the votes to cast of the general election held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. We have Olivia. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. So we are here to, the certification of the election took place on December 3rd, so we are here for you all to accept the results. My next item is a post-election update, so this is just a vote of the board. That's it.
Okay. Any questions from Ms. Hill? None? Supervisor Canepa.
I'm sorry. Was distracted. So this is, because we always get some people asking questions about all the processes and things like that. So this is going to certify the December 3rd.
Through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, the election was already certified. I actually certified, but you all are accepting the results of the election is what this is today.
Okay. Because I mean, we always are getting questions and comments, and I mean, sometimes it's a little overwhelming, so I don't know, some of those questions are good. How are they addressed, and how do we certify that? I mean, there's some accusations that we are, our duty is to make sure that they're done in a mindful way, and the absentees and the people that nondescript addresses, and there's lots of variables, so I mean.
I could probably answer that for you.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Supervisor Canepa. Today, we're accepting her report. We've moved the election integrity meeting. It was supposed to be this week or next week in the middle of your 50 Christmas parties and everything else. So we moved it off till January at that time, and that's what we've been using the election advisory committee for, is, anything that comes up, process, and then it'll come back to a report in probably February and saying, here's some of the concerns, this is some of the things they thought, could be done differently, and give us and the board a chance to respond.
Okay, thank you. So move to approve.
Let me open the public comment. Anyone like to come forward? Any comment? None? Supervisor Canova.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second, and a vote, please. And it is approved 5-0. Moving on to item number 8, ROV. Adopt a presentation by the Register of Voters regarding a post-election update for November 5th, 2024 general election in San Joaquin County. We have Director Hill.
Okay, we are here for a post-election update, just a few items I wanted to share with the board, some very exciting stuff that I thought we would like to highlight today. So first up, I want to point out that we had 83,100 voters that went out to the polls on election day.
Wow.
They did a various they did different styles of voting. So we had 48,900 people that actually voted in person or did a same-day registration or provisional ballot. And in addition to that, 34,200 people actually felt better about going to the polling location to drop off their vote-by-mail ballot. So that's how we got to that 83,100. And I think that that's very notable based on the fact that we've wanted to ensure that we had preserved traditional polling places and the ability for people to go out and vote in their neighborhood location. And so I think this is something we should all be proud of. Additionally, the turnout out of our 380,000 voters was 267,627 voters that participated, bringing us to 70.68% turnout for this election. In-person voting, I shared that. We actually had early voting in our office, and if you recall the lines, the 5 days leading up to Election Day, including that Saturday, we had, in that early voting period, not including Election Day, we had almost 2,000 people utilize that option in our office. Additionally, there were 216,794 ballots cast by vote by mail. But I wanted to break down the returns a bit. Vote by mail returns, we've seen 105,194 that were sent back by mail through the USPS. We had 76,722 that were dropped off at drop boxes, our official boxes throughout the county. We had 678 vote by mail ballots returned in person, meaning a voter got out of their car, bypassed the box out front, and wanted to come upstairs and make sure they handed it to ROV staff. And then, of course, the 34,200 that went to polling places on Election Day. So I thought this was some very good information to share, and that we should be excited about what we're doing with in-person voting. This is just a little data on the drop box and the return location, just like we did in the prior election. So City of Tracy definitely gets the award here, I guess. They had over 11,484 people use a drop box. It was so crazy, but if you look back at the video on election night, they had a line of people waiting for our staff to empty out the box to put more ballots in. So it was quite a spectacle out at that drop box on election night. But it was great. We've seen engagement in the community. Of course, the county administration building seen 8,846. And then, of course, we have the data on the boxes that did not have such a large turnout, so that's available for you to review. And we can drill down on that a little bit more. Something that's really cool about the Dropbox data this time is with the new sorters that we implemented. They actually allowed us to sort by Dropbox, so we can tell you if one of you were to call and say, okay, we can tell you that you voted by mail and you dropped off at such and such drop box on this day. Or we can even say you voted on election day with your vote by mail ballot and you went to this location and dropped it off. And so because of the technology, we're actually able to drill down. And so if a voter did have a concern regarding their ballot, or a concern that somebody did something inappropriate with their ballot, somebody tried to steal their ballot and vote it, like some of the comments we heard, we can actually drill down to exactly where that vote by mail ballot was returned from. So it's giving us more data and more opportunity if there is a problem to address it. So just something I wanted to share.
And you can back that up with the video too, right?
Absolutely, yes. The archive footage should be live on our website today or tomorrow so that people can watch the footage from the entire election. It took the vendor a few weeks to get all the cameras back and to archive the data, but it will be live on our website in just a few days, so. All right, now something else to share, election officer stats. So we were able to actually hire, I believe it was 1,296 people volunteered to work election day. We had 560 clerks, 354 student clerks, 170 inspectors, and 159 people that helped us with closures at drop boxes and election night at the warehouse, and then our field inspector rovers, which we had 53 of those that worked this election, bringing us to 1,296 volunteers. In-person voting, so we had 171 polling precincts. We had 48,900 in-person ballots cast, including CVR and provisional ballots. An additional 34,200 voters dropped off their mail-in ballots in person at a polling place on Election Day. The combined total in-person voting was 83,100 voters. Over the 31% of the total votes cast were done utilizing an in-person voting option, which is quite a bit of an increase for us, so we're grateful for that. It feels, as my staff put it, that we had everyone show up to our party this time, and we were grateful to say that on Election Day, the success that we feel is when voters are turning out and participating, and so voter turnout is a great driver to make us see people are engaged and they're exercising their right to vote. Some of the election security things, so all 25 drop boxes had security cameras live streamed 24/7 and available to the public on the ROV website. We were even able to make adjustments. So in the first days leading up to the election, they got the cameras up and live a few days before the drop boxes opened on that Monday, October 7th. And we were able to adjust night vision on some of the cameras. So if it had low light, like in fact the one at Tracy Elks Lodge, it was basically dark out there. There is no lights, but the way they were able to adjust the camera, it looked like it was almost daylight at nighttime at that box. And so I thought that it was great that the vendor on the fly could make all the adjustments that we needed, and it just seemed like a much better product that we were able to utilize. And so we had that available. Sheriff's Office, we're very, very grateful. Shout out to the Sheriff's Office. Even Sheriff Withrow himself came on election morning when he cast his ballot to check on me and make sure that we had everything. And they were like, the Sheriff's Office is here. I didn't expect it to be the Sheriff himself. So I shout out to him for being very supportive. They had escorts for all of our election night final pickups from all of the drop boxes. They also provided the transport to our warehouse from each of our receiving centers. Something new that we did this year is the next morning on Wednesday when we moved all the ballots over to downtown, a sheriff's escort actually accompanied our warehouse supervisor when she arrived to the warehouse on Wednesday morning. He was there with her as she opened up the warehouse. They loaded everything up, and that sheriff stayed with them until they brought the ballots downtown to our downtown office. All ballots were under camera surveillance at all times once they were received at the county administration building, including during opening, sorting, inspection, scanning, and tabulation. So I just wanted to share some of the election security that we had in place. This isn't all of it, but just some tidbits to share with the board. And then that's all I have for you. So any questions, I'm open to answer.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions, and congratulations on the results and people turning out, and that shows it's what your job's all about, is getting a lot of people coming in. So I do have a question. We were, once again, this is what people are asking me, so I ask you, and it's followed by a question for you, but we're one of the last counties to fully certify People say, well, they're already, how come they can do all the tabulations in Florida and declare winners, and we're so slow here? And we had a couple races that were curing ballots to the very end, a congressional race that changed. And I don't know if that was maybe the reason why we didn't officially certify, but we were last to the party in our county for the state, from what I'm told and from what I saw. That was one of the last, it was the last seat in the nation to be determined for Congress. So understanding that the dynamics have changed, people are doing more drop-off, there's machines, you're validating signatures, this process. What is it that we could implement that allows us to be more expedient?
That's a great question. To be clear, there was some urgency legislation that occurred that required us to wait until the 28th day to certify. But with that congressional seat being as tight as it was, I don't think the experts that call elections were comfortable calling it because it was within a couple hundred votes. So that's why I would guess that happened. We try very hard in our office we got the calls. Well, when are you going to call it? We don't call elections. We certify results. And of course, the governing bodies are the ones that call the election, if you will. And so I would say that I have heard a rumor that there are a couple legislatures that are pushing forward to have expedited election results. And so as we learn of that legislation, it's something that we can support, that this board, I can bring that information back to you. And if the board chooses to support where it would expedite results, it's something, it's very interesting because there was this big push to, you got to wait 28 days. And now coming right out of that, we're hearing, we need to speed up the process. And so I think this is an ongoing conversation that as the law permits, we can address it and hopefully get results sooner.
So about a couple of years ago, we had received more drop box ballots, which at the time you had said we'd only had one machine, we need more machines so we can validate signatures. So again, what would you need? Are you still waiting to find out what would be required so that we can be more expedient, or could we not be any more expedient? Are we exactly on par with what everybody else is doing by way of how many ballots we can process, or do you in fact need additional equipment?
Thank you for asking that. Actually, no, we did great. We actually got the rest of the vote by mail ballots processed within the week like I had shared. So by the following Friday after Election Day, we had processed, not the 3 days, but the following Friday, we had all the vote by mail done. What happened?
That's a long time.
The 8 days?
Well, no, it's not 8 days. It was vote on Tuesday, and you're saying the following, so you're like 11 days later. Well, that's much longer than a lot of others.
What I mean is to report. So processing and reporting are two different things. So we ran everything through and got signature verification done, but to get it all the way through scanning and to tabulation, we tabulated the last of the vote by mail ballots outside of things that were damaged by that following Friday, which is pretty, I mean, that's in alignment with what other counties are doing. We had over 100,000 vote by mail ballots that had to be processed during that time. Something that we're looking into is we have auto signature recognition, which instead of manually checking signatures like we currently do, we're looking into that. We actually were able to have Blue Crest, which is our vendor for our sorting equipment. They turned on the ASR. We didn't actually use it because we haven't been able to test it, but they captured all the data for us. So now in 2025, we're actually going to analyze that to see if maybe we could speed that up. But to be fair, what has been the holdup is the same-day registrations. It's very, very taxing to get those same-day registrations on. You have to put in, so we received over 9,000 of those. Every single registration card had to be data entered into the system. The voter had to be verified. The address had to be verified, and then it had to be sync checked with the VoteCal to ensure that the voter didn't cast the ballot in another county. So there was a lot. So where we're getting bogged down is that CVR provisional, and I want to continue to look at ways that we can improve that process and what our options are. So that was our biggest hangnail, I would say, this election.
Excellent. That's informative. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know in the midterm, you probably had day of registered voter probably fractional compared to the 9,000.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
I just have one question. I was at Lincoln High School and the state had observers. How does that work, and how do you get the information from those folks?
State observers. Was this the DOJ that was out, or you said state observers?
Yeah, there was 2 folks that were outside of the county office, and they were there, and I asked them to take a picture, and they weren't too happy.
So I don't always know of all observers. Usually when the
Okay.
Secretary of State sends out people, I will be notified that they're sending out people. ACLU and AAAJ, they always send out people to, but actually they're not required to inform my office that they're going to view the process. So I wasn't aware of anyone outside of DOJ and the other two organizations. But good to know.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to ask for their credentials. I didn't want to make it any worse, so, or me meddling. So it's like, no, I can buy. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello again. Just to piggyback off Supervisor Patty's question, and I didn't hear an answer. I heard kind of a vague answer. Yeah, we get asked this all constantly. You know, if, you know, some counties are faster than us or other states are faster than us, why? I mean, I understand the same day registration, but so does the rest of the other counties. So if that's being used as the reason for delay, why is other counties beating us? And, or then, that's one portion of the question. The second portion of the question is you look at other states who can keep, you know, it seems like majority of their stuff is done within a week. So, you have the reasoning behind that. If somebody asking me or this board on the street that specific question, what do we say?
So what I would recommend is, if asked the question about what happens in other states, is that each state is mandated by their own state law. There are a few federal laws that mandate elections, but a lot of it is state law driven, and in California, our rules are different than in other states.
Right.
So that would be my answer there.
So, looking at another state, so you're saying because of our state laws, the bureaucracy, whatever it may be, the mandatory requirements that we have as a county is what drives us to certify our elections in 30 days when others are half that time.
That is correct, and if you all recall, we were actually certifying our election sooner than the 28-day window in 22 and even in the primary. But then what occurred is this urgency bill that passed where it said you must wait until 28 days so that voters have until the 26th day to cure their ballot. And so I'm hearing you say that other counties finished sooner. Not a single county in California should have certified prior to the 28th day because there was a mandate in place that prevented us. Now, they may have been done counting, and if they were able to cure every single ballot they had, meaning they had no more challenge vote by mail ballots, that would be the only exception to certifying sooner. So I could imagine maybe there were a few small counties that may have occurred. But the reason why we couldn't certify until the 28th day is because when we finished the election, we had about 6,000 challenge ballots at one time. We got it down to about 1,700, so we weren't able to do it any sooner than E28, which was December 3rd. Did I answer your question? Sorry.
Kind of. I understand what you're saying because of the state mandate of 28 days, right? You can't certify before that. But if other counties were, I mean, they counted their ballots, right? I mean, you look at their ROV or you look at their election site, you know, percentage counting, and they're like done, and we're lacking behind. So on a scale of, 1 through 58, 58 being all the counties, where do we fit in there? And if we're at the portion of, last, in the 50s, why aren't we in the top 10? We're counting ballots when other counties can do it. I understand other counties, I mean, you can't, it's not apples to apples and everything, but counties on a similar size or larger than us, why are we below that?
I'm wondering where we're getting the data that we're below.
Oh, I don't have the data in front of me.
Yeah.
But
so
this is just what
I think
we're
that we're
being
right
told.
in alignment. Yeah, I think that we're right in line. Anyone that's perceiving that San Joaquin County is moving slower, I would say that that's inaccurate information based on the fact that we were on time with all of our reports. We were reporting Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Most of what we were doing was completed. We were working on CVR and provisionals most of that time period, and it was really those same day registrations that were the holdup. I don't have anything right in front of me as related to what other counties had as far as same-day registration, but I know that it was big. Like, I know that Sacramento County had about 16,000 of those. I'm not aware of any instance that we were coming in last or even down the chain. I thought we were in alignment with all the other counties. So I wasn't aware of a concern that we were behind, if you will.
Oh, we get this all, I guess I can't speak for everybody else, but are you guys getting the same questions as I am? You know, so I'll end it there. It's not a dig at you or your team or anything like that. I think you did a great job. But I would like to know where exactly, you know, compare apple to apples or counties that are, you know, higher in population, where are they ranked and where are we ranked? And then as to Supervisor Patty's comment is, if we're ranked lower than them, or say considerably lower, what can we do? Is it equipment, personnel issue that we can elevate ourselves higher?
Absolutely.
I mean, this is, again, we talk about it all the time, you know, with our different departments. What do you need to successfully and efficiently, I should say, do your job better?
Absolutely.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong,
No, I
so
know.
please, I think you did a great job. You know, we discussed that in length today. You wouldn't receive the award for not, and, you know, we appreciate you.
Absolutely, and I think just something to note is that during budget time, we may have it be asking for a couple of things, and
Yeah.
at that point, you know, we will bring forward any needs that the department might have at that time when it's appropriate to bring those forward.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, I just want to go on the record here. More resources don't mean faster, okay? The reason it's as slow as it does is because if you noticed, and thank you, by the way, Olivia did a release every hour instead of twice on election night. Every vote at the polling place was counted by midnight. We're done. So every time you spend another $1 million on a drop box and it gives somebody else, I mean, those ballots have got to be certified in the system. Then they've got to be opened with 2 workers. And then they got to be copied. And it adds so much time to it every time you add another element. The less elements, the faster the election to go. Tell them to go to the polls or they get, you know, docked on their paycheck or something. But yeah, spending money, that's what I want to say. Spending more money on more equipment doesn't make it faster.
Through the chair, if I may.
As long as you don't disagree with me.
No, I completely agree with you. I was going to share that 34,200 that dropped off at the polling locations, because we now have that law in our favor that people can sign the poll pad and scan that vote by mail ballot in the next election cycle. We'd really like to advocate for the worker to go in or for the voter to go in. You can sit at home with your vote by mail ballot and take all the time you need and vote it, but then you can go to your local polling place on election day, sign in on the poll pad and scan it, and that ballot is going to be counted that night. And I think we can push that. That could also help us to eliminate that, in addition to like the ASR and the different things we're looking into that aren't going to cost additional money. They're things that are already resources that we can utilize. So that's it. Thanks.
Any other questions? Supervisor Rickman.
Just say I agree with Supervisor Ding. Good thing I don't want to get yelled at. And but I still want to know that, I mean, efficiency doesn't have to be with dollars. Efficiency
100%.
could be something else. But I do want to know where we're ranked.
All right,
And
I will work on that. Absolutely.
thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone like to come forward? I see 0. I will close public comment. Olivia, I just want to thank you for that presentation, and it was a pleasure working with you the last couple of years.
Absolutely. If I may, Supervisor Patty and Chairman Villaputra, it's been an honor to work with you, and I appreciate the support and the time that you've put forward and into our office and department. And it's sad to see you go, but it'll just be see you later,
If you
hopefully.
want us 4 more years, we'll talk to Sandy. I'm joking.
I will stay out of that conversation, but yes, thank you
Okay.
both.
No, I appreciate it. Okay.
Ms. Hale, I appreciate you calling me up and just lamenting of how I'm your favorite supervisor and the brilliance that I bring to the board is a guiding light for you. So thank you for those kind words.
Love it. Is there a motion? Do we need a motion for this item?
So
Yes.
moved.
Okay.
All right.
And we have a first and
Thank
second
you.
to vote, please.
It's the first. Rickman?
To accept it, I believe.
Accept the results. What are we motioning for?
It doesn't matter. I mean, why don't we just vote on it? If it's just an accept. I mean, we spend more time talking about it than actually voting.
We actually don't need a motion.
Okay, great. Informational. Great. I think we're done.
All
So
right.
moving on to item number 9, Behavioral Health Services. Approve the Second Amendment to A-24-233 Central Valley Low Income Corporation for Round 3 funding from the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program for the period of August 1st, 2024, June 30th, 2027, in the amount of $4,725,000, and update signature authority. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, Madam CAO Genevieve Valentine, your Behavioral Health Director and Interim Healthcare Services Director. So here today, we are going to give you an update on our bridge housing project and the direction that we are going with our partner of Civlic. And what I'm going to do is pass over to Ms. Sabrina Parker, our Deputy Director over Administration, to go through a PowerPoint for you.
Good afternoon, Sabrina Parker, Deputy Director of Administration for Behavioral Healthcare Services. We're going to start with a little background quickly. Through Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program, California Department of Healthcare Services will provide $1.5 billion in funding to operate bridge housing settings to address the immediate and sustainable housing needs of people experiencing homelessness, who have serious behavioral health conditions, including substance use disorders. In late 2023, BHS was awarded $14,303,642 in round 1 of the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program, of which $3.5 million roughly was earmarked for infrastructure. So round 1 infrastructure projects for San Joaquin County included the satellite apartment complex purchase, and behavioral health successfully launched a bridge housing program or beds there for our justice-involved population beginning January 15th, 2024. There are 30 beds available at that complex. More recently, in November of 2024, we utilized $600,000 to purchase to assist in purchasing 2 residential houses, 4 units each, for a total of 8 units. We refer to these as the Robindale houses at the moment. And with remaining round 1 infrastructure dollars, we are pending a project with the city of Lodi. There are 40 units that we will bring online. We are shooting for February, March as a deadline, and then 6 additional units that will be transitional respite in March 2026. So the first picture here, this is just a picture of our satellite apartment complex at 530 North Stanislaus Street. 30 total units.
I would like to point out this is the primary complex that we are using for Care Court that rolled out last week.
This picture was from the listing. I was able to grab this offline, 2742 Robindale Avenue in Stockton. This is a residential home and it offers 4 units. This particular home, I do believe we are going to prioritize also for our Care Court respondents. Correct. The second home, 2754 Robindale Avenue in Stockton, another 4 units, again, being prioritized for our Care Court respondents. Our pending project with the city of Lodi, the reimagined housing on Main. This is where the first 40 units that I mentioned will be located. There is a contract that is actually in my inbox pending review right now, so we're getting ready to send that over to the city of Lodi.
Where exactly is that 400 block or on Main?
I don't know the address specifically off the top of my head.
It's new construction though, right? That's not an existing building?
It was through the chair to Supervisor Ding, it was an existing building that the city of Lodi purchased and actually redid. It was an old hotel. The bottom they are using for business enterprises and so forth. So we are hoping to take over one of those 3 different business facing and then the 2 stories for transitional. There's also a home in the back that the city of Lodi has also purchased and owned. So we are hoping to do a master lease with the city of Lodi for up to 20 years.
Huh, that doesn't look familiar.
I can drive you over there. It's beautiful. We can do a
Okay.
tour.
Okay.
Okay, so we're moving on to round 3. There is no round 2, just in case anyone is interested. Round 2 was for tribal entities only, which is why we're jumping to round 3 in this presentation. In July of 2024, behavioral health was awarded $15 million in round 3 for Bridge Housing Program, the grant. Board approval was received in August of 2024. 5,000 of the 15, sorry, 5 million of the 15 million is earmarked for infrastructure funding. In line with grant requirements, we are only allowed to spend $75,000 per bed. So the grant application proposed a project that would add 67 beds to the continuum. Unfortunately, that project fell through, and the property we were not able to secure. Department of Healthcare Services does require deed restriction through the term of the grant, June 30th, 2027. The restriction will be extended to encompass a 20-year period. So the new proposal for behavioral health, we are proposing a partnership with Central Valley Low Income Housing Corporation to purchase 418 and 420 North California Street for a total of 38 units, and 517 East Channel Street for an additional 25 units. Combined total would be 63 units. It is a few units shorter than our original proposal. We are also not proposing to spend the entire $5 million at this time, rather 4.725, because that's the $75,000 per bed cap, in order to acquire and do some potential deferred maintenance or rehab that may be needed. So the request at this time is that we recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the second amendment to Agreement A 24233, increasing the amount by $4,725,000 with Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Round 3 funding to purchase the 2 multi-units. Civilic has located and secured the 2 properties.
Any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. And
You're next.
good afternoon. Thank you for the report. Just real quick, I mean, I was looking at some of the tiny home stuff, and have you guys familiar with that boxable?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yeah, I just read about it last week, so what do you think about that? I think that with the Elon Musk and all that stuff, even though he's not that.
So through the chair to Supervisor Rickman, we're actually considering tiny homes for Bridge Round 4 that will be released in order to be part of our Be Well campus. So what we are hoping to do is use Bridge 1 and Bridge 3 funds to do things more centrally located within the Stockton area, Lodi, and then the remaining 2,750 plus some from Bridge 1 will actually be a partnership with the city of Tracy. And so in terms of tiny homes, we really want to make that more centralized, connected to Be Well campus, and have a variety of different options moving forward.
Have you looked at that? I mean, I saw like a YouTube, and the
I
thing looked
did.
actually pretty cool.
They're very cool. They're very
Pretty
cool.
cheap.
They're very cheap, and we actually had the state of California Department of Healthcare Services come and do a tour with some of our bridge housing projects. Very excited. They then allowed us to know that there is some tiny home projects
very similar to what you're talking to, and they sent us PowerPoint specs, whole 9 yards, that the County of San Francisco used. So we're hoping to tour their bridge tiny home projects, which is aligned with the Elon Musk project. We actually do have local builders within our county that do tiny homes, so we are hoping to be able to do an RFP specifically for tiny home projects where we can actually allow the funds to be used with local construction of tiny homes.
That I just want to clarify for the record. I don't think Elon Musk is affiliated with the Possible, so I don't want to end up on X somewhere. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting. If you ever get a chance to go look at them, heck, I'd be interested to go check those things out.
I am always open for a field trip.
All right, thank you very much.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. A couple quick questions. I'm a little confused. We are seeing numbers, and then it's not going to do that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to approve that, 75,000 per door. And so where are we at? What are we actually asking for? Because you sent a whole slide of what we're not doing. So what are we doing, and what's the cost per door?
$75,000 per bed.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair to Supervisor Patty, $75,000 per bed. That's the cap. We are proposing to spend $4.725 million on acquisition and potential rehab for 63 beds.
And that 75,000 includes the rehab cost?
It's not going to include all of it, no. The vendor is seeking other funding to assist with that.
And who owns the property?
Civlic will own the property.
With a master lease for us for 20 years.
Why do we do that? Is that the only legal structures? Like the county can't keep that property if we're accessing and facilitating this? Why wouldn't the county keep that in perpetuity?
Through the chair to Supervisor Patty, that will have to be a longer discussion with the board on the acquisition of property. And the moment we actually own property, it actually increases our liability costs for insurance, because in case there is a fire in the home or various other things. So it'll end up being a strategic conversation we'll have to have with the board in the future on if we want to own residents. At this moment, when we do partnerships and we allow for master lease, it allows that liability to go on to the official owner of the property and not the county at large. We have mitigation costs instead.
So we're leasing it from the owner?
We are doing a master lease for 20 years.
And you think there wouldn't be any lawsuit if a fire comes along that we're leasing? I think you'd be very hopeful, because a lawsuit is a lawsuit, and lawyers figure out ways to sue everybody and anybody as related to it if your name is close to the dotted line.
That is always a very high likelihood that the county will get sued. But historically, the board has given direction to behavioral health to not purchase and own our own residential properties. In fact, we only have our 2 residential projects through substance abuse. Other than that, we have contracted out since that request well over a decade ago.
Okay, and I'm off the board. Goodbye, see you all soon. I look at some of the asset acquisition and wealth development for some of these local nonprofits, and a lot of these people are becoming multimillionaires at our expense, and how great they're doing a service and great they're part of it, but 20 years and they're multimillionaire property owners. It sparks a curiosity in my mind of what else we could do to retain that asset, because I would imagine 20 years from now, when Supervisor Rickman's still on the board, and Supervisor Canepa and Ding are probably still here, but I'm long gone. I would imagine we're still going to have a need for this type of housing. So I'm just asking what else you may want to consider in the future board, consider and examine what else is possible. This may be the cleanest, best way, and $75,000 a bed is very low. Because I know that could be the lowest I've ever heard is like $200,000 a bed and up to $400,000 and even up to $900,000 plus for some of the affordable housing projects. So just asking. Thank you.
Absolutely. I will happily talk to the next chair on what direction he would like us to have when we move forward with property acquisition.
It'll be a long conversation. Bring your coffee. Anyone else? Questions? I'm going to open public comment. Please come forward with any questions. Close public comment. Any motions? And you,
Second.
we have a first and a second. A vote, please. Genevieve, it was a pleasure working with you. And you too. I haven't met you yet, but yeah, great working with you last.
I would like to say to the chair and
Yeah.
Supervisor Patty, thank you for all the work that you have done specifically in the expansion of infrastructure and housing supports for the mentally ill and
Yeah.
the efforts the rest of our board is continuing in your honor. So thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
And I also want to recognize and appreciate those calls you make to me, recognizing that I'm your favorite supervisor. And,
love it.
yeah, so
You are absolutely my favorite, Tom.
I know. I love it. Okay.
I'm your favorite Tom. I'm the only Tom. Thank you, Genevieve.
Okay, number 10, E2D2, approve reallocation of $1,746,500 of American Rescue Plan Act funding from the Small Business Assistance Grant Program to launch a LIFT initiative, local investment for financial thrive to support small businesses in San Joaquin County and related budget adjustments. Good afternoon, everyone. How you guys doing? I know I'm your favorite supervisor. You guys, come on now. Let's hear it.
Good afternoon, Patty Virgin, Executive Director with San Joaquin County Employment and Economic Development Department. Thank you, Supervisor Villapudua. We are here we came last week with an initiative and got direction from this board to change it. And so we are here with changes. We heard you. The LIFT initiative is going to, we're going to do the small business assistant grants. So this funding was held, it was for small business assistance. We did 4 rounds. The last one was done in 2022. So this initiative would, the purpose of this initiative would be to help small businesses with utility reimbursements. And they can, we're open to hear what you have, what your thoughts are, but our thoughts, we would do an application allowing small businesses to submit reimbursement for utility bills going back to 2023 and forward, up to a $5,000 cap. That would give us the ability to serve 305 businesses over the next 2 years. So for a total of $1,525,000, that would be the amount for small businesses. We also put in $50,000 for marketing support for the GoSJ website. So the GoSJ website is a website with the County Office of Education. It is a hub for identifying where individuals can go and get assistance in identify where training is being available, also services for employers and businesses. We would market this grant application through that website. So it is in partnership with County Office of Education, San Joaquin Partnership, and the adult schools and community college. So I am open to any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Ding.
Yes, on the grants, is franchises excluded? Is there, I mean, when this is supposed to be to help small businesses? I mean, if you own 21 McDonald's, do you get to apply 21 times? Is it, I mean, businesses,
That would be, through the chair, that would be at your discretion. When we did the small business assistant grants, it was for businesses that had less than 100 employees. And that was the only provision that we put on that, or that was put forward.
was there any abuses you saw the first time?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions from anyone?
Chairman.
Supervisor Rickman.
Supervisor Ding, what are you thinking about the franchise? I mean,
Well, I mean, if you own, if you're part of a larger what happened with the, oh my God, was so long ago. It wasn't the county, it was a state program. But people were applying, you know, like the owners of Burger King or grocery store chains or what have you, and they were applying, and the money ran out quicker. It wasn't our county grant program. So I was just wondering, I mean, obviously, I just want to make sure your intent, you know, is clear. I'm assuming that your intent is to help out small business, so let's not assume, let's spell it out.
Absolutely.
Cap it.
Through the chair, Supervisor Ding, for the open rewards program, we do require that they be local businesses if are not taking franchises. So, for example, there are some local pizza places that they're locally owned. We are allowing those.
No
but
pizza places. Just say no pizza, especially if they're on Alpine Avenue.
But for the most part, we are looking, they have to be businesses that were in operation prior to 2020, businesses that have less than 100 employees, and have a license, basically, to operate in San Joaquin County. So that's the provisions, and we are open to anything else that the board would like for us to direct us to do.
I like the fact that you said business, owned on that. I mean, one person not leasing, 15 McDonald's in each different counties and stuff like that.
That is correct. So locally owned, so
Proprietors.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
And I do have one more question.
Go right ahead, sir.
So it has to do with the rewards card.
This is, through the chair, Supervisor Ding, this does not have to do with the rewards card.
No,
This
I
is
know,
a separate.
but I've got you here.
Yes, absolutely.
Fine.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we're open to answering
Okay.
questions.
So if you want to know how to do something on the web, you find a 16-year-old and figure it out. So here's the deal. Because with the last meeting, you said the rewards card wasn't working, nobody wanted to use it, what have you. I spent about 2 hours trying to find the rewards card, searching on the web, and finally went to the county page. I went to economic development. You've had 4 press releases in 2024, the last 2 dealing with the rewards card. The last one being July 11th was the last time the rewards card was advertised. And on that press release, it says all you have to do is download the card. So I pressed the link, and the link didn't work. And then there were shared buttons down at the bottom of the press release, and none of them worked. So going back to whoever sub-vendor, whoever you hired to do this thing, no one's using it because no one knew about it. I mean, I was trying and I couldn't. There's a button on there. I got a hold of a bunch of the restaurants to use it. There's a share button on there so that you can not share. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a rewards program, a referral program. The referral link doesn't work. It's never been set up. We contact the administrator. The county's never set it up. So basically, somebody established thing and just dropped the ball. So I don't know if that's a vendor, an internal problem you need to deal with, but somebody didn't do their homework. So I want to make sure that's all working again, and then 7,000 county employees, that money will be gone in 24 hours if people can find it. So it's not that the program doesn't work, it's just there was no way to utilize it. Just for the record, $650 has been spent at Woodbridge Crossing, which I was shocked at because I didn't even know we took it. And then these people are geniuses because I don't know how they found it. So the program, once you get it, does work. It's just there's no marketing.
So through the chair, Supervisor Ding, what we've been doing is going out to the community and marketing, doing that one-on-one to the community, having actual marketing material with the QR code and showing them exactly.
Who's showing who?
Our staff. I've gone out and done
Okay.
presentations
Okay.
and to
If you can
different
get
groups.
me, I guarantee you, I can get you a few teenagers who can do a better job marketing in about 5 days. I need something that
Absolutely.
works.
We'll get you that
I
information.
want the share buttons fixed. I want the referral program set up and sent out to all of our county employees.
Through the chair, if I
Judge,
may.
through the
Supervi-
chair, we don't have this agendized, so I
Oh.
don't, we should carry on too
You can
long.
talk off.
I hate these legal requirements. I'll send you a reward card as an apology.
Then never mind, yeah.
Okay.
You want to talk, right?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. So quick question, when it talks about reimbursement for small businesses, could it also, because I happen to be one, I appreciate all the efforts for workforce development, vocational education. Could there be reimbursements included for the use as proposed for interns to come into a company and get job experience?
So this initiative is intended to be a reimbursement of expenses that have already been expended. So it's a reimbursement, and unless this board is giving us direction to do so, we have $1.7 million, so.
Well, the question is how it's proposed or what levity we have. Through the chair, I see the CAO would like to say something.
Well, okay, through the chair, but county council's busy right now, but just as the other one wasn't agendized, I don't think that's agendized. So.
Well, I'm just asking.
Right, so all I'm saying is that I think we would have to bring that back, and again, today is the last day that we could repurpose any
Okay, so
funds.
you can, if I understand through the chair, you're repurposing the dollars and then you can identify where it can fit.
Well, no, we are repurposing the dollars for exactly this program, the LIFT initiative, to reimburse small businesses with their utility costs.
Okay, so, and
after
we're done.
COVID.
That stops right there.
And we are done.
Okay,
But
that's my question.
definitely, as you know, our department
That's
is.
a whole nother conversation down the road. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, anyone else? I don't see anyone. I'm going to open public comment. Anyone like to speak? Please come forward. I see none. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you both. I know this was a very, very quick turnaround, and we appreciate it. And, as I mentioned before, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. You hear us talk about this all the time. We talked about small business here during the presentations today. And again, the reason I was so set for small businesses to have immediate relief, and we talked about the RAP card, and, that's not available, is we're having around the Christmas season, there's all the expenses, and something that can help small businesses and mom and pop shops immediately to pay the bills, right? And have to tie up to ARPA, so I think you did a good job here with, have to be, prior to. But again, I'll never forget about it because I think it was such a huge overreach of government. I think it was something you see in authoritarian, something you see in third world countries, what governments do when they come in and they shut down small businesses, or shut down churches. And those of us that were crying foul, we were called anti-science and all these different names. But now you look at the statistics and the effect that it had on the economy, and I could go through the whole COVID thing, I won't. We were right. And so with that being said, the state's policy and what they did to small businesses, how many lives they destroyed, how many businesses that were destroyed through their actions. At least this money is not a cure for it, and it's not going to roll back time. But those that did survive, at least this money will help them in the future and help them recover some of the costs that our governor and the state, what they did to them. So you can tell I'm very passionate about this topic. I'm still not happy about what happened with the state, but this is what we can do at our level. So again, I appreciate the quick turnaround, and I know I put more work on your lap during the Christmas season than it should have been. But thank you for being professionals and bringing it back to this board. And I'm sorry it's 4 o'clock. It's Supervisor Canepa didn't talk for 2 hours. We could have been out of here earlier. But again, thank you and appreciate it.
Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the quick turnaround. You made this very simplistic. I had 5 just brilliant ideas that had so many working pieces of the puzzle, and I saw this, I'm like, never mind, I'm out. So it was good. Right to the point. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Motion to approve.
We have a first and second, and a vote, please.
Absolutely not. Rochelle, can you please give me some credit over here?
That would be Robin Rickman.
Thank you, Rachel.
Rickman woke up in our last board meeting.
Second.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Patty and Nicole, I just want to thank you guys. Wonderful working with you the last few years. See you guys around, I'm sure.
As Supervisor, Chairman Villaputa, we also want to give, our sincere thanks to you for serving on our EDA board, always being a friend to E2D2. Supervisor Patty, thank you for your passion in everything that you do. You got the fire started with CTE and training, and we're definitely looking towards that way. If not through this funding, we will find other funding. We're always applying, so thank you.
Yeah. Committee assignments or reports, supervisors. Supervisor Ding, would you like to go first? No. Okay. I'll let Supervisor Patty go.
Yeah, first, through the chair, I have a question for county council. If we don't officially adjourn this meeting, do we stay on the board in continuity, or is that January 1st it's over?
No, you've actually found the loophole. You could serve in
found a
perpetuity.
loophole?
As long as we don't adjourn, yep.
All right, well, I'm not sure that will carry a motion, but thank you for the answer. A lot of kind words were said earlier, and I know myself and Supervisor Villaputa, we came in together, we go out together, but working with each and every one of you has been a true pleasure. This board, I know, is in good hands with the three of you, and the incoming board, I think, will be responsive, but you guys will be leaders in helping them through this next year as they get up to speed. County Council, working with you, thanks for taking my calls on a regular basis. I know that when the phone rings and it's me, you never know coming out of left field where it is. I like to think they're valid questions, and you keep us out of trouble. Working with our clerk of the board, I truly thank and appreciate our growth and the evolution we have in the office we serve and the position you hold. It's been absolutely fantastic. I know our deputy clerk over there, rumor has it she makes the world's greatest chocolate chip cookies, but she absolutely stingily did not make a single one for me while I'm here. So it's duly noted, but still appreciate the great job she's doing. And to our CAO, I've worked with several CAO, a few, I guess, and you've been absolutely amazing. And I know that our county is in the best hands possible. The evolution for the office that you now sit and hold has been amazing. And I truly appreciate the great job you do. It's fitting and well-deserved. And I hope this next year we do a little salary adjustment for our top law enforcement officers, which would trigger a salary increase for you. I think it to be a fair equity adjustment. I am going to leave with a couple of notes on a few things, gentlemen. First off, the holiday party was a true pleasure and well attended this year. So many people coming in, a lot of well wishes, and a lot of celebration on the county and what we do. And that's a reflection on each and every one of you, and I appreciate that opportunity for us to work on behalf of the public and for so many people to come forward and thank and appreciate us. A little bit of house cleaning. Today we pulled Empire Track. County Council, can I mention anything about Empire Track in an open forum that I just worked hard on getting across finish line? And we weren't
Very
able-
briefly as it works into your board summary.
Okay, so it's Supervisor Ding's district and mine, a shared interest. I worked very hard on multiple parties. This is going to come back. I would encourage the board to seriously consider. We had some people speaking out in favor of a natural place and a habitat and a retreat, but I will tell you, I know that there's dead bodies, there's rape, there's garbage, there's a blight of problem out there that I would publicly, as a citizen, speak out and understand that the people that have a vested interest in that property have come together for an agreement. It was very difficult. We had competing lawyers and a lot of acrimony to get across to the finish line with mutual signed agreements. It was a very difficult task. Took years to accomplish, and we got there. So Supervisor Ding, it's in your hands to get it to home plate. So I may give me a chance to come back and see you, gentlemen. I guess a couple other things. The Giannone Park Partnership, I don't know if that's going to come back and if there's any offers on that, but I think Mr. Ornelas made a great point. that the contributions we make as a county triggers the funding. And she can talk to you guys later on about that when and if that comes back around. Outside of that, gentlemen, I truly respect and appreciate each and every one of you, and thank you for the years and the time we've spent working together. And Chairman, thank you, sir.
Thank you, my man. Love it. Supervisor Ding.
I don't want to step on that. I can't imagine when I listen to you two gentlemen talk about what it used to be like, and this has been a pleasure and a privilege, and we've gotten a lot done, and I like scrapping. Doesn't mean we always see eye to eye on everything, and if we did, it'd be pretty boring. It's been a great experience, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So thank you for being of service.
Just have a few events. Obviously, the Sam Proof Scholarship Fund, the luncheon at Dave Wong's is huge, and it gets folks into the trades. Our office attended the Candlelight Vigil for domestic violence, multi-chamber Christmas party, and the Business Council business party and reception in Lodi. First time, pretty amazing. We have the first Sikh judge appointed in San Joaquin County, Judge Sarai, which is pretty pivotal in the county's history. We also spoke to the Leadership Stockton class that came down here for a tour, and Sandy and Miguel and Tom and I told them what we do and how we do it, and pretty proud of that. Marina Village West had their open, little Christmas open house at theirs, and then also was at the Port of Stockton for the Lynn Hahn Memorial Boat Parade. Gentlemen, I want to say it's been an honor to serve with you and the work we've done. Pretty proud of it. So thank you for your time and your commitment and your time away from your family, because as another elected, I feel you. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. Couple things. Hey, we had the Tracy Christmas parade over on Saturday. It was awesome. You know, that's one thing that makes cities great is the traditions and keeping those traditions alive. Tracy is a prime example of that. You know, it was probably thousands of people. Thursday, I believe it's at 6 o'clock. Ripon Christmas Light Parade. If you haven't seen that, have you ever been there? It's huge, and they go all out. So it'd be a great time to take your family. Holiday open house for the board. Thank you everybody that came. We had, I think, hundreds of people there, and we all had a great time. And it was amazing how many people said I was a lot cooler than Supervisor Patty, and my office, a lot better. And I didn't want to brag, but it's that time, I guess. But I also want to say congratulations to South San Joaquin County Fire Authority. They're breaking ground on their training facility, in which this board allocated $2.5 million in ARPA funding, and this consists of classroom, a 3-story fire training tower, the first ever and only one so far here in San Joaquin County. So it will help our fire department be safe and get the training that they need. Wreath Across America that we just did a presentation for last board meeting. It's this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Tracy Public Cemetery. If you haven't seen it, please stop by. Everybody's welcome to lay wreaths on some of our veterans' final resting place. And lastly, to Supervisor Patty and Miguel. And remember, Counselor, when I think 2-3 weeks ago, it was like I called you and I go, right when you picked up the phone, he goes, "What do you want, Tom? I'm trying to go to bed." I go, "No, it's Rickman." He goes, "Oh, thank God." But
I do. I didn't think you were going to mention it.
No, hey, I said all I had to say before, but yeah, it has been a pleasure working with you both. I mean, you're not just colleagues, you're friends. And again, it's not going to be the last time we're going to see each other. I'm sure we're.
No, it is.
Well, we'll see each other, and you know, I'll miss Tom's late night calls and his craziness. But again, thank you guys for the work that you do, and God bless you guys, and Merry Christmas. And that's the thing, Merry Christmas, everybody. And lastly, before I leave, if you haven't seen, the In God We Trust is above our county sale there too. So they did a great job. So thanks you, CA's office, getting that done. Thank you, Chairman.
Hey, I'm gonna miss you guys, and I seriously love all you guys.
Merry Christmas.
That's a wrap.